This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, look at us. We were all together like 5 minutes ago. Look at us. Look at us. We got me, we got Marcus, we got Tony, we got Curly. We were all together 5 minutes ago, right about a block away at the Hyatt Embarcadero for the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Marcus, you slept for about 90 seconds.
Yeah, long time no see,
And now
Murph.
you're here. Good morning, brother. Yes.
Good morning, my man. How we doing?
We've done a lot since the Giants last lost their latest game.
Another one.
That thing was all tucked away and done, by about, I don't even know what time that thing was done.
About 3:30 in the afternoon.
At which point we turned the page. We had a big night last night, brother.
But by the time I saw you last night, Murph, I was not thinking San Francisco Giants. I was thinking about Ricky Henderson walking into the building. I was thinking about Joe Montana.
Ooh.
I was thinking about Chris Berman.
Yeah.
And everybody, and of course, everybody who was inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night.
It was a great night. We should talk about it, give you guys a sense of what it was like to be there, because what else are we going to do? Talk about the freaking Giants? Or talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves doing their thing? Hey, now. That's the team you got to beat now, right?
Yeah.
That's the team?
Anthony Edwards is taking over the league right before our eyes.
Incredible. And you were just telling me right before the show, there's now a story that the Warriors almost drafted him.
Yeah.
Number one, the Warriors almost got the win.
Apparently,
We'll get into that later.
The T-Wolves were interested in trading that pick, but that's a story we can dive
We'll
into
dive
later.
into that. We have all summer to talk about that when Ant Edwards becomes a international legend with all his post-game interviews. But yeah, man, just for all y'all out there, because we did talk about it for weeks leading up to it, and then just to pay off on what happened last night is this is the annual Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner, which is, it's been around since 1980 now. And then that great Berman stat he likes to break out of the first class, which was Willie Mays, Joe DiMaggio, and Bill Russell. Hey, now.
They should have
right?
just closed down the Hall of Fame after that class.
There's actually a few more in that first class, too, like Hank Lassetti and Ernie Nevers and guys like that. But anyway, the point is that the tradition continues, and one way or another, we've gotten more involved. Mario Alioto and Raymond Ritter are now running the show. By the way, Mario Alioto and Raymond Ritter.
Yeah.
All right. Did you get some Ritter last night?
That's how you know the show is in good hands. I saw Raymond, but he was too busy working the floor, handing out those flowers to all the inductees. So
I noticed those flowers.
I didn't get it. Well, they came from Raymond Ritter himself.
Did you get a flower?
I did not get a flower.
Oh, man.
I think it was only for the Hall of Famers.
I'm taking a flower? Damn it, they look good. Oh, only the Famers?
I think so.
All right.
When are the Murph and Marcus show going to get our flowers, Murph?
When Raymond Ritter says so.
That's it.
When Raymond Ritter says so. But anyway, so yeah, we talked about it for weeks, and then last night was the night, and I had the good fortune to MC the evening, which I do not see. I want to let you know, for all y'all hiring me for an MC gig, that I do not see that as a chance to try out my material. I see it as a chance to keep it moving, baby, because that thing has been plagued by some scandalously long nights, like some historically long nights, to the point where people were getting a bad reputation.
Oh.
Like, it was going past 11:30, dude. Come on, man.
Not on a Monday night.
Not on a Monday night, yeah. And then sometimes I was talking to some guys who'd been there. Like, it gets so bad that, like, by the time they get to the last inductee, 3/4 of the room was gone.
That's
you know
a
what I mean?
problem.
Yeah. So my mission was like, no, we're going to keep this thing going. So no riffs, no speeches, no, we just kept it going. And what a night it was. From Chris Wondolowski of the San Jose Earthquakes getting inducted by his teammate Shea Salinas. Good old Wando. To Jenny Thompson, who was awesome, the Stanford swimmer, and me being I come from such an aqua family, that one really hit home. And her teammate gave a great speech, right? Leah Maurer, about what a stud Jenny Thompson is and what an American champion she is.
And her talking about her time at Stanford and all of her sisters and how she views herself as a Bay Area native now.
Yeah. She said she lives out in Charleston, South Carolina. And they said, what was it like being at Stanford today? She goes, I just want to move back. She goes, I miss it so much, is what she said.
Dude, but how about that feeling of her, JT, saying the same thing? He's like, I came out to California and I'm never going back.
I know. This is against those headlines in the Chronicle. Everybody's leaving, and this is the worst place in the world. Get out while you can before this living hell engulfs you. They're like, I'm staying.
Meanwhile, John Taylor's wife is out here telling stories about them at Crissy Field for 4th of July.
How great was JT's wife, by the way?
Phenomenal.
She was fantastic. But I jumped ahead there. Went over Patrick Marlowe.
Oh, yeah, Patty.
His wife, my God, what a lovely lady she is. She can be a movie star, Christina Marlowe. She's beautiful and elegant, and she gave a speech. Marlowe's just like, you know what's funny about him? Like, that's the toughest sport in the world, right? I mean, hockey.
That's why hockey players are great.
And he just looks like the most ordinary dude, doesn't he? Like, he look like he could just walk by our He could walk by the door right now just on his way to a sales meeting. I mean, what is he, like 6'1", like 190 or something? You
And
know what I
just
mean?
like, yeah, I played in the most games ever in NHL history. No big deal.
Yeah, yeah. And I said, what's the deal? He goes, yeah, you just lace him up. That was the big thing we used to talk about with Paulie was like the load management in the NBA versus load management in hockey.
No.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I loved it this season when George Kittle was dealing with a few injuries. He's like, yeah, I just got a lower body injury for all my hockey heads out there because they never disclose what they're dealing with. And they're always out there playing with like broken legs and broken ribs. And those guys are just built from a different cloth.
So the one thing I did say when I introduced him, I called him the greatest San Jose Shark of them all. And I was like, I think I'm planting a flag here. And I wondered if some people would have any issue with that. Would some say Joe Thornton? I'm calling because Marlowe is the all-time leader in games played as a Shark, goals scored as a Shark, like points, assists. He like leads in almost every important category. Therefore, I'm calling him the greatest San Jose Shark of them all.
I think that's the right take. I know some guys will say probably Pavelski is in the conversation also. But I think when you talk about how long he did it, I know he left for a little bit and then came back to San Jose at the end of his career, but we're literally talking about the guy that's played in the most hockey games in NHL history. I think that's a safe call to say.
Yeah, I did. And they were talking about, I think he's the first of that group. I think the next two would be Thornton and Pavelski.
Yeah.
Yeah. To go into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, I mean. And then we got to JT, man. John Taylor, who was on our show yesterday. And all you need to know about JT is who showed up for him. 16.
Joe Montana.
There we were in the funky Hyatt Embarcadero lobby that has that funky, like, it's like that, what do you call it? Like an atrium? Like it would kind of like that open air lobby where you look up at the high, where Mel Brooks filmed High Anxiety in 1977.
Yeah, me,
Young
Tony, and Walter were talking like, yeah, it's kind of got like some MGM vibes, maybe like some Luxor vibes a little bit, like kind of Vegas hotel where like they wanted to make it look interesting when you're inside the hotel, but I'm not trying to hang out in the hotel lobby that long.
Had you been to that hotel ever?
I have never been to that hotel.
That's where my prom was.
Wow.
June of 85. Shout out to us booking the all-time L.A. ska punk band, The Untouchables, and they didn't show till like 12:30 in the morning.
And was your prom still going on?
And they played for like 20 minutes, and then the hotel shut them down.
Wow.
At 1 a.m.
20-minute set, huh?
At which point they put their instruments on. They said, sorry, the hotel shut us down. We're like, we just showed up. You guys were supposed to be here like 90 minutes ago, and I love the Untouchables. I don't mean to dog them now, but they didn't show up till like they forgot the gig or something.
Yeah, thanks for the 3 songs you played for us tonight.
Well, they covered this song by the Monkees called Steppin' Stone, which is this banger little 60s ditty, and they didn't get a chance to play it. So the cool guys in my class, all the surfers, the John Whitaker, Pete Morris, Tim Graw, all these guys, they just went up there, picked up their instruments, and started playing it themselves. It was kind of a cool moment.
And this was after the band
After the band
down.
left.
Damn.
So they went up there, strapped on the Untouchables instruments, and started playing Steppin' Stone.
Damn, no curfew for the surfers.
No, they didn't. They let it go. So surfers get that kind of privilege. So anyway, Joe Montana showed up, which was awesome. And the view I had from the stage when JT was telling some stories up there, man, Montana had a big grin on his face. It was cool to see. Yeah. Like Joe truly was enjoying JT's moment and enjoying the story. So shout out Joe, and Jennifer was there too, Jennifer Montana, and so many other Niners. And then finally, Brian Sabian, the architect. He went in. Chris Berman inducted him. Ned Coletti inducted him.
Boomer.
All those scouts who showed up, all those old school scouts who showed up for him.
And shout out to the San Francisco Giants who had 6 tables.
Yeah, that's Larry Bear and Greg Johnson buying 6 tables. You got to give them credit. Farhan was there.
He was.
Farhan was there. And all of us, it took all of our willpower to not go over and flip over the table and say, what the bike is going on? You're 15-21. You're 1-6 on the roadie. You've been outscored, what was it? In Philly, 29-11.
I thought we weren't talking Giants this segment, Murph.
All right. Anyway,
I will tell you something that made me feel better.
Yes.
Is after the ceremony, I walk out to the lobby. You know who's out there? Bruce Bochy.
Get out of here.
I swear, dude.
I didn't see that.
After going out.
First of all, I ran out to my car.
Yeah, you had to get it out of there quick.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
So wait a minute, so what happened?
So Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers are in town.
Yeah, they're
taking
playing
on the Oakland A's right now.
And they got their 8th inning guy last night. They beat him.
So they got the win last night, and then Bruce Bochy hops on a boat, hops on a plane, hops on a jet, hops on a helicopter. I don't know what
town
Bochy
car
came on.
for
Yeah.
Boch.
Yeah. Hops in a taxi, and next thing I know, I'm in the middle of a conversation between Bruce Bochy and Sergio Romo.
Get out.
Sergio Romo, who, by the way, is stopping by the show at 8:15 this morning.
Stealing Tony's thunder.
Yeah, I know I'm taking a guess this early, but yeah, I went up, introduced myself to Boch. Well, hey, yeah, nice to meet you, Marcus.
Oh, my God.
Talked to
dude.
Boch for a couple minutes, so that was the nightcap for me last night.
Oh, dude, Boch King.
Yeah.
That says so much about him. Because he could have said, I got a game tonight.
No.
Dude, he busted over here and saw his boy.
Yeah, had of course showed up for Brian Sabian, but it was cool seeing the interaction between him and Sergio Romo. Of course, Affelt was there, Javi was there, Vogie was there, so all the Giants guys were surrounding Bochy last night.
It's a weird night for Farhan to sit there and listen to all that, huh?
Oh, especially when Chris Berman was up at the altar talking about how old school baseball still works
dude,
and complimenting the scouts and Brian Sabian.
I had a view of Farhan from the stage, and he had this big grin on his face, kind of. I don't know, man.
You hear any chuckles in the background?
Oh, man, oh, man. Well, we'll get into it some more. It was fun to open the show by not talking about the Giants, but we will, of course, dive into it. They're in Denver tonight. We got that. We got exciting NBA playoffs, and we got more stories from the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. We got young Tony, who was there last night. Big experience for that kid.
Tony at the time of his life.
Big experience for this kid. We'll hear about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Taylor was inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. But first, he stopped by the Murph and Marcus show to talk about his time playing for the San Francisco 49ers and his love of Perry Mason. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, Amici's early. Never too early to talk Amici's Pizza. Never too early to talk about the Hayward opening. How about that? Shout out Hayward. Shout out the 880 corridor, because you got a brand new location. It's takeout and delivery. It's not dine-in. It's takeout and delivery. We reach Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, and Union City, as well as Hayward. Got a special deal about it, too. Check out the menu at Amici's.com. Click on the Hayward banner at the top of the page to place your order. All right, this is for you bright and early crowd. As a special deal to celebrate the new location all this week, when you order via Amici's.com and just enter the code HAY20, HAY20 for Hayward at checkout, 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. That's awesome. So you're going to get the famous New York styles pizzas, pastas, salads, chicken wings. Been doing it for over 30 years. Hayward joins the pizza party. So when you want 20% off all your favorite Amici's menu items in the Hayward area this week, go to Amici's.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY20, HAY20. 2 words, baby, Amici's. Delivered.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Now Harper, infield back. First pitch, he swings, drives a high fly ball, deep left center. Conforto back, he's at the wall. It is gone. And for the second day in a row, Bryce Harper has hit a 3-run home run against the Giants. And that was the hit you feared. It's 4-0 Phillies.
I just can't leave a fastball middle to a good hitter. Just plain and simple. A lot of these guys will, once they see it once or twice, they'll figure out what you're trying to do. So it's just a learning process.
Mason Black, welcome to the big leagues. And for 4 innings, it was awesome. The kid was doing fantastic. He was painting 4 different pitches, sweepers, sliders. I still don't know the difference between a sweeper and a slider.
Slurves.
4 seams, 2 seams, you name it. And struck out Bryce Harper looking in the first inning. Everything was great. His family was going bananas. By the way, I read as many as 200, according to Andy Baggerly, from his nearby Pennsylvania home. I guess he grew up in Scranton and Phillies fan growing up. Said he saw Pat Burrell growing up.
So you're saying his family members made it across the Mason-Dixon line?
Technically, geographically, no, but for the bit, yes.
Yeah, come on. I'm trying to work a bit here this morning.
Absolutely,
all right?
we're working there. We're going to be working punch-drunk bits all morning because we all went to bed about 20 minutes ago from the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, but we were happy to be there, and thanks to Mario Alioto and everybody putting on a great show, Raymond Ritter doing their thing. But before we went, we watched Mason Black debut in that weird Monday 1 o'clock wraparound getaway day start. Don't forget, seniors ran the bases.
Oh, I missed the
34,000.
seniors running the bases. I want to watch that.
Told you.
There's got to be clips on the internet
Going
somewhere.
to hop a flight back out there. And it starts great, right? And then you get to the big question of what you're asking of Mason Black in that situation versus what he's done. And this is where we got to get into it here. He had only thrown a maximum of 71 pitches in the minors.
Listen.
And the Giants asked him to go deeper than that yesterday in Philly against, oh, by the way, the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah.
Who have the best record in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And
who are the hottest team in baseball right now.
And it was too much of an ask because in the 5th inning, the 3rd time through, they started figuring out what he was going to throw. And that gets into the cat and mouse game and the checkers game and the chess game that all pitchers and hitters play as they study and prepare because they see each other. And, Kershaw's faced the Giants for 20 years. They know what's coming. You just got to figure out what to throw, when to throw, right? And, of course, Bryce Harper was waiting for that little middle in, I don't know what it was, a sweeper, a fat two-seam, was it sinker, I think?
Looked
Two-seam
like a
fastball?
fastball. You look like a 2-seamer up in the zone.
And he did to...
And Harper just sits down on it. Oppo taco, no problem.
But 2 guys were on prior to that from base hits.
Yeah.
So it was a three-run jack, and that was it. So Mason Black leaves with a little bit of a bad taste, but some good taste, too, because of what he did the first 4 innings.
Yeah, I thought he looked really good early, but I wanted to focus on what you were saying about the fact that he never threw more than 71 pitches in the minor league, and last night, after having 70 pitches, he went back out there for the 5th inning, which has always been an issue for me, and I don't think it's the greatest development strategy. I mean, we talked about it a lot last year with Kyle Harrison and how I was going out to games, watching him pitch for the River Cats, and they're only allowing him to throw 30, 50 pitches max. And next thing you know, he's making his MLB debut against the Philadelphia Phillies like he did last year. And all of a sudden, they're starting to work his pitch count up higher and higher and higher. And I get it. You don't want to waste bullets, so to say, down in the minor leagues. You want to take care of your pitchers. But if you're going to have him come out and pitch through the lineup a 3rd time in his MLB debut, maybe you should let him get a couple reps pitching a 3rd time through the lineup, especially when he was dominating AAA this year.
So this is the Giants' philosophy. And there's exact quotes from Farhan, who was at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night, from Farhan saying this is what they're going to do. And he said they're following these studies that say ramping up young pitchers gradually is the way to prevent long-term injuries. So they're going to say, we'll take the loss on a Monday in May in Philly to have him healthy for the next X number of years. Now, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Who knows what's going to happen to Mason Black's elbow, arm, shoulder, ligaments? I don't know. But this is what they're going with.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then why don't they just have every pitcher during spring training come out after 50, 60, 70 pitches?
Bro, this is a chance for us to, hey, young John Joe, time to book Farhan.
Yeah, like these
are the questions we will ask.
This is what we talk about with Kruk all the time during spring training. It's the concerns we had about Blake Snell not extending himself. He was throwing 50, 60 pitch bullpens, and then they threw him out there without having a minor league stint. And next thing you know, he's got an adductor strain and he's on the IL.
Yeah, man. So that's what happened, and it was a big ask, and it wound up costing him, his first start. Now,
correct, and I don't want to be too negative. Again, there were a lot of positives. You mentioned his sweeper, slider, slurve, whatever the hell we're going to call it once StatCast figure out what pitch it was. The movement was great. I thought he had a good debut first couple times to the lineup, and then you run into Bryce Harper. You make a mistake, he's going to make you pay.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm going through the bullpen innings, the Giants, because they were saying the reason why they wanted to is because their bullpen is so banged up because the starters have not been going deep on this series because the Phillies are ridiculous. So I'm going here. Since the Boston game, here's the amount of bullpen innings the Giants have had to have since the Boston series, I should say, that started last week. It seems like, about 50 years ago? So, yeah, dude, look at this. This is bad. So, and then he goes, bullpen in Boston went 4.1, had an entire 8-inning bullpen game in Game 2, went 4 innings in Game 3. Friday in Philly went 5 innings. Saturday in Philly went 8 1/3 innings. Sunday in Philly went 5 innings. So, the bullpen has been absolutely blasted by these lack of starting pitchers going deep.
Yeah, that's what happens.
And that's why they asked Mason Black to go again because they had no days off. They go right into Denver today, 3 straight, and then they don't even get a day off. They come home to face Cincinnati and the Dodgers 6 straight. They don't get a day until next Thursday. So that's what he's looking at. He's like, Mason, we need you, buddy. He's like, really? I got to go face this guy a third time?
Yeah, that's a big ask for a kid making his big league debut.
In fact, here we go on Bob Melvin about this, about his performance here, Young Tone. Before we say good morning to you, dude, how about a little cut S as in Sammy on 0506 Bob Melvin about his guy Mason Black, who debuted in his hometown ballpark.
Doesn't really suggest, how he pitched. He hasn't pitching deep into games. We needed him to go out for the 5th today, and that's kind of where it all came loose. Early on in the game, 2 times through the lineup, he was really good. Proud of him.
Yeah, so there it is. We needed you. They're like, 2 times through, do I got to go again? Yeah, you do. And look what happened.
Yeah, they needed Mason Black. I need some runs from the Giants.
Oh, man, we'll get into that.
Because that's the bigger issue is the offense.
Let's say good morning to the kid, young Tony Farias. Young Tone, good morning, brother. After a late night.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Fantastic as always.
25-year-old kid had his first Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony. What'd you think?
I was like a kid in a candy store, dude.
Yeah,
insane.
I'm glad.
Shout out to Copes for giving us the invite. By the way, you did a great job.
Thank you,
killing
buddy.
it as MC. Kept it on time, 10 minutes early.
I
Gotta give you credit.
20.
20.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I was checking.
No,
But
it's all good.
Great stuff.
It would have been
Really
a
fun
little.
event.
It would have been a little quicker too if Murph was on the mic the entire time.
Shout out Franco.
That's good. Hey,
Come
Franco's
on.
trying to make some money for Special Olympics, baby. For my guy Dashel.
Dude, shout out Dash. He had a great speech, and
yeah.
shout out the Special Olympics.
Yeah, it was great. So what was it like for you in terms of like a living museum? What was like the coolest thing you saw?
Probably Chris Berman. His speech was
Berman!
incredible, yeah.
More than Montana?
I mean, well, yeah, of
Ricky
course.
Henderson
The
and Chris
headliners,
Bowen?
of course. But yeah, Berman, he can handle a mic. He knows what he's doing. I mean, just everybody in one room together.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
on a Monday night, as Mario Alioto said, and shout out to him and Raymond Ritter for putting it all together.
Yeah.
An incredible event. I
Great.
was, again, a kid
Would
in
you
a
go
candy
back
store.
next year?
Dude, 100. If I can get the invite, 100%.
Okay, good to know. Good. That's what we want because it had gotten to the point where it was getting so long. People were like, "Yeah, I'm not going to that thing." So it was cool. For me, it was fun to see Montana and Berman during dinner having a little face-to-face chat. That was like every NFL Sunday night in the late 80s highlights, just right there. Man. We only missing Tom Jackson, the late Tom Jackson. So, all right, let's get the guest list going on a Tuesday, 5/7/24. Giants in Denver, 5:40 tonight. Kyle Harrison against a guy named Dakota Hudson, who's 0-5 with a 5.83. Can I get it? Can I get it?
I mean, if you can't score runs in Colorado, what the hell are you doing?
Dude, what do we got here?
All right, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we got Dwayne Kuiper joining the show. Unfortunately, not after a win.
Of course not. That's his rule.
Tuesdays are smooth.
Kuip
days.
inducted Buster last year.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah.
He gave the forward?
Yeah, he did a little introduction there.
Nice. Hell yeah. Big hit at 7:50. Sergio Romo at 8:15, who was there last night to honor Sabian.
Great to see Serge.
That's what's up.
Shout out to Marcus.
You saw him in Boach, right?
Yeah, I did. I was chopping up with Sergio last night as I was leaving. I was like, yeah, Sergio, I'll talk to you in about 8 hours.
Yeah. That's when I was driving home. I was calling my wife, the lovely Candace, from the Golden Gate Bridge. I said, I'm on the bridge. I said, by the way, I'll be on this bridge in about an hour, too, going the other way.
I should have just slept on that bridge.
All right, and then closing out the show at 9:15, we got Marcus Thompson at 9:15, and we'll get a cooler content at some point in the show today.
Sounds pretty darn good. And so what we got to get into, too, is this Bob Melvin just chewing their A. As I told you guys, the great Lenny Lyons used to say, I'm going to chew your A until it's cherry red. Did Bob Melvin do that last night? We'll hear about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We got to clean it up.
KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Kirkering set. He throws, and Chapman with a swing and a high pop-up. Shallow right field. Going out to second baseman Merrifield. He's got it. And this series is over. It was all Phillies today as they beat the Giants by a final score of 6-1. And Philadelphia. They've got the best record in baseball, and we see why here over the course of this 4-game wraparound series. It's a sweep. The Phillies take all 4.
We got to clean it up. We got to play better. So, we left home. What were we, 1 game under 500? We weren't playing very well. I thought that might be a pretty good place for us, being that we hadn't played well. And now we're playing terribly. So we have to clean it up.
There it is. Bob Melvin said they kept the doors closed after the game, and he said, "You're playing terrible. You better clean that blank up." That's what I was talking about, the Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Brian Price, Pat Burrell, Matt Chapman theoretically was going to be this kind of veteran wisdom, this ass-kicking sort of no-nonsense mentality. Well, it's getting put to the test right here, right now, after a 4-game sweep. And he just said it. You're playing terribly.
Yeah, there's a lot of nonsense and ass-kicking going around right now. It's just not the good part for the Giants.
Absolutely not. But you have some ass-kicking to take care of right
Well, yeah,
here, right,
because
buddy?
this ass-kicking and that Kendrick Lamar Meet the Grams rejoin is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
Young Tony, you're getting praised for your current rejoins here.
Yeah.
You're playing the diss tracks from the weekend, right?
K-Dot
Yeah.
is king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not close either.
That was Kendrick Lamar, Meet the Grams. Earlier we played Not Like Us, and Murph. It's now taken over like national airwaves. You asked me yesterday, like, how big is this beef? I didn't even mention that, like, I was out at the nightclubs in Las Vegas, and they're playing, like, the beef tracks. They're playing Kendrick Lamar. And now it gets to the point where last night, during the NBA playoffs, they're playing Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar as bumper music. I saw Gavin Lux had it at his walk-up song down in Dodger Stadium. Like, these diss tracks are everywhere right now, man.
Can I ask you a question? Does it, in this oversaturated culture, does it run the risk of jumping the shark pretty soon?
Oh, I mean,
Just because things that happen, we all I
don't think so, because everybody is so kind of caught up in his beef. Both these guys have dropped like 3 diss tracks in the last week. And usually we don't get Kendrick Lamar music like once every election year.
Okay.
Now that I'm getting more Kendrick in my life, I want this to continue.
Okay.
We might have a whole like diss
And you're
track
still going
album.
with the decisive win for the kid from L.A.?
Oh, dude, this is like someone needs to throw in the towel for Drake.
It's
at
like
this point.
Canelo and Alvarez and all that.
That's right. This is Canelo dominating right now.
All right, guys. Well, good. Keep everybody up to date on this. Keep us boned up on this whole situation. 'Cause
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're going to be talking about the Giants.
Well, who knows? Maybe we'll talk about it later on with Marcus Thompson, because he was tweeting about it this weekend too.
He came with a much more sort of like, and I hate to lump Marcus in with the old heads like me, but he said, I hope this rap battle doesn't end like the last one. You know what I mean? Between Biggie and Tupac.
Yeah,
obviously.
no, I don't think Drake's that kind of guy, to be honest with
We
you.
hope so, because that was...
And neither is Kendrick, by the way.
Good.
Good kid, Mad City.
Good. 209 says, hey, Waterboy, K-Dot killed Drake.
That's
there you
it.
Go, there you go.
I told you, wrote the eulogy.
By the way, speaking of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner, which we had last night, great line from P1 Chuck and Chelsea. He said, what do you give me for Farhan at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night and Kim Kardashian at the Brady Roast? That was pretty good.
Getting booed off stage,
That was pretty good there. By the way, PJ Carlissimo, Judge Tolbert and Copes at 2:50 this afternoon. So there you go. So let's get into some of the Giants, that clean-ass sweep that just happened there. The Phillies are their daddy. There's no question about that. I went Pedro Martinez on Twitter. Just tip your cap and call the Phillies your daddy.
Who's your daddy?
I mean, honestly, 29-11, right? In that situation here. Here's some of the stuff we need to talk about here. Matt Chapman. He said, "I feel embarrassed." That's what he said. He said, "I feel embarrassed."
Yeah, I was feeling some secondhand embarrassment when Zach Wheeler's just pumping like 4 fastballs right down the plate right by him.
Seems to be the word right now is like, watch him not catch up with a big league fastball.
Yeah, we were wondering.
That's a little alarming.
We were wondering why so many Giants players are taking fastballs down the middle. Maybe the answer is they can't hit it. Which is crazy to say about a major league hitter, especially with someone like Matt Chapman's kind of history and background. But right now, he just looks lost at the plate.
Ready for this? 1 for 8 in the series in Philly. 1 for 18 with 8 strikeouts and 3 errors.
Oof.
As Overnight Dave said, so he had 3 times as many errors as hits. And I said, and 3 times as many strikeouts as errors, too.
Man.
I mean, 8, not 9, but work with me here.
Yeah,
on this
close
one, you know
enough.
what I mean?
Close enough.
So this guy right now, I mean, again, it's not any one guy,
No.
but he certainly is leading the parade in terms of candidates.
And when the entire team is struggling, Murph, it's amplified. And yesterday, Zach Wheeler mowed down this Giants lineup 11 times.
Yeah.
Philly pitching staff had 13 total strikeouts, which ties for the season high against the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
And look, Zach Wheeler, forever Giant, is going to be in the Cy Young conversation. He is an absolute phenomenal pitcher. But to kind of have that wrap up the series in Philadelphia where they didn't hit against Taijuan Walker or anybody who they rolled out there, it really puts kind of the cherry on top for how much his offensive lineup is struggling right now.
I mean, it's just, what do you want to go through? Everywhere Yastrzemski last night, 0-for-3 with 2 strikeouts. Since the Boston series, Yaz has been terrible. And they just pumped those high fastballs right past him. And so Yaz is bad. Chapman's bad. Conforto was hot for a while, and he's been okay. Wilmer's not doing much this year, guys. OPS of 627. I'm not going to knock Tyro because he had a good series the rest of the way. Lamont Wade is 2-for-3, hitting 347. Jung-Hoo Lee got a couple of knocks yesterday. I don't know if you were watching the first inning, but Jung-Hoo Lee and Tyro Estrada, or Lamont Wade, both had knocks, and Wilmer came up and grounded into a double play.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, so... I mean, they get to the bottom of the lineup yesterday. It was Tyler Fitzgerald in the 8-hole and Jackson Reitz in the 9-hole. Bro, where are we? That's like a bad lineup for Sacramento.
I mean, Murph, you look at the bottom 4 of the lineup yesterday, 0-for-13 with 9 strikeouts.
Oh, boy. Yeah. I mean, my gosh.
That's
guys.
not major league
So
production.
at what point, do we look at Pat Burrell and Justin Vealey and that whole crew who's they're supposed to be the hitting coaches? Again, nothing worse than the sacrificial lamb of the hitting coach. When you're like, bro, it ain't the X's and O's, it's the Jimmys and Joes, right? But it is tough for Burrell to come here, and this is his first month on the job.
It is, and then even with someone like Justin Vealey, who's been around the club for a couple years now, it's not like this offense has been tearing the cover off the ball for his entire tenure.
Yeah.
So it raises a question of Bob Melvin keeping around and inheriting him from the Gabe Kapler staff. But yeah, to your point, it's easy to point fingers at the hitting coaches because the Giants aren't hitting. But the bottom line is these guys got to step into the box with a better approach. Maybe or not that is influenced by the coaches. But at the end of the day, they got to hit the damn ball.
Yeah, and listen, last night we were at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony. It was great. And Chris Berman inducted Brian Sabian. And he went on a specific rant about old school scouting. And, I could feel, where Berman was coming from. He's of a certain age. He's going to represent that generation. And I could see Farhan from my view because I was up on stage. Farhan had this big grin on his face. And I was thinking, I bet, my guess, and I'm putting words in Farhan's mouth here, but my guess was he's like, listen, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, we have so much data and analysis now that when
Chris Berman doesn't know what he's talking about.
When they hear that old school, Bird Dog Scout found this guy in the bushes in North Carolina, they're like, come on, bro, come on.
It's that Charlie Brown wah wah wah.
Yeah, that's how I feel like that's how they feel. But the fact of the matter is the Giants aren't finding those hitters, and they have not found those hitters for a long time, and they haven't found them even predating Sabian. Actually, he didn't draft a whole lot of hitters. I mean, he drafted Buster Posey and signed Pablo Sandoval. Those guys get hit a little bit.
Yeah.
Brandon Crawford,
of course.
Brandon Belt.
Mm-hmm.
But again, Belt spent half his career here getting hated by Giants fans,
The Brandon Belt wars.
But he did Berman planted his flag about the old school. And then I asked Sabian, what did you guys, because they were talking about, we talked about how we did this little panel discussion about, and 2 of the 5 guys up there were underrated guys. Chris Wondolowski went to Division II school for soccer.
Shout out Chico.
And John Taylor went to Delaware State. So I asked Sabian, how do you know the difference between a primo prospect, like Tim Lincecum, and a guy you find in the bushes, right? And like Sergio Romo, 28th round pick. And he said you got to do a lot of projecting in baseball about strength, size, emotional makeup, mental makeup, all that stuff. And you miss a lot, he said, in baseball, too.
Yeah, and he had
right?
some really good lines about Dick Tidrow and their scouting of guys like Matt Cain and Madison Bumgarner and how they weren't the biggest high school prospects or anything like that. But just watching them and seeing that mentality on the mound and how they carried themselves was part of the scouting evaluation.
That's interesting. That was not an analytic.
No.
That was he was talking about a competitive desire and a mentality that they had. That's what Dick Tidrow liked in those guys.
Dick Tidrow was able to tell if you had that dog in you.
Yeah, right. And that's what the Giants right now haven't found those hitters with that dog in them. I mean, we look at all these other teams that are bringing up young hitters. I don't know, what are you talking about? Zach Geloff or whoever over in Oakland or just, homegrown.
Brant Rooker.
Now, that leads to the question, is this the time to give those Giants kids that chance? Is this that time? Now, you're 15 and 21. He's ridden with Slater and Yaz and Wright, and you're 15 and 21. Yeah. Okay? Now, the other option is Elliot Ramos, who has had a chance to hit in the big leagues and has not delivered. Now, he's a different kid now. He's 24.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. He's only had 70 major league at-bats. And I thought last year when he was called up for a short stint, he actually had some productive at-bats at the major league level. But we know with the Giants system, they'll call a guy up, send him down, call him up, send him down. But that's why I wanted to give these kids an opportunity to play. That's why we were talking about Matos before the season started. That's why we were talking about Marco Luciano. Give these guys the opportunity to either sink or swim on the job. And when it relates to a guy like Elliot Ramos, he's 24 years old. And right now he has 8 home runs in the minor leagues. He is absolutely torching minor league pitching. Now, pitching is a lot different in AAA versus the bigs. But at this point, what do you have to lose? If you're just running Slater out there every other night against your lefties, and he's batting a $108. I don't even know where he's at now. Barely even on the
118.
interstate. Wow. Sorry, I don't want to disrespect the 118 batting average. But again, at this point, we kind of know what Austin Slater is. At least let's see what you have in the potential of this prospect that we've been talking about for years in Elliot Ramos.
You'd have to cut ties with Slater then, no?
Yeah.
It's a designated for assignment. That's a big move.
I'd be willing to cut off that mustache and cut ties from the roster.
Man,
oh,
man.
I'm sorry. Am I the bad guy?
Yeah, you are.
Mustache man has got to end. When you get swept by the Phillies, I know it's for mental health awareness.
Yeah.
It's for a good cause.
Yes, it is.
But when you get swept by the Phillies, maybe those mustaches got to go.
I don't mean to riff because mental health is very serious, but what about our mental health watching this team? All right, by the way.
It ain't good.
408 says Farhan can't be telling anyone they don't know what they're talking about until he stops trading for the A.J. Pollocks of the world. And what are we going to do about a shortstop now? You can't, like, how much longer can you go with Ahmed as a black hole at the bat? Because, and again, what's Luciano doing in Sacramento? And we know we're going to give up some defense there, which would be a bad deal. And I understand with Ahmed, do you have the luxury of a defense-only shortstop? With the way this team is hitting, I don't think you have a luxury of a defense-only shortstop.
No, not when you're scoring 3 runs or less in 10 out of the last 11 games.
Man, oh,
you
man.
need some offense somewhere in this lineup.
Yeah, man. By the way, you guys seen what? I know he's not homegrown, but you guys see what Shohei's doing?
Dude, do we have to talk about?
Did you hear
Shohei?
about this last night?
I mean, I woke up this morning and I was reading my newsletter, and they're like, "Watch out, Shohei Ohtani is gonna take the Triple Crown this year." I'm like, "Triple Crown?"
Yeah, so right now he's hitting 370, which leads all of baseball. He's got 11 bombs, which leads baseball, leads National League. He's got 27 ribs. Hit a 441-foot homer last night. He now has 4 homers in the last 3 days, and he's now hit 2 400. Let me give you the exact stat here. He's hitting like historic tanks.
He dropped one like 460 the other day.
And in like Dodger Stadium, the interesting stat from Sarah Langs, who does such a great job about the 3 parks with the fewest 440-foot home runs are all West Coast parks. Shout out to Marine Lair, baby. It's Dodger Stadium, Petco, and Oracle have the 3rd fewest 440-foot homers of any current MLB ballpark in the StatCast era. How about that? Shout out to Marine Lair. Petco, Oracle, and Dodger Stadium. Shohei now there's only hit 49 440-foot homers in Dodger Stadium. Shohei has 2 this year already. It's May 7th.
Come on, dude.
So he's hitting historic tanks down there. Anyway, I just wanted to put that in your head.
And what the hell happened to the eBay scandal?
Yeah.
Dude, come on.
I have that in my notes. I'm like, what about Betgate?
Yeah, come on.
That was supposed to derail the Dodgers.
I need some heckling of Shohei. Come on. Someone's got to slow him down.
Unbelievable.
Well, as Kendrick Lamar would say, Shohei Ohtani is not like us.
Okay, very good. All right, just to change the subject for your mental health, how about what happened last night in the NBA with the Minnesota Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards and how it relates to the Golden State Warriors?
Ooh.
Next on the Sports Leader.
I mean, what can I say? Just tip my hat and call the
Phillies.
my daddies.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And with 22 seconds to go, Minnesota's got it and a 7-point lead, and Denver's going to call off the Dogs here in game one. 43 for Anthony Edwards. The final 8 seconds will tick away. Minnesota comes into Denver with a mile-high win to steal home court and a 106-99 victory over the defending champion Nuggets.
Just like that. They're not the only one that's going to come out punching. I don't give a damn if we go up 3-0 for the game 4. We're going to come out punching too. So they got to be ready to take our punch, and we'll be ready to take their punch. But, yeah, I don't see no slippage in their games. They just missed shots tonight. They'll be ready to go game 3, and we will be.
Woo, baby. Siri, show me a changing of the guard in the NBA right before your eyes. We all thought the Denver Nuggets were ticketed for another NBA Finals and that the young T-Wolves and the young OKC Thunder and those teams would just sort of get a little stepping stone lesson along the way. Okay, son, nice. Thanks for playing. Now step aside. Let the champs through.
No.
Not only that, after the game, you just heard Anthony Edwards there. No bulletin board. No bulletin board. All business. No, they throw their punch. We throw ours. Game 3, it's going to be the same thing. Dude, no taunting, no nothing. Wow. What is going on here?
All business from Anthony Edwards. He's being asked almost every night about his comparisons to a young Michael Jordan. He doesn't want to hear any of it. He's just showing up, walking into Denver, going into the altitude, where arguably the Denver Nuggets have the biggest home court advantage in basketball. and they take the first 2 games to go up 2-0 right now. Murph, Anthony Edwards is here.
Dude, they held the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic to 80 points.
Ooh.
Okay? 80 points. That's insane. So you always say, oh, Jokic is unstoppable. No, he's not. He's stoppable. An incredible defensive performance by Chris Finch, and the T was by the Chris Finch, who's like coaching from the second row, right? Because of his busted up knee.
That's right.
How about that? How about that, dude?
And right, because we ask those questions all the time. How do you stop the Joker? Can anybody stop him? Well, the Minnesota Timberwolves are pretty much the only team to beat a team like the Denver Nuggets because they actually have the size. Whether we're talking Karl Anthony Towns, whether we're talking Rudy Gobert, whether we're talking Naz Reid, who was the 6th man of the year, they have that length. They have that ferocity on defense. They're the best defensive team in basketball, and it's showing right now. I mean, they were putting Jamal Murray in a casket last night, just pestering around the entire court. It got to the point where Jamal Murray was frustrated on the bench, and he threw a heating pad onto the court in the middle of the game.
They're snapping, and currently Malone was on the court arguing a call to, should have been teed up and wasn't. They're snapping. It's like they thought that they had this thing all tied up. Guys, this is incredible. And we were on Ant Edwards for a couple of years now in the Cooler of Content because of his amusing, Irish accent riffs or his own youth sporting riffs or whatever he's got.
His ability to be the cleanup hitter or bowl a 300 or whatever.
Can we take you guys back to when he was coming out in the draft when the Warriors had a top 3 pick?
Back.
And we weren't sure who was going to get 1, 2, or 3, right? Between Minnesota, Golden State, and Charlotte, right? Mm-hmm. Winds up that Minnesota gets 1, Warriors get 2, Charlotte gets 3, and NBA history gets written right there. Because Anthony Edwards winds up being the guy. Now, he did come through San Francisco and worked out for Steve Kerr and the Warriors. How about that? So we got a couple sound bites here on like some history.
Yeah.
Now, you found all this stuff. You want to guide me through this here, buddy?
Well, let's set it all up because this weekend there was a report from Brian Windhorst. Windhorst in the hizzle. And he was dropping facts about how the Minnesota Timberwolves were interested in trading away the number 1 overall pick to the Golden State Warriors.
Whoa.
Which could have been used on Anthony Edwards.
Right.
Now, there's no guarantee that the Warriors would have made that selection because going back to this draft workout that has now kind of become a legendary story in the rise of Anthony Edwards, we've heard Ant talk about it multiple times, and so we'll start with him talking about the workout he did with the Golden State Warriors, how they basically put him through the Steph Curry conditioning test, and how he couldn't make it through it, and how it led to some very, very honest questions in conversations with Steve Kerr and the Warriors front office about where Anthony Edwards is as a player with his work ethic and whether or not they would have been interested in drafting him with either the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick.
I was going through the drills, and he kept stopping them like, that's all you got, that's all you got. And I'm like, bro, I'm going hard as you want me to go. Like, what you want me to do? I'm sweating crazy. He like, man, you got to see Steph and KD and Clay work out. And we went to dinner that night, and they still was continuously telling me, like, you didn't work hard enough. Like, if we had the number 1 pick, we wouldn't take you. And I was just like, damn, that's crazy. So me and my trainer ran home after dinner, and we just talking like, bro, we got to pick it up. I don't know how. I don't know what we got to do, like, but we got to pick it up. And I think after that, man, it's just I became a madman in the gym, and, like, I try to work till I'm tired, I'm exhausted. Oh, yeah, for sure. He knows. Yeah, he's going to see this and laugh because he already knows. Him, Bob Myers, and it was another guy with him. Yeah, but they all kind of played a huge role in where I am today because they pitched that to me early.
Okay, man. So the Warriors created this monster. Yeah. So would the Warriors have taken him at 1?
Sounds like from that conversation, no would have been the answer. And then we would have been killing him for skipping over Anthony Edwards for LaMelo Ball or James Wiseman, number 1 overall.
So for people who don't remember the details, 1 went to Minnesota, so the Warriors did not blow the pick.
No.
They did when they took James Wiseman, but instead of LaMelo Ball, who actually had injury issues this past year, but has been a better NBA player, obviously, than James Wiseman. So Anthony Edwards is saying that one of his formative moments came right here when the Warriors told him what to do to become a pro.
Wow. So Steph Curry and Steve Kerr are responsible for the changing of the guard themselves.
There's a, Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Should have never put him through those workouts. Should have never worked him out.
This kid's special, and it's funny. I mean, his rookie year wasn't as sensational as the ensuing years. Again, what is he now? 22.
Yeah, 22
he only played
or
1 year at
23 years old,
Georgia.
yeah.
What else we got here, young Tony, in the Edwards file about the?
Well, we have Steve Kerr addressing the workout also. I believe we have that sound, Tony. Did we roll it in this morning? Because Kerr was pretty honest about his conversations also. And going back, I saw some of these scouting reports and reports going back to 2020, and the Warriors had concern about his drive and his enthusiasm for winning. And now we're at a point where it seems like this guy is going out and winning every night. We don't have the courage sound. We have anything else from Anthony Edwards there?
We got one more talking about his pre-draft experience with the Warriors.
Okay, let's hear it.
I didn't even tell you this. So I was working out for the Warriors pre-draft, and Steve Kerr is there, Bob Myers, and I forgot the other guy's name. And it's the coach, the front office guys. And we working out, and I'm doing this drill that they say that Steph be doing. Boom, I'm running, touching the line, shooting, running, touching the line, shooting. You got to make like 5 in a row. And I couldn't do it. I'm too tired. I'm like, man, this is too much. But I'm not saying this. I'm just jogging. And after the workout, Steve comes to me like, you can't go any faster? I'm like, I thought I was going pretty fast. Right. He was like, no, do it again. So I did it again. I'm going fast. He stopped saying like, you can't go faster than that. So at this point, I'm like, all right, this is very bad. So now I'm trying to sprint, and now I'm looking all crazy, missing left, missing right. So we go to dinner, and he's telling me like, hey man, if we're gonna draft you at number 2, you gotta be a hard worker. Like you ain't working hard enough. And I think that was a stumble in the road for me.
Wow.
And I looked at it like I called my trainer afterwards and was like, hey bro, we gotta change. We gotta change
our workout.
Yeah.
Change our workout.
He told me like Steve Kerr told me how Steph and KD used to work out super hard. It might not be long, but it's super hard when they're in there. And ever since then is when I feel like I took that next step.
So that's basically, he's told that story now multiple times. That's basically the same story told differently down the road. So this has become like his signature anecdote. The Warriors changed my opinion, changed my work ethic, changed my MO. So congrats, Warriors.
Yeah, this is the Anthony Edwards origin story.
Yeah.
Like, like in the world of superheroes and Marvel characters with the villains, it's like, what was the one thing that changed his life?
Yeah.
Apparently, it was the Steph Curry conditioning test.
Incredible. And now we got this to deal with for the next 10 years, right?
And by the way, that says something about how hard Steph Curry trains, how much work that Steph puts in, that a kid that was going to be, or was, the number 1 overall pick cannot make it through the workout, and it raised questions and concern about his overall work ethic. But I think there's a lot of players who probably couldn't make it through that Steph Curry workout because his work ethic is unmatched.
Incredible. And now look at him in the Timberwolves, too. And they did, by the way, without Rudy Gobert last night. Gobert didn't even play last night. So, hey, while we're on the NBA tip, just on the East Coast, in the Eastern Conference game, I know the KNBR audience does not live for Knicks Pacers content.
Bing bong.
Yeah, dude, they're going. But, dude, this is it, man. This is the spring of the moving screen. Remember the LSU-UConn women's game? Or, pardon me, the UConn-Iowa women's game where they called that moving screen? And I would not have called it, even though everybody's yelling at me about that. Last night was unbelievable. Pacers down 1 with the ball. And Dante DiVincenzo. Oh, I like him. But I hate the flop. If you guys missed it, go Google the DDV flop at Madison Square Garden, Knicks Pacers last night. Pacers have the ball, down 1, going to get a chance. And there's a screen set by Miles Turner, and Dante DiVincenzo just sells it like an Italian soccer player, like a DiVincenzo would, an Italian soccer, and he gets the call for the illegal screen. It is just unbelievably bad call at that point in time.
You can't call it.
No, you cannot. They had blown a call a minute earlier about a kicked ball out of bounds. That was not kicked out of bounds.
That was not kicked.
So the Pacers should have had the ball there.
Correct, but that's a non-reviewable play in the NBA. They called it a kick ball on the court, so Knicks got the ball back. Next thing you know, they're up, and then, the flop call, the moving screen at the end of the game, you got to swallow the whistle.
So the easy narrative is that the league wants the Knicks to win.
Bing bong.
I know, right? Young Tone,
you're saying Adam Silver's got Knicks fever.
Yeah. By the way, what's going on? What's that site you have again? Side
Talk NYC. And Murph,
be ready for that.
I'm glad you asked because we got some new content actually. This is after they beat the Philadelphia 76ers. It should be in the cooler of content.
We gotta clear it. There's some curse words.
Oh, come on, dude! I sent that over like last week.
I don't want anything that happened last time.
Oh, dude!
See?
Come
Look at
on,
you, buddy.
It's the same thing I'm doing looking for the Steve Kerr sound I sent over this morning.
We do have that, by the way.
Look at you, buddy. See, okay, we do.
I gotta produce the show. I gotta run the board. I gotta do everything here, huh? I'm a jack of all trades.
Look at you, buddy.
Come on, Murph. Back in my day when I was behind the glass, I had that sound ready to go.
I'm liking this, buddy. I'm liking this. See, it's not just me who's the hard ass around here. Now you're getting a taste of Boucher. You're getting a taste of him jumping your A, man. So that's what it's like. So, hey, man, he did. Listen, it's not a big ass. He said it last week.
Yeah, I said it last week. So it's Knicks fans on Side Talk TV. It's this YouTube, Instagram, TikTok channel where Knicks fans are just going berserk after every single playoff win. They're out here calling out Joel Embiid. They're out here calling out LeBron James and Kevin Durant. I mean, these Knicks fans are crazy. And it goes back to what I said a couple weeks ago. The NBA is a better product when the New York Knicks are winning. When they're involved, when they're in the conversation, it's absolutely electric. And what Jalen Brunson is doing right now in the Eastern Conference playoffs is damn near just as good as Anthony Edwards, averaging 40 points per game over the last 4, getting comparisons to Michael Jordan himself.
So I'll just throw this out there right now. Are we, in about a month, doing a New York, Minnesota pop culture showdown for the NBA Finals? Are we going the Ramones versus the Replacements?
What are we
there
going?
we go. Is that what we're doing?
Nas versus Prince.
Yeah, right, exactly. Anyway, back to this T-Wolves thing. Steve Kerr's comment on Anthony Edwards. And he said this well after. This is like in November of the next year or something. Here it is.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it. He was he was kind of warming up and shooting, and the warm up kept going and going. I thought it was a warm up, and after about 15 minutes, I realized that was the workout. So it was during the pandemic, so it was only Bob Myers and Joe Lacob and me, and Anthony, and his guy working him out. So I just went down and I said, "Can you go a little harder?" And he kind of looked at me like, "Yeah, okay." And they started going harder, and we ended up going back there a couple weeks later to work him out again. And we went out to dinner, and he told me, he said, "Hey, thanks for saying that. I didn't realize, how hard I needed to work or what I needed to show." And it was a good reminder to me that, these guys who are coming out at such a young age really haven't learned how to work yet.
There it is. That's the AAU culture right now. He never had to work hard. He's getting his shots up, getting by on his talent alone. How about Kerr? You know what's really funny? The 2 cuts we had of Edwards where he's like, yeah, it was Bob Myers, Kerr, and some other guy. I don't remember. It was just,
Joe Lacob.
How do you not remember me? It's my building. I run the place. That's incredible. By the way, Jumpin' Joe yesterday introduced the new GM of the WNBA team.
I saw that, the Golden State.
Yes. We gave away a package last night at the raffle. Speaking of the raffle at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, drum roll, please.
Are we talking to a raffle winner?
You're talking to the raffle champ, baby.
Marcus H2O boy.
You're looking at him.
He'll be driving that license plate H2OBOI.
Yeah.
Dude, you won 2 nights and I pulled that ticket out of the fishbowl. So you're welcome.
Thank you.
2 nights at the San Francisco Hilton, the one in Chinatown, the one that's like on Kearny that sort of straddles Kearny and Columbus near Chinatown. It's always been a mysterious hotel to me because I've never been in it. And I've always, have you guys been in that one, the San Francisco Hilton in Chinatown?
Stayed there twice when I had to do whiplash shifts with the show.
Look at you, buddy.
Nice hotel.
What you got going on? You got a scouting report?
It's a taller building, long hallways. It's it's a nice hotel. It
has beds.
Yeah,
long
has
hallways.
a shower.
There's a TV. There's a
toilet.
microwave.
Yes.
beautiful lobby.
Wow.
It's a nice hotel.
5-star reviews from young Tony.
How would I don't want to spoil the treat if your parents are listening, but that'd be a nice little present for mom and dad.
I think it would be great because the irony of me winning a raffle for a hotel in San Francisco 3 months after I moved to San Francisco.
Yeah, except, could be your, you know what I mean? You could use it as your little, as we like to call it, pied-à-terre.
Dude,
right?
there it is. The French headquarters.
for your little side action.
Hey, now.
Because you can't have side action if you don't have primary action.
Yeah, you need
right?
main action to have side action.
Exactly. Well, no, that's great for your mom and dad, especially you said they're coming down to see Steve Miller Band.
Yeah, they want to check out Def Leppard, Journey, Steve Miller Band. So,
Look at Marcus. They're going to be like my
won
son.
the raffle last night.
Our son is now a primetime morning drive host on a major market radio station, and he's gifting us hotel rooms in San Francisco. Bro, like, it was like a year ago that they were like, where's Marcus's next meal coming from,
Yeah,
dude?
exactly. Like,
now he's like,
is Marcus still alive?
Mom and Dad, I got you the penthouse suite at the San Francisco Hilton.
What more do you want? And it came with a $200 gift card to OJ's too, Original Joe's.
Did you make sure you lock down the gift? Because like sometimes you win stuff in a raffle and it never shows up.
Well, that's the thing, dude. I got so distracted by chopping it up with Bruce Bochy and Sergio Romo and Chris Berman after the whole show that we were walking out. And I don't know if it was young Tony or Walt or Maria Lopez were like, hey, did you claim your raffle prize yet? I was like, oh, no, I got to go to that table and claim my prize.
Did you?
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I got the certificate. I got the gift card. I'm good to go, Murph.
619 says, I'm calling frozen ticket on Murphy. The fix was in.
Here comes the allegations.
Interesting. Interesting.
Hey, I won fair and square, all right. I was the only guy at the table who threw down a crisp blue face 100, Murph. Bought myself 6 different tickets.
I got to tell you guys.
Everybody else was, short arm in their pockets. Like, oh, maybe I'll buy one ticket. I said, no, this is for the Special Olympics. This is for a good cause. And Murph, I'm a degenerate gambler. If you give me a chance to buy raffle tickets, I want in on the action.
I got to tell you guys, so I barely got to eat my dinner last night. I ran down during Franco Finn's auction to wolf down half of that tenderloin. And I looked over, and Marcus had a strip of raffle tickets, and I knew what they cost. I'm like, my man threw down.
Oh, I had a strip of them, and I even threw one to Young Tony. I was like, Young Tony, take a ticket.
And then I'm pulling out the raffles, and I pull out the one, and I look to my right, and here comes the grinning mug of a Marcus Boucher. I'm like, that's my partner. He just won the raffle.
Yeah, and thanks for the shout out. I had a bunch of people coming up to me after the show like, hey, congrats on your big win.
Oh, man.
I was like, what, are we talking about the ratings book or the raffle?
Very good, buddy. All right, well, that was a highlight there. So Anthony Edwards, a big winner. Boucher, a big winner. All right, hey, back to the Giants, guys. If you're just tuning in, thoughts on Mason Black and where he fits in and where the hell do they go from here? Is it time to call up the kids? Next on The Sports Leader.
But I was 4th, 5th hitter. You know what that mean.
Clean up.
Straight clean up on aisle 3. Come get it.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Let's talk about Marin Health. Obviously, we love the North Bay, world-class beauty. And let's talk about the world-class secret called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health. World-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
He throws, and Real Muto swings and misses. Strike three. Got him with a fastball. 2-2 count to Bryce Harper. Black throws, and it is strike three called. Got him looking with a changeup. First one thrown in that inning by Mason Black. He strikes out Bryce Harper to complete a 1-2-3, bottom of the first. And that's part of the challenge here today for Mason Black. He will face Harper, swings at the first pitch. It's a fly ball out to left center. A lot of room, though. Conforto moving over. He's under it. He's got it.
It means a lot being close to home. I felt bad, being a getaway day. Wasn't able to see every single person out there, but it was incredible.
About how many people did you know in the stands?
Oh, I can't even give an estimate. Maybe 100, 200. It's up there.
Could you hear them?
I didn't hear them. I was trying not to hear anything out there.
Mason Black, a heartwarming story, even in a loss, and even though his fifth inning did not go the way you wanted. It's always good to see a homegrown pitcher make a debut, much less in his hometown. So that was pretty darn cool. And yes, young Tony, look at you with the Rolling Stone. You Rolling Stones, kid? You, yes?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit, huh? You
I've heard
gone
this one.
A little bit more current. You could have gone Pearl Jam Black.
Ooh.
All right. So anything else? You guys any more current than that even?
Stay tuned.
All right. Hey,
we hit him with the green turns to black revolution on Friday, Reggae Friday.
In honor of Mason?
As we were talking about Mason Black getting the call, and then, of course, gets the call this weekend, makes his Major League debut yesterday, and yes, Murph, strikes out JT Realmuto swinging, and then paints the corner black with that inside slider against Bryce Harper.
It was very, very strong debut, and then, of course, third time through, that Phillies lineup ain't getting fooled by no one. It'll be interesting to watch them continue to go, because right now they're 25-11, and they're putting the Braves and Dodgers on notice. And
the Phillies have won 10 out of the last 11 games, and Murph, 17 out of the last 20.
They haven't lost a home game since April 14th. Whew. Of course, they keep playing the Giants. They may never lose another home game. Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. How about Farhan last night at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame? And by the way, shout out to everybody for the 7 o'clock crowd you didn't hear last night. The family outing last night. We all went to the Hyatt Regency Embarcadero for the Bay Area 2024 Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And we think we all had a good time, particularly because your boy ended it early. I got you out there 20 minutes ahead of schedule. That's sinful, man.
Well,
That's
you know why?
Was it almost too fast, guys? Was it almost too fast?
Make the Bay Area Hall of Fame ceremony long again.
Was it like one of those games where you go to a ball game, you're like, the game's over too fast?
Yeah, it's like, I got a Logan Webb gem that only lasted 2 hours and 5 minutes. I need some more baseball. I need some more Brian Murphy. But Murph, I think the reason why you were on the clock the entire show is because you had John Curley in the background yelling, clock, 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 clock.
Curley was inspired by the Irish priest from County Cork, Father Healy.
Clock, 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 clock.
Who stole my notes, by the way?
I was going to say, that was a hilarious
Guy
riff.
walked up, read a little Irish poem, and then walked away with my notes.
Dude, and how about the fact that when Father Healy asked us all bow our heads for the prayer before dinner, I go down, I give my prayer, of course, and then I look up right when the prayer is done, and I make eye contact with Farhan Zaidi. As if I was asking for my prayers for the Giants to win a game were being answered.
Were you saying
Turns out my prayers were not answered. They lost the game
for the
yesterday.
orange and black.
I was like, I'm trying to throw up a Hail Mary to get the Giants to score some runs.
A clean.
And there he was. There he was.
Incredible, man. He showed his face. I got to give him credit. Philly 6, Giants 1. Giants fall to 15-21, guys. Oof. 15-21. It's a clean-ass sweep, 4 straight games. The Phillies are your daddy. It's as simple as that. And it was a 29-11 series. All sorts of things you want. What do you want? Former Giant Zach Wheeler striking out 11 in 7 innings.
No, I don't want that.
You want Matt Chapman going 1 for 15 with 8 strikeouts in the series, saying, I feel embarrassed.
I don't want that either.
But Mason Black is now going forward. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with Blake Snell. I guess there's another milestone today. We'll see. But everything's gone terrible with Soler, Chapman, Snell. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee had a couple of knocks yesterday. And I think of the 4, if you're going to go Soler, Chapman, Snell, Lee, the 4 big additions, Lee is the least of your worries.
Yeah,
I would say.
I'm least concerned about Jung-Hoo Lee. That's why I told you I was out in Vegas and threw down some money for him to win Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Now, that's a tall ask for me to put out there for Jung-Hoo Lee, but just watching his bat, using the eye test that Chris Berman was talking about last night, he gives you competitive at-bats, and he's playing really good defense out in center field, getting a great jump on balls, covering a lot of territory out there. Of course, he's not going to hit 340 like he did in his career over in the KBO, but he, at least to me, is still giving you competitive at-bats every time at the plate.
Let's get a little bit into Mason Black, because is this guy going to be a part of this Giant? Third-round draft pick in 2021, high draft pick, a lot invested in, was great at Lehigh, has been fantastic in the minors. This is not a fluke-type situation. This is a guy that if the Giants are going to build anything here, it's going to be around their starting pitching, and he could very well be a part of it. So Bob Melvin after the game. Now, the key was leaving him out there for the 5th inning because the Giants' bullpen has been on absolute tilt. Overload, the blinking siren, whatever you want, analogy you want to use. They're just absolutely gassed, exhausted, you name it. And they got 3 in Colorado starting today at 5:40. Hey, young Kyle Harrison, can we ask you with your high pitch count to get deeper than 5 innings tonight?
I mean, the last time the Giants won a game, Kyle Harrison was on the bump.
And he went 6. What are we talking about? It was the
six in Boston.
Did he go 6 or 5?
I think he went 6 with 7 strikeouts off the top of my head.
Does he have 7 in him anywhere? Could he go 7 in Denver? That's a tall ask.
Yeah, that's a tough ask. But I know that's been his goal all season long. We've talked to him multiple times during spring training. We had him on earlier this year, and he said he wants to work into the 6th inning every year. I mean, through his first 4 or 5 starts of the season, 3 or 4, I should say, he was head-to-head with Logan Webb for most innings pitched on the team.
Yeah, well, they need him anyway because the bullpen has been absolutely gassed. But here's Bob Melvin on this guy, Mason Black, who may be very well a part of this team going forward. Cut S as in Snell, young Tony.
Doesn't really suggest, how he pitched. He hasn't pitching deep into games. We needed him to go out for the 5th today, and that's kind of where it all came loose. Early on in the game, 2 times through the lineup, he was really good. Proud of him.
Okay, then they asked him to go a 3rd time. Now, certain starting pitchers, you want to go eventually you want to get to the point where you can go 3 times, but he's not at that point yet sophistication-wise. Jackson Reitz is the catcher, and the Phillies lineup, start to finish, is just phenomenal. So that was a really tough, and you got Bryce Harper. Well, 2 knocks before then, too. The 2 hitters, I forget the 2 singles before.
Yeah, and when he gave up his first run of the game, he had back-to-back walks with 2 outs, gave away a couple free 90s.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
even after that, that's why I was surprised he came back out the next inning to face Bryce Harper because, as we were talking about earlier, the kid hasn't thrown more than 71 pitches in any game down in Sacramento.
By the way, I want to shout out the energy of the first inning of the family. That was so positive, and I felt like maybe this is what they need. This energy, this Mason Black energy, and they got a couple runners on in the first inning, and then Flores grounded into a double play. But the family was doing great. You can see grandma, brother, mom, dad, and 190 other friends from Scranton, Pennsylvania. But anyway, here's Melvin some more about Mason Black. Cut T as in Tony, young Tone.
Yeah. Short answer is yes. But there are a lot of nerves or a lot of things going through your mind early in games, and he pitched well during times that are going to be the most dicey for him, which would be early in a game in your first major league start. So we learned a lot about him there.
Yeah, so, coming in the first inning could have been bad. Could have been jittery, could have been walking fools, the way Keaton Wynn was the other night, too. And then finally, Melvin, on what Mason Black should take away from this start. Cut U as in Rihanna's umbrella.
That he can go through a really good team playing really well, a couple times through the lineup very effectively. They didn't have very good swings off him the first couple times around. So, the message to him was you pitched well. We just needed you to go a little bit longer than maybe you were prepared to go.
Yeah. So that's interesting. We needed you to go longer than you were prepared to go.
Right, but isn't the whole minor league system about preparing guys for their big league debut?
559 says, Josh in the 559 says, it's how the Giants treat their minor league pitchers, not stretching them out, and then they expect him to do it against Philly.
Yeah, that's a bold strategy, Cotton.
209 says, hey, Alex Wood went 6 shutout last night. Unfortunately, it was for the A's.
Yeah, whatever. They lost to Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers.
Yeah. 925 asks, what's the status on Snell? Well, he's supposed to pitch again today for another milestone. By the way, shout out Bochy finishing up that win, and they got to that 8th inning guy that the A's have, Erseg, who's so good. They hit a 3-run bomb off him to win the game. The Rangers did. Boch, dude, the kind of guy Boch is. Instead of going, hops in a town car and books over to the Hyatt Regency Embarcadero to see his boy Sabian going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. That's that group, man. They were tight. There were times, man, back in the day when we would talk to Bochy in the 2000s and the early 2010s, and we'd be at the park on a Wednesday day and talking to Bochy after the meeting. The meeting goes, man, Sabes had me in the office late last night with a couple of bottles of wine, man. Ooh, I'm dragging today.
A couple bottles.
Dude, Sabian was, Ned Coletti referred to that in the speech about, whether we won, we'd be out till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. And if we lost, we were really out until 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Dude.
I can't remember if it was Ned or Berman and said, he gave me a seat at the table and always had a seat open at the bar.
Yeah. Hey, if anybody was at Gino and Carlos last night, let us know. Did the crew pour in there? And he had about 20 scouts with him, and all the old players came back. Vogie came back from Atlanta, which was great to see. And then Berman. I said to Berman right before the last thing, because I wanted to make sure everybody knew we were on schedule. I said to Boomer, hey, Boomer, don't worry. We got one last thing to do, then we'll let you loose in North Beach.
Oh,
all right, buddy?
I dropped the Shanghai Kellys on him last night.
You did, yeah. What did he say?
I said, let's go have a soda, Chris. He said, after tonight, I don't know, Marcus.
Well, to be honest, you guys need to know this about him. He didn't toot his own horn about this. He came from Chris Mortensen's funeral, which was, I think, in Arkansas that morning. And he chartered a private plane to come out for Sabe. Talk about loyalty. He talked about that word loyalty.
Right.
What you do for your friends, guys. You don't say, hey, I'm booked. I can't do it. I'm tired. You go do it. And that's what Berman did last night. And he wasn't looking for any credit for it, but it is what you do for your friends and what Sabian engendered in that whole group right there. Meanwhile, the Giants are 15-21. All right. Let's talk about it with Dwayne Kuiper on the other side. Should be fun on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
All right, I got a good friend, Steve Moskowitz, on the line on a Tuesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you didn't pay your taxes or you didn't file?
Cause, for a lot of people, and I've talked about this with your listeners, they suffer for years. It's like suffering with a medical problem. You're just in pain. You're pain. You don't go to the doctor. Finally, you go to the doctor. And the doctor says, that's all? Here, take this pill. And it's a simple fix. And so many times when I've talked to a client, and some of your listeners, and we solve their problem, that's it? I said, that's it? Well, I thought it was going to be so complicated. I said, no, it's simple. And they suffered for years needlessly when it's an easy fix. Look, we have a simple, free chat. Just call me. We're going to talk about your case. I'll explain all your options, all the things you can do, all your rights. And then if you want us to, we'll just go ahead and do it for you. And let's put those tax problems in the rearview mirror. Enjoy your life. Maybe you have a simple fix too.
Sounds real good, Steve. For more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM at 6:80 a.m.
All right, it was a big night for the Giants last night. The Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Brian Sabian going in. It was really fun. Took our mind off the loss in Philly. Let's talk about it with Kite, who's brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Dwayne Kuiper on a Tuesday morning. Good morning, Dwayne. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kuip.
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for asking. I know that you mean it.
We do.
I do. And yeah, I'm a little bummed at what's going on with the Giants. I think we all are. I know that things aren't right when it gets a little uncomfortable at the grocery store and at Starbucks because fans can't get to the players, but they can get to us. And I, quite frankly, I don't have any answers. I did notice in the paper today the one game story. I took some of the words that were used in the game story or some of the sentences, like Melvin says, yeah, we got to clean it up. Or Matt Chapman saying, you know what, I'm embarrassed, not just for me, but for everybody. There has to be a sense of urgency. That's their words, not mine. And we got to scratch and claw. If we're not going to hit the ball out of the park, we got to scratch and claw. Again, their words, not mine. And a number of different players said they were disappointed in the way they've been playing. So, look, they get it. But it just has not come together. And in all honesty, it's not that we should have seen this coming, but we did know that this trip was going to be tough. Red Sox have the best ERA in baseball. The Phillies have the best ERA in the National League. Now, are those excuses? They're not. They're facts. And if you're facing a team that's not hitting, it's not a good matchup. The Phillies third in the league in home runs, third in hits. Yeah, they're pretty good. So if you're not on the top of your game, you're going to get swept, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, Zach Wheeler on the mound yesterday, 11 strikeouts. Giants tied a season high with 13 total strikeouts. But, Kuip, you're absolutely right. The Red Sox and the Phillies are two of the hottest teams in baseball right now, but there's no excuses. The Giants' offense is just not producing. Do you think maybe there needs to be a change in the offensive approach or maybe a shakeup in the lineup moving forward?
I mean, you can't change your approach. I mean, for most guys, they've had this approach since they got to the big leagues or probably even before that. I mean, you can change whether you want to be a little bit more aggressive, go at the first pitch. If it's something good, don't wait until you get two strikes. I mean, you can play around and toy around with that. But if you're facing a really great pitcher like Wheeler and like Suarez the other night, even Nola. I mean, Nola's ERA is in the middle threes, but they had him on the ropes. But even those guys, Marcus, after an at-bat or two, they're going to figure out what you're doing. And they're going to change. I mean, that's how you stay in the big leagues. You make adjustments. Look, I was thinking today, what's the best way to put this with what's going on as far as where you are in the season? Well, it's getting late early. And they got to start doing some things, and they got to start doing it right away.
Yeah,
look, you got the Rock. It's never fair to any team to say, well, you got to really blow away the Rockies. Really? This is the big leagues. But they do it. They are tied for the worst record in baseball, but it's still Denver. So they got to get it together these next three games, because when you go home, Reds are pretty good, aren't they? I mean, they're like the D-backs. They got young guys running around all over the place. And then following the Reds, you got that team that likes to wear blue. Yeah. So, yeah, you better snap out of it, or Melvin's going to have another meeting because he hates having these meetings. But you're going to have to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it. I just, every offensive category, they're not at the bottom of the league, but they're squarely around 20th in everything, whether it's 18th in batting average, 23rd in on-base percentage, 20th in slugging, 21st in OPS, 23rd in runs. They're just right down there around the bottom, the beginning of the last third. It's just really uninspiring. To Marcus's point about shaking things up, whether it's the approach or the lineup, the easy thing to say as a fan and a talk show host is, hey, call up the kid. Call up the kids. Elliot Ramos is there, and Austin Slater's not hitting, and, so that's one option. The shortstop, Nick Ahmed, generally fielding it well. Unfortunate error the other day, but not hitting, so what point do you think about calling up a kid versus giving a veteran 31 games, I think it is, or 36 games, 36 games.
Murph, I don't think you have a shortstop in your system that can do better than Ahmed or do better than Fitzgerald. I don't think anybody believes that, Liriano is ready defensively to hold that job down. Ramos is another story. I mean, he's doing everything you need to do to be considered getting called up to the big leagues. So it's not really what Ramos is doing as much as it is what Slater isn't. And nobody knows that more than Slater does. I mean, you can tell now with his body language that he's starting to wear it. And if you're not playing every day and you're only playing against left-handers, I mean, you might go for a stretch where you don't see a left-handed starter in a week. So now you're not getting the chance to get your swing back. You're just sitting there wearing it. Yeah, I mean, look, you could do that. You could call Ramos up, and then, I mean, you got to let Slater. If you do that, you can't. Slater's not going to go to AAA. So you got to, see if somebody else wants him. And I just don't know if the Jets are ready to give up on the guy that's had some history.
Kipe, I know we've been focusing a lot on the offensive struggles, but one of the most surprising things about this road trip and just recently from the Giants is their defensive struggles also, especially with a guy like Matt Chapman, who is a two-time Platinum Gold Glove winner. He's got 6 errors this year, which is tied for the Major League lead. Is there any explanation from what we're seeing right now defensively from Matt Chapman?
Not one thing that I could think of. Look, I always thought that I was a pretty good defensive player. And every once in a while, you're going to go through a slump defensively, and you just can't explain it, whether you're a little unlucky or whether the ball bounces a little bit weird, and all of a sudden in a span of 10 days, you've made 3 or 4 errors, and it messes with you. Boy, does it ever mess with you, because that's all the amount of errors you want to make in a season, let alone in 10 days. So, yeah, I mean, even great defensive players, and I consider him a great defensive player, are going to fall into a slump. Problem is when you're not winning games, it's multiplied. Any defensive player would like to make an error when you're winning 9-1 or losing 9-1, not in a close game. And unfortunately for Chapman, these errors have been, they've caused some damage. And, the other thing look, Mike and I don't do this show to make excuses because nobody wants to hear excuses. But they lost their best player defensively and their best player offensively in the very first game against the Phillies. And that's Patrick Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
And then and right away, look, I'm not calling out, the backup catcher, but immediately there's a pass ball and a run scores.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you're like, what the heck is going on? Mm-hmm. And then they lose Walker, and then, all of a sudden now the guy that was 5th on the catcher's list, all of a sudden he's in the big leagues. And you're trying to win games. And, it's really hard to do when you lose defensively maybe the best or the most important position on the field.
It's a big thing we haven't really probably given enough to. He really has been their best player. He really has been, and they need him. And the Phillies are on an absolute heater right now. You want no part of them. So, Kai, we ended on something positive, and that was last night, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. A year ago, you inducted Buster. Last night, there they were. Man, it was an old home week. Kai, we had not just Sabian going in, but Ned Coletti came up for it. A bunch of old scouts that I don't know. Sergio Romo, Ryan Vogelsong, Javier Lopez, Jeremy Affelt, on and on and on. Farhan and the new crew were there. The Giants bought 6 tables to pay tribute to him. Larry Nibby, Larry Bear, the whole crew. So we missed you, but old Sabes was just, I think he was beaming last night. I think he was.
Yeah, and you know what? He doesn't like those things. And if you remember when he was here, you never saw him at those functions. Really early in his tenure as a GM, I asked him when he was going to wear a tie. And he said, "You give me a tie, and I'll wear it when we win a world championship." So I gave him a tie.
Yeah.
And we win a world championship. I thought he was going to have to wear it in 2002. I really did.
Yeah.
And then when we win it in 2010, he remembered, and so did I, and he said he lied.
He didn't wear one last night. He went tieless last night.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
He's not going to wear a tie. I mean, we're all lucky that he actually showed up.
I think he was pretty pleased by the whole thing. Chris Berman flew in. Chris Berman flew in from Chris Mortenson's funeral earlier in the morning, which was incredible because it was in the South. So
yeah, you know what? As much as we love our statue and the way we recognize importance in that organization, you could argue that he needs a statue. You could. I mean, I don't know where you'd put it. Maybe you can put it right in the front of the office of the Giants, but or put it in one of the seats behind home plate where the scouts sit. But that's how important this man was to this organization, and I'm glad he was honored. I really am, and I wish I was there. I feel bad that I wasn't, but that's the way things go.
Okay.
Yeah, and Kai, to Murph's point, you saw all the love from the former players, and you saw love from his former manager that won 3 World Series titles with him. Bruce Bochy was able to actually show up last night after the Texas Rangers got the win in Oakland. What does that say about Bruce Bochy for showing up to this event to honor Brian Sabian, even though he had to go and manage a big league game last night?
Well, I mean, when you think about it, I mean, these two were tied at the hip from the very first day that Bruce Bochy became available to manage this team. And their relationship was really fun to be around when those two win, lose, or draw, whatever it was. And after the game, when Saves would go into Boch's office, they may be there it might be an all-nighter. I think Murph would tell you a couple of times where they never left the park before the next game. And
yes.
Whether it was celebrating or whether it was dealing with a losing streak, it didn't matter. And both of them lived, across the street, so it wasn't like they had to get in their car and drive. But it was, hey, put the 2 statues together. That's what I said.
Yeah, Ned Coletti said, we go out and win. We'd be out till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. We'd have a tough loss. We'd be out till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. So
That's right.
it was great. Joe Montana showed up to support John Taylor. Ricky Henderson was there, which is I joke because I did the year Ricky got inducted. I said Ricky didn't even come the year he was inducted, so that was a big deal to see him last night. And Chris Mullen and so many great names. Mario Alioto and Raymond Ritter do a great job. So good to see Saints.
Did you move things along?
Marcus, can you vouch?
Kipe. It's like the pitch clock was installed right behind Brian Murphy. He got us out of there 20 minutes early.
Come on.
It's like they would say the games are going too fast now. Now they're saying Bischoff's going too fast.
Yeah, it was over before the meal was served. That's bad. You usually have to have the crowd get a few cocktails in them before anybody's any good.
Yeah. Maybe
not with Murph.
No way. No laughs. We're getting you out of there, baby. We finished 20 minutes early. How about that?
Yeah, well, that's fantastic.
Good
job by you, Murph.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. I earned my paycheck. Okay, here's the deal. Yes.
One other thing.
Yes. Yes.
I appreciate the fact that Mike and I get to talk about the team, whether they're going great or whether they're not. But it's always important for us to let our Giants fans know that this is not the time to give up.
No. It's May 7th.
I mean, this is not the time to say, woe is me. Let's break this bunch up and think about next. No, it's absolutely not. This roster was put together by Farhan to score runs, and they're not doing it. But there's a history with each and every one of these guys that's what they do. I mean, Jorge Soler is not going to be what he is now all year. Chapman knows. I mean, he's the guy that said, I'm embarrassed. So, let's just get behind him and see if we can get a little bit of a roll going. And then by July, this road trip would have been forgotten about.
It's May 7th, for gosh sake. So let's go. Ball game tonight at 5:40. Kipe, you'll be at the park Friday. We'll talk to you next week. Be good.
All right. See you guys.
Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA guest line. Big hit, 808 KNBR to react to Kuiper. Are you giving up on May 7th? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants are 1-6 on their current road trip. Kyle Harrison will try to stop the losing streak again in Colorado, but you just heard Dwayne Kuiper say it's too early to give up on the Giants this season. Do you agree? Do you disagree? 808 KNBR is the number. Hit us up on social, on Twitter, on Instagram, and check out the new KNBR app.
Now, this is The Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I was thinking today, what's the best way to put this with what's going on as far as where you are in the season? Well, it's getting late early. And they got to start doing some things, and they got to start doing it right away. Look, you got the Rock. It's never fair to any team to say, well, you got to really blow away the Rockies. Really, this is the big leagues. But they do it. They are tied for the worst record in baseball, but it's still Denver. So they got to get it together these next 3 games.
There it is, Dwayne Kuiper saying, yeah, I mean, it's the 8-26 Rockies. Yeah, you better, because they got to get it going. And that hit with Dwayne Kuiper is brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And, of course, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. That's where we are on the big hit, guys, because, I mean, it continues to be a crisis. 808 KNBR, are you giving up? I know it sounds crazy on May 7th. Somebody wrote in on our text line and said everyone on X has given up on the Giants. I said, first of all, it's officially X now. Have we dropped Twitter?
I don't know.
X now?
I was thinking about that the other day because when I go on Twitter/X, I still type in Twitter in my search bar.
I agree.
I don't just type in X.
But this guy, this was a significant moment where he said everyone on X. And I said, well, then again, of course everyone on X has given up on Twitter on the Giants because that's what you do on X. You give up on things on
By the way,
X.
if we're changing the name to X, which I know they've been trying to do for a while now, then do we still call them tweets? Like I sent out a tweet last night, or am I sending out an X now?
You're sending out all my. You can only do it in Texas because all my exes live in Texas.
Look at you, Murph.
You know, young George. You're George Strait, young man. Try being a Kentucky kid.
Yeah.
Look at you. Yes.
I don't listen to a ton of the music, but I know.
Seen him a couple times. He's the Frank Sinatra of country. And by that, I mean just iconic status. But the point is of course, everyone on Twitter is giving up on the Giants. That's what you do on Twitter. You don't go on Twitter to spread sunshine.
No.
You go on Twitter to rip. And if I ever send out a remotely positive tweet, man, oh, man, the avalanche comes in, including the standard. Oh, really? You wanted Bob Melvin over Gabe? Kapler's Army still comes at me.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
That's exactly
The
right.
Kapler Army.
I like your tweets in all shapes and sizes. There it is.
Are they the ones sending you the AI memes of the protests saying hire Kapler?
Rehire Gabe Kapler, dude. That's an incredibly creepy meme. But yeah, you know what he said to me? Hey, where are the Murphy tweets? He walked into the lid. You got anything for me, buddy?
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
I like some runs in all shapes and
As
sizes.
our old buddy said, Prince just singing his ass off in there, too. Do you have the, hey, where are the Murphy tweets? You have that, too?
Hey, I'm looking for the Murphy tweets.
Give me that, buddy. That's a beauty.
You know what he usually says about your tweets?
That's an uninformed take.
Yes.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
Yeah. Is this guy, would they be better than 15 and 21 if it was Gabe? Did you see this incredibly, young Tony, did you the one who sent me this Pavlovich stat about the 36 games?
I think it was Curly.
Curly? Bro. This is scary.
Dog.
First of all, how did Alex Pavlovich have the brain to come up with this? That's really, he's like going, he's going next level Giants depression.
Look at the big brains on Pavlovich.
He said the final 36 games of last year when Gabe lost in all shapes and sizes. All right, buddy? The Giants.
I like them in all shapes and sizes.
I like
and this one
losing.
was thick and juicy.
Okay, the final 36 of last year that got Gabe fired, they went 14 and 22. First 36 this year, 15 and 21.
Ooh.
So, bro, identical. Okay, last 36 last year when they got Gabe fired, 132 runs scored. First 36 this year, 132 runs scored. Whoa, dude, this is getting creepy now. It's getting creepy. Final 36 games last year that got Gabe fired, 36 homers. First 36 games this year, 32 homers. Last 36 games last year that got Gabe fired, 674 OPS. First 36 games this year, 669 OPS. Dude,
That is
Tim
not
Ryan does not
nice.
like it. So let's go out to the phones. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Is that Mikey V? Or no, it's a different. That's not our Mikey V, is it? Or is it just a Mike V in San Francisco? Now, is this our Mikey V or just a Mikey V? Good morning, Mike.
It's Mike B. I'm a resident and a native of San Francisco.
Okay.
How you doing, Murphy?
It's great. Hey, it's good. We have a Mikey V up in Petaluma, so there's multiple Mike V's. So it's good to have you, Mike. How are you, man?
What's up, Mike?
We could go Val. Today.
What you got, Mike? What's on your mind?
So, you guys had me rolling there for a minute. It's always great to hear Kuiper on. It's good to get a kick in the pants in the morning from you guys. And what I was thinking is we call it Section X now. So it's Section X. It's like we're at the ball game together and we're just chiming in our feelings and thoughts every night over there on Twitter.
Okay.
And I was just thinking how, I'm up 6 in the morning. I'm listening to you guys. I'm listening to Lasky and K.O. Crowley at night. And I kind of feel like our crew over there on X has a Bruce Bochy and Brian Sabian approach to it where we're up talking about it all night. Maybe it's just me. But, I do like annoying you guys a little bit and love figuring out the lineups the next day.
Well, say who are you starting to? How are you changing the lineup then, Mike? You got a chance. What are you doing?
Well, it's not just the lineup; it's the philosophy. We're near dead last in steals, right?
Yeah,
so
correct.
We had put Estrada up at the top of the lineup, and today tonight at 5:40, we do have a great opportunity against the 0-5 pitcher with a near 6 RA and only 18 strikeouts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be pretty hard for us to strike out against this guy.
Yeah, Mike. So listen, I hear you on Section X, buddy. We'll be looking for you. We appreciate you calling. We got some other calls to get to, but I hear you. You guys are just trying to figure it out, whether it's approach or lineup or personnel, and so we'll see you on X, brother. Thank you, man. Mike, look at me calling it X now.
I know.
I don't know what to make about that.
Now you're a member of Section X.
I don't know what to make about that. 619 says, I'll say this. Gabe Kapler would have had a lefty up in Boston to face Jaron Duran in a 3-2 game. And Gabe would have had Miller up to face Schwarber and Harper yesterday. Interesting.
Very interesting.
All right, 619. Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, that was, I don't want to say my biggest concern yesterday with Mason Black's outing, which we talked about earlier this morning. I thought he was impressive his first 2 times through the lineup. But once they asked him to go back out there after having back-to-back walks and allowing a run in the 4th inning, to ask him to go back out there in the 5th, when they did not expend his pitch count more than 70 pitches all year long in the minor leagues, where he was the most dominant pitcher in AAA this year with a 1.01 ERA with the Sacramento River Cats. To never give him that leash to expand and then to ask him to do it for the first time all year in his MLB debut against that Phillies lineup against Bryce Harper, they ended up bringing in Eric Miller right away. I think that's a great text you pointed out.
Yeah, I think so. So that's a bad move. I mean, Melvin, listen, you judge, but you press buttons, and you get judged by the buttons you press, and Melvin's pressing the wrong buttons there. He really is. It's as simple as that, and I'm a huge supporter. But the fact of the matter is the buttons aren't working, and you left Mason Black out there too long, even though he would sit here and tell you we had to because we couldn't stretch Miller out for 2 innings. We could only do 1 inning. 650 asks, are the Giants in their Tom Sula, Chip Kelly era? Oh, my God.
No.
This guy, by the way, still he gets the texter of the day because earlier he referred to Marcus Boucher winning the raffle last night at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. There were 8 raffle prizes. I drew the tickets. And he won the 2 nights at the San Francisco Hilton in Financial District, Chinatown.
Winner chicken dinner.
And I said, that could be your pied-à-terre, could be your, if you know what I mean, it could be your side spot.
Hey, now.
6'5", this same guy who says, are the Giants in the Tom Sula, Chip Kelly era, says, if Marcus won that hotel room, it could be his version of the Earl Woods Winnebago. Now, that's a deep, if you know your Tiger Woods documentary history, that's an incredible text.
Wow.
So, young Tony, do you know this one here? Because you're a golf fan.
I know Earl Woods. I don't know about the Winnebago.
There was a huge Tiger Woods documentary during COVID that just got into the deep dive of his, and Earl had a Winnebago he used for recreational purposes, shall we say?
It's
yes,
Earl.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Oh boy. Jose in Oakland always chimes in every now and then when he's got something important to say.
Listen.
Jose, we love hearing from you, buddy. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Jose?
Hey, guys, good morning. Marv, I don't know if you recall when I called back after they signed Matt Chapman, and I told you, well, let's not start blinking each other's blinks.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It would be beating on a dead horse for me to say, there's things they do this, they that. I don't even think Farhad is even the problem, it's ownership. I could easily blame it on Farhad and say that in the past 6 years he's drafted, 2 or 3 good players and signed 1 or 2 decent, free agents that became free agents after the first year. But to be honest with you, it's the people that have him in charge. It kind of takes me back to the time when Jed York decided to keep Barkey and decided to that it was a better idea to fire Harbaugh. It's not going to make any difference. The guy came here based on reputation, the reputation that he gained based on what Billy Beane was doing in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, nothing's going to change. To be honest with you, I'm not even disheartened or disappointed. I expected this, and that's the sad part about it.
Wow, Jose. So just the resigned surrender that you're on. You're like, I'm not even going to worry about it because this is exactly what I expect to play out, and it'll be this way. Now, let me just ask you, Jose, about ownership, because they did spend their payroll is $198 million. So
but that's money badly spent. I mean, that's me going over there and paying, $40,000 for a Yugo.
Okay.
I mean,
nice
I bought my car. It cost me $40,000. So what? You spend it on a Yugo. You didn't spend
so for you,
on an Audi.
you were first guessing that Matt Chapman would not be a productive player this year.
Look, the guy lasted there for a long time. It's kind of like when you go to the supermarket and you have 2 5-pound steaks. One of them is $60, and the other one is $20. The one that's $20 is still sitting there and nobody's buying it. Why? Because it's about to expire.
Ooh.
That's why nobody's buying it.
Dude, are you saying the USDA expiration date is up on Matt Chapman at age 31? He's only 31.
Yeah. I mean, he was productive, but the key word is was. And like I said, if he had been any good, he would have lasted that long.
Jose, are you applying the same premise, the expired steak premise, to Jorge Soler, too?
Nah, he still has about a week left.
Oh, wow.
1 week.
Wow. What about Jung-Hoo Lee?
You know what? He's still up and coming. Honestly, I'm kind of intrigued about the guy. I think he has the right attitude.
And what if I said that they have good starting pitching is everything in life, and they have good starting pitching?
Well, let's see how long that one lasts.
Okay. Jose, you're the man. Always good hearing from you, buddy. Thanks for the call. So he says you spent $40,000 on a Yugo. Do you know what a Yugo is, young Tony? A Yugo.
The three of us were asking each other what that is.
I'm just desperately trying to get something for our last segment. That's all. I'm just throwing something. A Yugo was a terribly made, a cheap and lousy performing car that came out of Eastern Europe in the late 80s or mid to late 80s. It was like you're buying this car. This is back when Eastern Europe had a bad reputation because the Berlin Wall might have still been up. Back then, it was like you couldn't even trust it. I don't even know how the car made it out. But if you bought a Yugo, you're like, what are you doing buying a Yugo? They were bad. They were small and ugly and unattractive and ineffective.
Looks smaller than a Pinto.
Yeah, what year do you have on a Yugo over there? Do you have
Yugo? I don't know. I put in Yugo and I'm seeing
yeah,
like...
can you get a wiki on Yugo and tell me when did they start coming out?
I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm getting like
Because I'm trying to figure out if it came out before the Berlin Wall fell in 89. I don't even know how the cars got over here. Was it because I do think I want to say they predated 89.
Production, November 28th, 1980 to November of 2008.
Yeah, so they came over before the Berlin Wall fell. We're like, what are these?
Yeah.
Because, dude, I'm telling you, the Eastern Europe before the Berlin Wall fell, that was a bad rep. You know what I mean? There was like not exactly high. They weren't. The war and the OPS was not strong coming out of Eastern Europe over there.
Literally the war.
People lined up for a mile to get bread and toilet paper, bro. How are you going to drive their car?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Those guys aren't even thinking about the expired steaks that Jose's talking about. But here's the thing, Murph. I'm hoping that the meat hasn't gone bad because we're on track for Matt Chapman and Blake Snell to both opt into their contract next year after the start to this season.
Well, everybody, the tweeters are coming at us about Chapman and his 240 batting average. Yeah, but he's always been a more productive hitter than that in terms of homers and RBIs. I get it. The batting average was never there, but he was a homer and RBI guy.
I mean, we're talking about a former all-star third baseman. And I know we praise his defense a lot, which is the most mind-boggling thing to me right now, that he's tied for the major league lead in errors. That should not be happening with Matt Chapman.
Well, also, what's getting alarming is the fastballs that are blowing right past him.
Yeah, shout out to Zach Wheeler just pumping 4 straight by yesterday for his third strikeout of the game against Matt Chapman.
I mean, he drove in, I say RBI guy, 72 in 2021, 76 in 2022. Last year was not a down year for him. He drove in 54. His OPS, though, was 755 last year. His OPS right now is 602.
Oh.
Okay, so he's 150 points below last year's OPS. I'm just going to throw this one out there now. I have the Sacramento River Cats page in front of me. Elliot Ramos, in 112 at-bats, has an OPS of 951. I mean, he's putting up the numbers, bro.
He is.
And also, you know, second highest in OPS, brother. Not OPS, but second highest in batting average and leading the team in RBIs is Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about shortstop. You know, and I know they said, Luciano isn't defensively ready there. Casey Schmidt could play short.
That's a great option because I was thinking about it because we know traditionally he's more of a third baseman, but we saw him move around the diamond to shortstop and second base last year. I just have a feeling that we're not going to see Bob Melvin bench Matt Chapman. That's not going to happen.
No, I'm talking about Ahmed.
If there was an option at shortstop, I wouldn't be against calling up Casey Schmidt.
I'm telling you, man, that Johnny LeMaster thing is haunting me. It's haunting me. And last night, the 8 and 9 hitters were Tyler Fitzgerald and Jackson Reese. And I liked Fitzgerald. I saw Fitzgerald single-handedly win a game for him against the Washington Nationals. But right now, when you pair him with Reitz and all that, it doesn't look too good.
Yeah, when we're looking at Reitz, Fitzgerald, Yaz, and Chapman last night, the bottom 4 of your lineup, 0 for 13 with 9 of the 13 strikeouts.
Sweep the Rockies. Sweep the Rockies.
Go get them, Kyle.
And everything will be better on Friday morning.
I mean, if the bats don't wake up in Colorado, when are they going to wake up?
Sergio Romo to provide great perspective, great wisdom, and some Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame anecdotes, too. Next on The Sports Leader.
That's money badly spent. I mean, that's me going over there and paying, $40,000 for a Yugo.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Taylor, a.k.a. JT, was inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. But before doing so, he made an appearance on our show, The Murph and Marky Show, to talk about his time with the 49ers and to also give us a legendary draft story, including Bill Walsh. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we just saw him last night at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony where he was there to support Brian Sabian, the man who drafted him way back when, found something in this skinny kid out of Brawley, California. And now, of course, you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area, pre and post sometimes, and just in general. It's great to check in with Sergio Romo for any excuse. Serge, great having you, buddy. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Sergio?
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Doing great. You know, coming off of a great event last night, celebrating a man who not just a man, but 5 individuals that impacted the Bay Area from the sports standpoint. And one of those being Brian Sabian. It was really good to see him last night. I hadn't seen him or spoke to him in a few years, so it was like a reunion all over again, though. It was really solid.
So good. And you're right. We should mention, of course, Chris Wondolowski, the leading scorer in MLS history out of Danville, and Jenny Thompson, the most decorated female Olympic swimmer ever out of Stanford, and John Taylor catching Super Bowl winning passes, and, of course, being the legendary 49er he was. And then what are you going to say about Patrick Marleau? Skated more games than any man in NHL history. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So
was the most ready to play.
Oh, man. And then Sabes, dude. But, listen, Sergio, it's kind of a blending of last night and where the Giants are today. Because the easy thing for us to say is, it was always so much better under Sabian. But, he had his down years too, for sure. They didn't always win. But was there anything about, like, what Chris Berman was saying about the eye test and how you scout talent versus today's game of analyzing talent? Or is that overblown? I don't know. What do you think?
I'd venture to say that it can go either way. Like, I can understand both sides of that notion, where the eye test and the gut feeling, and watching somebody play and just consistently doing something and sitting there going, all right, like, man, maybe this guy has a hidden intangible that, that I'm actually can see at this moment, if it be competitiveness, if it be work ethic, if it be some kind of mental edge, a thought process, or even preparation, watching the way that used, in a sense it used to be done more, where it was, the eye test was given so much more credit in a sense before. I feel more so for the fact that it was noticeable before too, like who was better, or like who was, who had good stuff on the mound, or who can run, who can really hit the ball, who can really play baseball, right? And I think now, who can spin the ball better, who can put more revolutions on the ball. Here's all this extra analytical data that I can see where it can be a separator, for some, or it could actually just be the reason why some people have separated themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if you look at it in the eye test, I don't play big league baseball. Mm-hmm. From the eye test, I don't. But from a data standpoint, there was reasons why I was able to. Yes, it was competitiveness. It was a little bit of passion in terms of feistiness, and it just, not giving up, self-belief. But it was also the fact that I could spin the ball better than most. It was also that I could start, tunnel and throw the ball here and get it to break one way, and then exaggerate the break and make it bigger or shorter or harder. And there was reasons why, and the extra data can show that now, hindsight, but I think it's beneficial both ways, to be honest. I do appreciate the old school sentiment, though, seeing the kid. It's like going and watching my sons play. Like, I don't have the data and watching my sons play. Like, he hits the ball at this launch angle, and he can. Yeah, I don't have that data for my kids, watching my kids play. But from an eye test, I'm going, man, that kid can play. He may not throw as hard. I don't even know how hard they're throwing. It doesn't look like he's throwing as hard as that one. But, man, that kid can pitch. Look at that guy's going inside. He's going out. He's pitching at the top. He's, mixing in the changeup as opposed to a breaking ball at 12 years old. Like, I'm going, man, this kid can play. And I'm talking about my son, by the way. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not the biggest. He's not the strongest. He's not the fastest. But he is so competitive. And then you watch his teammates and you think the same thing, And if you were to give me data on these kids, I wouldn't even know how it translated to a 12-year-old, and how it would translate to professional baseball at that point. But I'm just in the notion where I believe it helps everybody, from both good and bad. Both sides help. They're both good. It's just a matter of, your perspective, your standing point on, what's important to baseball. And that was one thing about Sabian is that him and his scouting group, they were gut feelers. They saw certain things that were obvious, and then their gut feelings allowed them to see other intangibles. Not just with the guys, those of us that had success, or in terms of being able to stay in the big leagues for as long as, I was blessed to play, but there were plenty of guys that have come and gone that, you look at him and you're like, man, that guy, I didn't know that guy can do this, or I didn't know that guy thought this way, or and if you look at, from an eye standpoint, you're going, man, that guy was really good. He had it all. And there were plenty of us. No, not just those, like the Linscombs and the Canes, the Bumgarners, that we just, because we had success in the big leagues, they weren't the only ones that they saw those certain intangibles in. So it's pretty cool.
And Sergio, you mentioned last night felt like a reunion at Brian Sabian's introduction, or should I say induction, into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. You were out there with your former teammates Javi and Afel, and Vogie was out there. And then Bruce Bochy makes an appearance after going out and getting a win over in Oakland. How cool was that reuniting with your former teammates and manager last night?
I mean, just seeing Righetti, seeing Gardner, seeing Wotus, and even seeing some of the baseball ops people, there's some that are still here, and some that were there when we were playing. When we were making those runs together. It felt really, really good to see everybody, to have conversations, and to specifically ask how their kids are doing by name. And like them asking you the same thing, it just brought back the family sentiment, because was one of the strongest things about us. Flannery was there, and just having these conversations, and then all of us, even myself, remembering my teammates' names, remembering everybody's kids' names, not their names, but their kids, and their family members, and just having those conversations all over again. Hey, how's so-and-so doing? Last time I saw him, he was so-and-so. And then even Sabian. So Sabian's two youngest boys are now as tall as I am. And one's 14 and the other one's 12. And I'm going, bro, the last time I saw you, you literally were still in pull-ups. That type of stuff. So it's just having those conversations again. It brought back so many solid memories. It brought back so many solid sentiments and feelings and emotions that, we were a family. And we crushed it, in my opinion, for, during those times, during those years, because we cared about each other so much. There were not too many selfish people around in those teams, and again, just to see everybody, it almost felt too like we just picked up where we left off, other than seeing that our kids are a lot bigger than us now, or a lot bigger than before. So again, solid feelings, just, feel very blessed to be part of this organization. They just find ways to, alongside the Bay, the entire Bay, they just find ways to show love, and to keep, giving these blessings and opportunities, experiences. So, again, just extremely blessed.
I love it. Sergio Romo's the voice you hear, of course, 3-time World Series champ, and he was doing TV, NBC Sports, Bay Area, pre and post, looking good. So, Serge, man, before we run out of time, dude, and it was great reminiscing about last night, this team, they're 15-21. They get on a plane in Philadelphia. They land in Denver. They're just, I don't know what they're saying to each other. I know it's only May 7th, so nobody's tapping out or anything, but you're like, how do you collectively get better? How do you collectively kick each other in the rear?
No, well, what I've noticed about them this year is that they haven't fully, in my opinion, they haven't fully figured out their identity yet as a whole group, they're going to pitch. The bullpen, I feel the bullpen's about to catch fire. I'm sorry. They're starting to put together these outings, and regardless of if the numbers say it, if the numbers coincide with it and agree with me, watching how they're throwing the ball, They're not just up there hucking and chucking and just, okay, here you go down the middle. No, they're trying to pitch to corners. They're trying to pitch with a plan and with conviction. They're starting rotation. I mean, they're not even at full strength yet in the rotation, but yet they're as competitive as anybody. So they're going to pitch. You know that. The offense, I feel that every game they're one swing away right now. They're one swing away from being ahead early or getting right back into the game. Again, I just feel it's more of an identity thing. I think, are you guys going to be scrappy? Are you guys going to be a team that's going to try to bull rush people? Are you going to pitch? Are you going to pitch and play defense? Are you going to be situational hitting? Are you going to be a run-producing team in terms of manufacturing runs as opposed to expecting the long ball here and there, relying on the long ball and that type of stuff? So, I just feel, again, they're just one hit away every game from changing the perspective of these games, going, from the beginning of the game to the middle of the game, from the middle game to the end of the game. I feel, again, they're just one hit away right now, and it's going to happen. Baseball there's reasons why they call it a marathon too. It's not a sprint. So I just really feel they're on the cusp of doing some really cool stuff. And then once again, they've had a little bit of bad luck. They had a couple of their top two catchers go down recently. They've had the setbacks with Cobb. They have Ray's not back yet. Now the late slow start now ended up a little banged up himself. So it's just they've had some bad luck too.
Hey, man, listen, you said it, Sergio. So that's a perspective of a guy who's been through the marathon. You said they're on the cusp. They're a swing away. They've had some bad luck. You're basically saying, hang in, and it's May 7th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. There's so much more baseball to play. They're not that far behind in the standings. Everybody's having, in a sense, with an exception of a couple teams, throughout the whole league, everybody's, in a sense, having a slow start to what those expectations for those teams could be. There's a couple teams also that are, succeeding a little bit more than on paper said they would. So you're thinking, man, this season's already been not what anyone's really expected. So I just hang in there. Trust the fact that they have a very highly experienced leader in that dugout, in that clubhouse.
Okay. Yeah.
And Bob Melvin. I'm sorry, that guy. I mean, it's easy for me to say Bochy's the best manager I've ever played for. But I will venture to say, and I've said this before to you, especially on the side privately, Bob Melvin is the closest thing to Bochy in the league, in my opinion.
Okay.
He's the closest thing to it from a personal standpoint, from an intelligence standpoint, from a gut feeling standpoint, from a trust standpoint. The guy has faith in his players, and the fact that he cares enough to understand his pieces, it's going to happen. I'm telling you guys, it's going to happen to where you guys are going to be talking about this team in a consistently better light.
Dude.
This team I really believe this team is going to do some cool stuff.
Okay, man. Yeah. Awesome. I'm glad we had you on. Different perspective from a veteran winner, man. It's great seeing you last night. Great hearing you this morning. Go be with that beautiful family, and look forward to our next one, Sergio.
Yeah, thanks, Sergio.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me, fellas. And again, it was good to see you guys last night.
Yes,
definitely.
It really was. I can't wait for the next time we get out there, huh, Murph?
Yeah, buddy, let's hit the golf course, too. Sergio Romo on the UMA guest line is the voice you hear. Cooler content, Pat Riley going after Jimmy Butler next on The Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
All right, Provident Credit Union ready to let your money do more for you. So, discover Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate special. With Provident's Pick a Term Certificate, you can watch your money grow quickly. Secure a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term and earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. This limited time offer is a great option for high dividends on a term that works best for you. So earn up to 4.75% and achieve your short-term savings goals with ease. So whether you're saving for a vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. Don't miss out. Secure one of the most competitive rates available on the market. Open an account today and start earning more. Visit them at providentcu.org or stop by a branch for more details. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. And for additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler content. Hey, Marcus Thompson at 9:15. We'll react to some of that stuff Sergio had to say next segment about his optimism. How about that? And by the way, Ray Ratto joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:50 this afternoon. Speaking of optimism.
He's got plenty of it.
Laugh track. Thank you very much. Ray's coming in strong.
Perfect guy to call up right now.
All right, guys. Well, there's lots of fun stuff. Always, 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 the world provides us with cooler of content material. Ray Ritter made reference to the cooler of content.
Did he really?
Yes, he did yesterday.
Everybody loves the cooler of
content.
content.
Yeah, he did. He made reference to the cooler content. So he suggested something that happened was candidate for cooler content.
In a good way? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
What do you mean?
No, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I know Steve Young hates it.
Oh, yeah,
No, Steve loves it.
I was
He
going
just
to
wants
say
to
Steve
rename
loves it. He just doesn't know the name. He loves the bit. He loves the segment. He just doesn't want to be in the Hornets'
Yeah, but
nest
Steve's
with the
nomination
Waterboy.
wasn't good, let's be honest.
Well, look, I understand. I walked into a Hornets nest with Waterboy.
Yes, he did.
That's it, man.
Yeah. But he called it he went with the Princess Bride thing. It didn't work. And I'm a Princess Bride fan. Yeah.
I don't know.
No. It was, hey, Steve, you're man enough to admit it was a misstep. We're going with cooler content.
Yeah, we called an audible and we stayed with the cooler content.
The original was formed by Medium Impact Brian, and it was additional creative sound to enhance today's program. So it was like ACSTETP.
Tony,
no offense to Mib, but Marcus has the perfect name. Cooler content, dude. It's phenomenal.
I got to say, and shout out to the kid Mib, who laid the groundwork for the foundation of me coming on the show. It's actually one of the greatest compliments I ever got from Murph was saying that going from Mib to me was like going from Joe Montana to Steve Young.
How about that?
That tied together to the Steve Young Cooler of Content segment. But yeah, it was an awful name, and we needed to change it.
So does that make him Jeff Garcia, or who does he make? Hey, Garcia played the Pro Bowl. He was Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
How about John Joe Curley bringing in a cup of Joe right, though? I'll give you.
That makes him Brock Purdy.
That makes you Brock Purdy, yeah. Okay, so thank you, buddy. Thank you. So Jimmy Butler and the Heat, they got knocked out. But Jimmy Butler was hurt. And I guess who was he talking to when he said this? I don't even know.
I think he was at the Miami Grand Prix. This might have been after the race at night. Asked somebody to start recording while he said this.
Okay, let's see. What did he say?
Video this. You got it? Yep. 1, 2, 3, action. If I was playing, Boston would be at home. New York, damn sure would be at home. Just home. I mean to me. Just what? Stop. Nah, I love Tibbs, but I don't want to. I love Tibbs. I love you, baby. I want to beat you to a pulp. You want me, I don't want you. It's like a one-sided relationship. You in love with me, but I'm not in love with you. You know what I'm saying? Love, my brother.
Okay. Sounds like he had like cigars going and stuff or whatever.
Sounds like he was having a good time.
Yeah, and he basically called out the Celtics and especially the Knicks. And Thibodeau, whom he had his beef with, right?
Tibbs, it's a love-hate relationship. You want me, I don't want you.
You love me, I hate you. Really, really good. So you think, hey, man, that's great. Jimmy Butler has bravado. He's talking big. Watch out for the Heat next year. Well, guess what?
Yeah, he's also at the Miami Grand Prix because the Miami Heat ain't playing no more.
My man, Pat Riley, who, believe me, I loathe the 80s Lakers almost more than any other team I've loathed in my life, all right, other than USC football. And Pat Riley doesn't stand for BS. He's all about hair gel and championships. Mm-hmm. He's all about two things, kicking your ass and then kicking your ass some more. So he doesn't want to hear. If you're out, Pat Riley's not talking. So he had this to say to Jimmy Butler.
You know, for him to say that, you know, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? You know, if you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut. And your criticism of those teams.
Woo! By the way, Pat Riley, man, I love it. You got to ride with Riley all the way.
No BS.
All the way. Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler's out here talking about his former squad, the New York Knicks.
So we should be like, that's just like a line you got to use around the office. If you're not working on the other show, if you're not working at that day part, you should keep your mouth shut.
That's it. I don't know if Walter Ibakabuceta is trolling. I don't know if Danny Dunn is trolling. If you guys aren't working on Papa and Lunch show prep, you should keep your mouth shut.
You should keep your mouth shut.
Dude, keep that around.
Dude. You should keep your mouth shut.
God, he's so good.
And Jimmy Butler's still going to be on the squad next year?
How old is Pat Riley right now? Because the guy's all he's looking to do right now, he can't believe that he doesn't have a chance to kick somebody's ass today. He's looking to kick somebody's ass today in some form. He's 79, and he woke up hungry today. He wants to defeat somebody today.
He's pissed off for greatness.
Yes, he is.
If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut.
I love it, man. Wow. God, this guy, Pat Riley, 2024. Who wouldn't vote for Pat Riley?
I want more.
And I say that as a former Laker hater.
I want more Pat Riley trash talk. You know what I want? I want Pat Riley in the middle of a Side Talk New York video with the New York fans talking ass to Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, man.
And Merv, guess what? After I yelled at young Tony this morning for not having my Side Talk content ready to go, we got it for you. Here are New York fans losing their mind after beating Joel Embiid in the Philadelphia 76ers.
Joel Embiid, come take these hands. We don't need Chiefs there. Let's go, Dante DiVincenzo, the Italian. We are the New York Knicks. New York, New York.
So what's going on? Is it like a mosh pit?
Bing bong. Yeah. It literally looks like a mosh pit. It's like a rave.
What did
like
they do?
young
Right
Tony was at a Cow Palace.
Right outside the garden?
Oh, yeah. It's right on the street, right outside the arena. You heard that little kid saying, Joel Embiid, you can catch these hands.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, I believe
you can catch these hands.
And Murph, they've done this multiple times before.
They do it after every win, or
they've
what?
Called out LeBron. They called out Kevin Durant. We've played some of the content before, but yeah, they've been losing their mind. And that was a John Joe Curley production. He had to edit about half of it out because we couldn't play it on air.
Dude, So they play. Did they do it last night after the win where they got the calls?
Ooh, I'm not sure if we got some fresh content.
About these refs, man.
I think they do it once a year, and it's like right after they eliminate a big team. Last year they did it when they eliminated the Heat.
Oh, man. I got to tell you guys, man.
I need more content.
That is, so we had side talk? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Side talk.
To
Yeah.
refresh your memory, I believe we have some of the old Cooler of Content stuff. Tony, give me the thumbs up if you got this ready to go. Here was the original Side Talk Cooler of Content.
Bing bong. Tell me a little something, KD. Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? Let's go, Knicks!
Because you remember KD went to the Nets because he said the Knicks brand was diminished.
Yeah, disrespect.
Look at him now. Dude, KD. KD is so 2018. KD's so 2017.
Yeah, the kids are done with the 90s and New York is done with KD.
They are, for sure. Oh, man. Hey, one last one. I want to get this one in just because before we lose too much of it, the Leafs-Bruins game in Game 7, which was epic for you hockey fans. The Bruins got him in overtime. I just made me laugh, man. I want to get this one in here. Paul Bissonnette, I guess legendary. And you know me. Listen, my hockey knowledge could fit into a thimble, although I loved seeing me some Marlowe last night. Yeah, he was great, man. So Paul Bissonnette, who's a legendary, he does studio analysis for the NHL and TNT.
Also has one of the biggest NHL podcasts in the country, probably worldwide, Spittin' Chicklets.
Okay, yeah. He played for the Penguins and the Coyotes. And here he is. I guess he was rooting for the Leafs. And he was so distraught because they lost a heartbreaking overtime game to the Bruins. This breakdown's incredible here.
Oh, my God. Brutal. Heartbreak. I thought that was our game. What a read by Pasta. Great play off the end wall there. And, just got snuck in behind the Leafs D. And Sammy didn't really come out. And it just kind of in that, perfect in between. And Pasta goes forehand, backhand. Elevates it over that right pad and me. Back to the drawing board. I don't really know what the answer is from here. Still kind of digesting that. As I said, I thought that was Leafs all day. I thought they were going to pull that one off.
That's the best. That's my breakdown for every future heartbreaking loss for one of my teams, USC went first down, second. Chiefs went first down, second down, third down, and, F me. Give me that again. Pasta went right, left, over the pad, and, F me.
Pasta goes forehand, backhand. Elevates it over that right pad and me.
I love a good F me.
Well, the delivery is spotless. It's like impeccable because he's every exasperated, defeated fan. Man, we were in it, and then Mahomes, it was 3rd and 1, and Mahomes went back, and F me.
Pasta goes forehand, backhand, elevates it over that right pad and me.
Well, F me, right?
That's it. That's the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. That's the Super Bowl against the Chiefs right there.
And Murph,
that's it.
Here's a little transition into a tease coming up for you. You brought up the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Last night, Chris Perman told me a theory that he has on the 49ers and Chiefs Super Bowl matchups. Ooh. We'll get into it on the other side.
Dude, that and Sergio Romo saying it's going to turn around. They're on the cusp. Shout out Cusps. 808 KNBR if you're on the cusp. And Waterboy's on the cusp of a Berman story. Next on the Sports Leader.
DJ Khaled, congratulations! You just lost another one!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk to you today about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 100 times my money this basketball season. Playoff time is your time to join the Prize Pick community of over 5 million members who have already downloaded the app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and submit your lineup. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. And I told you guys yesterday with my prize pick of the day, I got that Knicks fever. I told you to take Jalen Brunson over 30 points, and guess what? Bing bong! Bing bong! He cashed in with 42 points yesterday. So hey, can't take Jalen Brunson tonight, but if you're looking for some action, give me Chet Holmgren with the OKC Thunder to get 2 blocks, pair it up with something else, and you'll have a chance to double up your money. All you need to do is download the app today and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
And Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, it's easy for me to say Bochy's the best manager I've ever played for. But I will venture to say, and I've said this before to you, especially on the side privately, Bob Melvin is the closest thing to Bochy in the league. He's the closest thing to it from a personal standpoint, from an intelligence standpoint, from a gut feeling standpoint, from a trust standpoint, the guy has faith in his players, and the fact that he cares enough to understand his pieces, it's going to happen. I'm telling you guys, it's going to happen to where you guys are going to be talking about this team in a consistently better light.
Dude.
This team is, I really believe this team is going to do some cool stuff.
There it is with me yelling dude right in the middle of it. I thought he was done with the answer. That was my bad. That's a 5-yard neutral zone inflection on me, the interviewer. I should have just laid out. But
Dude.
that's it's Brian Murphy interrupting Sergio Romo.
Dude, it's Sergio Romo. Let him talk.
It was great to hear Sergio. Now, he's talking about gut instinct and all that stuff. We had callers or texters pointing out strategic buttons that were pushed wrong.
Yeah.
And not having the lefty come and face Harper in that situation yesterday, not having the lefty ready to face Jarren Duran in Boston. So, there's some criticism out there for sure. But Sergio's saying you got to believe, you got to stick with. And we'll get to that. But I want to deliver on a tease first and foremost, and that was all about last night, too. We saw Sergio at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. For all y'all just getting in your cars now or just tuning in on YouTube and Twitch, I said that, by the way, last night when I welcomed everybody. I said, I had to introduce myself, Brian Murphy from KNBR. I said, we got any KNBR crowd in here? By the way, there's a little pocket of cheers from the KNBR table, all right, over there. And then I said, or I'd say KNBR, but I'd say really what I should say is YouTube and Twitch. And because, you guys all cheered for that, too.
I actually had a couple people come up to me and say, I recognize your voice and I recognize your face from YouTube and Twitch.
Look at you. That's the face right there.
That's me.
There he is.
Yeah, keep pointing at it.
So anyway, so we were there last night. It was great. And shout out to Chris Wondolowski, and shout out to Jenny Thompson, the Olympic swimmer, and shout out to Patrick Marleau, who skated in more games than any man in NHL history. I called him the greatest shark of them all. Shout out to John Taylor, 3-time Super Bowl champ, and was in a great mood last night. Told you I had that view from the stage. He was dialed into everybody's speeches. Like, he was listening to Jenny Thompson's presenter, Lee Maurer, who was giving those great background stories on, like, Olympic trainings and races and stuff. Dude, Taylor was dialed. He was hanging on every word.
Dude,
so
JT was dialed in like he was watching an episode of Perry Mason.
Very good. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Did we ever confirm that was Henry Mancini? I think it was. Anyway, the point is that we saw Sergio last night, and we're going to talk about what Sergio had to say in a few minutes, but maybe most people got the biggest kick out of was Chris Berman, who flew in. By the way, the kind of friend he is, he flew in from Chris Mortensen's funeral, which was, I think, in Arkansas. Flew in that, like, the funeral was Monday morning. The event was Monday evening in San Francisco. Dude, that's, go look at a map of the United States. That ain't easy. But he did it.
Mm-hmm.
And most people were really excited. Like young Tony said, he was more excited to see him than Joe Montana, Ricky Henderson, or Chris Mullin, which is incredible.
I mean, it's Boomer.
He's got that presence, And so you went up there, and you wanted to give a little
because
Boomer time,
of course we had him on a week or two ago to talk about his introduction of Brian Sabean into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and we had a fantastic interview. But during the interview, we mostly focused on the San Francisco Giants, Brian Sabean's time with the team, the '89 earthquake. We really didn't get a chance to talk about the 49ers. So I saw my opportunity. If you're in a room with Chris Berman, you got to go say hi. You got to at least go drop some knowledge about Shanghai Kellys or something. So I go up to him and I start talking to him. And I ask him about the 49ers. He's like, yeah, I wanted to get into this on air. And I've got a theory for you.
Okay.
And first, he wanted to make it crystal clear that Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers can win a Super Bowl. The only asterisk he put behind it is they can't win against the Kansas City Chiefs. And the reason is for number 16 being in that same building last night. He was going full curse of Bambino. He dropped the curse of Joe Montana on me last night. He said the 49ers 0-2 in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, he believes that the 49ers are a Super Bowl caliber team, but he says as long as the Joe Montana curse is around, they ain't beating the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
How about that?
Yeah.
So I got to process that. Has anybody else thrown out the curse of Joe?
That was the first take I heard from Berman, and I said, Boomer, that's a fantastic take. We'll get you on next football season to expand on it more, but I got to take this to air tomorrow.
Well, Joe was in the building last night.
Joe was in the building, and the way that Boomer said it, too, he said, you know why they haven't beat the Chiefs? that man's sitting right over there at that table. And he points over to Joe Montana.
Well, there's no way we can get rid of that curse. Just not play the Chiefs.
Yeah,
that's the only way.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hopefully he finally gets a prediction right, and it's 49ers against the Bills instead of the Chiefs.
Wow. So, I mean, so Joe being rejected from San Francisco, and he was, and now this brings in our buddy Steve. I hate to even do this. So now we're ripping open wounds here now. We're ripping open. You know what happens when you rip open wounds? There's blood and messy. It gets messy. And we're ripping them open and should, oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, I hate to be the,
So
don't
this
shoot
is
the
it. So the
messenger. I don't want to be
Niners-
the bearer of bad news, but
Well,
yeah.
what was the curse with the Ravens game? What was the curse with that?
That's a good question. He
Curse of John Harbaugh?
He didn't have any takes on that one. Yeah, the Harbaugh curse.
I'm trying to think of a former Niner who went to the Ravens. Can't even come up with one right now. So the curse of Joe. Well, there's something supernatural because both of those games were crushing supernatural losses that were in their hands, and then some other force took them away. I thought actually maybe the curse was more like the curse of number 15, the quarterback for the Chiefs.
Yeah, he's pretty damn good. But Murph,
might be the curse of him.
I don't know. After this Boomer story and his theory, maybe we got to ditch your visions of Joe Montana walking out the Lombardi Trophy to the 49ers because anytime you have those visions, those Lombardi trophies are going to the Chiefs now.
So I'm the king of bad visions. I think I need to go take the ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers to get the better. Yeah, well, there it is.
Oh, the vision. There's a reason why Murph wears glasses.
Yeah.
The vision's not great.
Damn. And by the way, also my ears, because it was not Henry Mancini who wrote the Perry Mason themes. A guy named Fred Steiner.
Nice.
Got to give Fred Steiner his love. And by the way, I didn't know the song was called the Park Avenue Beat. That's a badass title. Park Avenue Beat for the Perry Mason theme song. But anyway, well, that's great. I mean, who's going to deny it? You know what I mean? Joe Montana left San Francisco when he did not want to leave. He went to Kansas City, and now the Chiefs have denied the Niners twice. There's something there.
Yeah.
There's something
I'm
there.
kind of buying into it, Boomer.
Yeah. And I'm going to add in the curse of 15, too.
Yeah.
It's the curse of 15 and 16.
Yeah. Don't forget the curse of 87 and the curse of Andy Reid, too.
80. Oh, yeah. The Travis kid.
Or the curse of Taylor Swift, maybe.
Oof, man. And the curse of Daryl Luter. Why'd I throw Daryl? Why'd I do that?
Come on.
Why is Daryl Luter?
Yeah, come on. Let's do the curse of the coin flip in the overtime decision.
The curse of Bosa biting on the face.
The curse of Christian McCaffrey fumbling in the first quarter.
Jake Moody missed PAT. We didn't talk about that, by the way.
A lot of curses going on this morning.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Is it the curse of Farhan Zaidi? Is that what we get as we transition?
I'm not even joking. Somebody texted it in earlier this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
Curse of Farhan?
They said, we got the curse of the great Bambino. And this is before I even told the Chris Berman story. Someone said, yeah, it's the curse of Farhan Zaidi.
Oh, man. Well, Sergio Roma just gets to listen, guys. We opened the show. We've had two threads going today. One is reliving the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night, which was great. Great to have everybody there. And young Tony's eyes were wide, not by Joe Montana, not by Ricky Henderson, not by Chris Mullen, not by Patrick Marlowe, by Chris Berman, Boomer. Is that true story there, buddy?
I mean, there was a lot of good people there. I was just, my dad met Berman on the plane one time. He said it was a great guy, down-to-earth guy. I mean, that was the first person that I gravitated towards. But Joe Montana, Ricky Henderson, Wando, all these great people that were there.
Yeah.
It was an incredible event. And again, shout out to Copes for sending us the invite.
Yeah, it was very nice. Usually that thing feels a bunch of sales stiffs. I've sat at those tables before with a bunch of sales. Yeah, that's right, sales department. Keep giving us accounts and money, and I'll keep calling you stiffs. All right. So
yeah, just send us Maria Lopez. We'll be all right.
Yeah, well, Maria was great. Maria made sure I got a half a dinner last night.
Maria always takes care of everybody.
But anyway, so that's the one thread tonight. The other thread, of course, is the Giants. And listen, the game was over in the afternoon, so Copes and Tolbert had a whole afternoon to dissect it. A 6-1 loss, a clean ass sweep by the Phillies, and again, the Phillies on a heat. I just want to warn the Toronto Blue Jays, by the way,
watch out,
who are going into Philly right now, that the Phillies are on one. And Mason Black, speaking of Perry Mason, we had Mason Black doing his thing. And, why did Melvin let him face him a third time? And, he had done his job, and you could have left him on a high note. Instead, you got him battered and bruised by facing Bryce Harper a third time. And Harper takes him. Bryce Harper's too good at baseball. The curse of Bryce Harper.
Yeah, not signing him in 2019.
Yeah.
Should have gave that man a blank check.
It's interesting, just a quick digression off of that is, Harper not sign because San Francisco's not a hitter's park? Because they offered him the money, right? And you want to go to a small park where your stats are going to look good and you become a legend, right? And so why not hit 30 homers when you can hit 50? It'd be Harper's argument about playing in Philly as opposed to San Francisco. Mm-hmm. But then that stat that Sarah Langs had this morning about in the StatCast era, The 3 parks with the fewest 440-foot bombs are Petco, Dodger Stadium, and Oracle Park. So those are 3 parks on the West Coast. And shout out the Marine Lair, by the way. Shout out the undefeated Marine Lair for stopping these balls. So these are not home run parks. So why did Shohei Ohtani choose Dodger Stadium then? Why did he? Yeah.
I was going to say, the Dodgers and the Padres don't have trouble finding home run hitters.
Exactly.
Whether we're
That's what I'm saying.
talking
Machado.
Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Machado, Soto. I mean, like, they're getting the big name free agents who aren't afraid to hit with the Marina layer.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Anyway, that was my digression on Shohei. But anyway, so they're 15-21. And Dwayne Kuiper said it's getting late early. On May 7th, Kuiper said that. Listen, they got 3 against the Rockies, who are are you ready? 8-26.
Ooh.
Bro. 8. I'm calling for a sweep.
Oh, no, you're not.
Yes, I am.
With the way that the Giants are playing right now.
Dude, they're 8-26.
Yeah, the Giants are 1-6 in their last 7 games.
I know. They got, and what did I want? I wanted a 5-5 road trip. And as Curly sends out in the pre-show rundown, Murph, you wanted 5-5. How are you feeling about that? That's what he says to me on his little. Although he did not send out a pre-show rundown last night.
That's because he was too busy going up to the hotel bar to grab a couple Bud Lights.
Drinking Bud Lights at the hotel bar with Father Patrick, Father Healy.
Drinking with the father.
Did you catch me? Did you catch I dropped a Padre on him? Did you catch that?
You did after he tried to steal your notes?
So, that was a tribute to my grandpa who was in the Navy and was an Irish Catholic and just referred to every priest as Padre. That was the old school Navy way of calling every priest a Padre.
I like it.
So I did that for grandpa. I say, Padre, he took my notes. There you go. So, anyway, Sergio, guys, and listen, I mean, you could say Sergio's being upbeat because he, wore the Giant uniform, or because he does NBC pre and post, or because he knows baseball and likes Bob Melvin. But let's go with cut O, Sergio Romo. Actually more optimistic than you, the listener, right now.
I just feel it's more of an identity thing. I think, are you guys going to be scrappy? Are you guys going to be a team that's going to try to bull rush people? Are you going to pitch? Are you going to pitch and play defense? Are you going to be situational hitting? Are you going to be a run-producing team in terms of manufacturing runs as opposed to expecting the long ball here and there, relying on the long ball and that type of stuff? So, I just feel, again, they're just one hit away every game from changing the perspective of these games, going from the beginning of the game to the middle of the game, from the middle game to the end of the game. I feel, again, they're just one hit away right now, and it's going to happen. Baseball there's reasons why they call it a marathon too. It's not a sprint. So I just really feel they're on the cusp of doing some really cool stuff. And then once again, they've had a little bit of bad luck. They had a couple of their top 2 catchers go down recently. They've had the setbacks of Cobb. They have Ray's not back yet. Now the late slow start now ended up a little banged up himself. So it's just they've had some bad luck too.
Shout out cusps, by the way. He said they're on the cusp. Underrated word, cusp. Good Scrabble word. So he's talking about one hit away. 3 things came to my mind. One, Friday night in Philadelphia, Soler, they're up 2-0, bases loaded. And all you need to line drive right there. And now you're up 4-0. And it's a different game, right? I'll give you another one. The one-run game on Sunday. Chapman's up, runner on third. All he has to do is put the ball in the air. Yeah. He strikes out. And then I'll give you one yesterday, even though I know Zach Wheeler was nasty. They had 2 on with 1 out, and Flores is up. And if you get a gapper right there, it's a different situation. Now, I'm not going to say they're going to win the game. But what I'm saying is that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Those one hit away. Now, the counter to that is, those guys aren't good enough to get hits.
Yeah.
So that's just going to repeat itself the rest of the way.
That's the problem. They've been bad with runners in scoring position all season long. And I get what Sergio's saying. 2 of the 4 games, yes, they got swept. They lost by 1 run. So by that breakdown, yes, they did have a chance to tie or win the ball game in the top of the 9th inning. But right now, they're not getting those hits in the 9th. They're not getting them in the 5th. They're not getting them in the 3rd. They're not really getting them anywhere.
More Sergio. Cut M, Tony, as in Mary. There's a lot of ball left.
There's so much more baseball to play. They're not that far behind in the standings. Everybody's having, in a sense, with an exception of a couple teams, throughout the whole league. Everybody's, in a sense, having a slow start to what those expectations for those teams could be. there's a couple teams also that are, succeeding a little bit more than on paper said they would. So you're thinking, man, this season's already been not what anyone's really expected. So I just hang in there. Trust the fact that they have a very much a very highly experienced leader in that dugout, in that clubhouse.
Okay. Listen to all that. Now, to his point about teams not having fast starts, I mean, again, I'm not trying to blow sunshine because I'm as pissed as anyone. I'm just taking Sergio's words seriously because he's Sergio. There's two teams in their division, guys. San Diego, Padres, shout out Father Healy, 19 and 19. Arizona Diamondbacks, National League champs, 15 and 20.
Yeah, you want to talk about people struggling. Corbin Carroll right now in a little bit of a sophomore slump.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's not swinging it well at all.
So right now, the Giants in the West are one back of Arizona in the loss column and two back of San Diego in the loss column. So, I mean...
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, I am saying that.
So you're saying
and
there's
he means that right now, the Dodgers, Phillies, and Braves are clear ahead. You know who else is low-key? Milwaukee is 20 and 14, and Chicago's 21 and 15. Other than those teams... the Giants are kind of in the mix. He's not crazy when he's talking about it. I mean, it sounds bizarre. Your wild card bet?
Wild card.
The Giants are only 3 out in the wild card.
That's it, Murph. I'm right in the thick of it. And that's why, again, everybody is down on the Giants right now. Their stock probably isn't going to get lower throughout the entire season than it is right now.
Agreed. 4-game sweep in Philly, yes.
But here's the thing. We talked about how hot Boston was, how their starting pitching staff has the best ERA in baseball. We talked about the Philadelphia Phillies, who have won 10 out of the last 11, 17 of the last 20. They're the hottest team in baseball, arguably the best team in baseball right now. But you got to go into Colorado. You got to score some runs. You got to win some games. Because if your bats are not going to wake up in Colorado, the best hitting ballpark in all of Major League Baseball, then they're never going to wake up. And that, to me, is when we're going to get to the tipping point where you do got to shake up the roster a little bit, where you do got to seriously think about DFA and Austin Slater to get Elliot Ramos on the roster, where you got to think about calling up some of the young prospects, or maybe think about some trade options. Because I love seeing Mason Black last night. He had a good outing. I don't want to say great, a good outing early. But we were arguing earlier this year about who's going to get bumped out of the rotation between Jordan Hicks or Keaton Winn once Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray return. Then you look down in Sacramento right now, there's Mason Black. Carson Wisenhunt just had 10 strikeouts this past weekend in 4 innings. So at some point, you might have to trade some of these pitchers to go out and get a bat.
Well, we talked about bold trades like the Padres just did for Luis Arias. And then Farhan just has not, other than the Chris Bryant move, which, who'd they trade? I forget. We talked about this before, who they traded for him. And it's a pitcher for the Cubs who's actually shown up in the bigs. Either way, you got to be bold. Fortune favors the bold, and the guy last night going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame was that guy.
Yeah,
he did the bold moves all along the ways, and that's how Brian Sabian got in.
Now, also, was he the man responsible for the Carlos Beltran Zach Wheeler trade?
Which we all supported
that's bold.
At the time.
Yeah.
It was bold, right?
Yeah,
it was bold.
You're trying to win.
Yeah, and Beltran, I mean, man, oh man, but that one, boy, I can't remember one that's haunted. That's like George Foster. That's like the Frank Duffy George Foster one. That's been haunting for a long time. All right, guys. Well, thank you, Sergio, for that content. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic has some great stuff on the Warriors. So, Anthony Edwards crediting the Warriors for changing his career. Tracy Murray saying Donovan Mitchell.
Tracy McGrady.
Tracy Murray, former UCLA sharpshooter out of Glendora High School.
T-Mac, baby.
Tracy McGrady, says Donovan Mitchell to the Warriors. And, of course, Klay Thompson and the Magic. All these to be discussed next on the Sports Leader.
They're on the cusp of doing some really cool stuff.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sergio Romo stopped by the show earlier today to talk about the Giants' 1-6 road trip, but to also give some words of motivation and a comparison between Bruce Bochy and Bob Melvin. To hear that entire podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, NBA playoffs filled with all sorts of juicy stuff. In the East, they're melting down over the calls late in the Knicks game win over the Pacers. In the West, they're melting down over the champion Denver Nuggets, suddenly exposed by the young and hungry Minnesota Timberwolves, where Anthony Edwards has a Warriors connection. And also, we got a couple more Warriors rumors to address. Klay Thompson and the Magic perhaps having mutual interest. And, of course, Tracy McGrady thinking Don Mitchell is a good fit for the Warriors. So lots to get to with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Marcus, there's a lot of storylines, my man. How are you?
What's up, Marcus?
Yeah, it's crackle-laden, ain't it? It's going down this Tuesday morning.
It's crackle-laden indeed.
Right? And real quick, Marcus, what's juicier right now, the NBA playoffs or the Kendrick and Drake beef?
Oh, the NBA playoffs. Kendrick has murdered Drake. It's over. He could put out 17 albums. He's down 30 in the fourth quarter. That's the game.
Oh. Hey, but what about in the NBA anymore? You're down 30. You can come back in like a quarter, right?
Nah, you can't come back down 30. 20, you can come down. 30 is too much.
Yeah, throw in the towel with Drake.
Man, but you did say, by the way, you were concerned about. I hate to bring in like the levity is always much better, but there was a security guard shot outside of Drake's mansion today. So
listen, man, I know. Why are we acting like this? We haven't seen this movie before. I'm nervous. I'm like, yeah. Oh, blood, let's go, rap beef. Wait a second. This feels familiar.
I know.
I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, but I'm like, man, I remember when Pac died. That was one of the worst days. So, let's hope this stays on wax.
Yeah. I don't want anyone to put that in the universe, so let's move on from that, man. Let's start with the Warriors. And Klay, as Shams reporting mutual interest with Klay and the Magic. Now, like cooler heads would prevail. Like there's no way Klay's leaving Steph and Dre, right? Or ... question mark.
I think in the end he doesn't, but if he were to leave, what would it take? Obviously, it'll be a massive money difference, right? I don't think the Warriors are going to offer him max. And I think, they're kind of prepared for the fact that somebody might do it, but it won't be on them. It won't be because they didn't want Klay. It'll be because somebody paid him a lot more money. And looking at that series, man, Orlando needs Klay like crazy. Like they can't shoot, they can't score. You can just double and do whatever you want to Paolo Banchero. And Klay, if you watched him, is the perfect answer. They just might max this dude out. Like it may be like a 2-year, give you the max for 2 years, one of those where you blow up the number in the short term, so you can pay immediate dividends. That's what it would take for Klay to leave, and that might be on the table, right? Here's the problem. Here's the one issue Klay might have is there's another guy out there who's available and who can shoot a little bit, not as much, but can really score, but can definitely hit open shots, is Malik Monk, and he's younger. Mm-hmm. So I do feel like there's some competition on the market. Maybe they don't throw a bunch of money at Klay. Maybe they like Klay because of his pedigree. Who knows? But if there is a scenario where Klay leaves, it's max money over here, hometown discount over here. That's the way he does it. Even then, I still think it's going to be hard for him to say bye to Steph.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to. The Orlando Magic can offer him a bigger contract. They can also offer him a fresh start where he doesn't have to hear about the comparisons to his former self here with the Golden State Warriors. But do you think
too fresh, though, right?
Yeah, a little too fresh. I was going to say, is that more enticing than finishing your career with Steph and Draymond?
No, here's the thing, and I think it's all a little sensitive right now. Klay played the year, turned down the 2 for 50, and Klay feels like he played well, and it's like, man, if I'm appreciated, I'll go where I'm appreciated. But the thing he doesn't have in Orlando is 4 championships, right? The thing he doesn't have is this mound of moments and memories that he provided for Orlando. So he's going to have to go there and produce for them. And I hope people in his ear are telling him, hey, man, it's different when you're the savior coming in with the max money. Like, that's a different life, right? It's a whole different existence. So, I don't know. In the end, right, if you're 34 and somebody's offering you $100 million, you got to take the $100 million, right? Like, who doesn't take that? But that's it's too fresh of a start. He doesn't have any built-in credibility in Orlando outside of the 4 rings that they'll be expecting him to bring to their team, right? They're like, well, all right, we need to see that Warriors magic, which means he can't go 0 for 10 in an important game. Like, he just can't do that there.
Yeah, man, oh, man. Well, something to follow for sure. I did lean, though, would be that he would not do it, but we shall see. Other fun stuff, just for fun. I mean, it's water under the bridge, but just for fun, the Anthony Edwards sort of relitigating that whole deal where it's being brought up that, the Warriors are the ones that told him you're not working hard enough and that they wouldn't have taken him at number 1. And now what they're doing and what he's doing are just so staggering. Just your thoughts on that. Can we redraft the 2020 draft again and do it all over again?
If you did, they'd probably take Wiseman.
Yeah, that's it. If they had the 1 spot, they probably would have. That's what you're saying.
They would have taken Wiseman.
Yeah,
they probably would have taken Wiseman. And look, keep in mind, like, here's the one thing that they knew about Anthony Edwards. Like, they knew he was talented. And Rick Celebrini basically gave them an A+ for, like, his body type and athleticism and health and all that. But remember, he had a really bad end to his career at Georgia. That tournament, he did not look good. He couldn't shoot like this. And there were, like, legit knocks on him. And this was during the pandemic where you really couldn't poke and prod a player like you normally would, right? You couldn't get in there. I think that's why they overvalued Wiseman and undervalued some other players. I do think if they had the 1 pick, though, they would have taken Wiseman because they had Clay coming back, they had Steph, and they wanted the generational franchise big man. Like, they wanted that. That's what they wanted. So in the end, they didn't want another scoring guard. They wanted somebody who represented what they didn't have. And that was the big man. So I think they would have taken Wiseman anyway. So they kind of got lucky that Minnesota got the number 1 pick because, they could still say, you never know. We might take it, right?
It'd be tough to sleep on that one, man, if he was doing this elsewhere and he was the number 2 pick and the Warriors had 1, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Marcus, I mean, we've talked about the changing of the guards so much on this show and the youth movement, especially in the Western Conference, whether we're talking about SGA and the OKC Thunder or Anthony Edwards with Minnesota. But I guess the question is, do the Warriors and Steve Kerr have to take some of this responsibility for the changing of the guard, going back to that Steve Kerr workout that motivated Anthony Edwards to take his game to a new level?
Yeah, I do. You know what? I do feel like the Warriors standard is, like, subliminally responsible for a lot. In the same way that the San Antonio standard was responsible in the 2010s for, like, how you go about things, your approach, how you thought about things, kind of end up influencing everybody else because, they won 5 championships, right? I do think how the Warriors think about things, the way Steph Curry works, the way Klay Thompson works, right? Kevin Durant, like those guys who are known workers, I do feel like that does set a bar almost to a detriment where Steve would look at Anthony Edwards and be like, you ain't really working hard enough. And that's the tricky thing about work. Like, as a fellow, as a, profound and anointed lazy person, like, you don't just bring out work ethic in somebody who look lazy. It's tough to see it, right? It's like, I mean, look, Jokic went 40-something because he looked lazy. And you just think, you don't just look at somebody lazy and be like, man, if you just put work ethic in them, you normally think if you're lazy, you're just lazy. So, like, I get it, but the Warriors' bar, it was so high. Their idea of themselves and what it takes to be with it was so high that sometimes it is hard for them to see gems, right? And how to find that. And that I think it definitely cost them. I think it cost them in little other moves. They're like, this guy can't play for us, or this guy he ain't really Warriors material. And it's like, you probably could have used that guy if you saw something in him. So, like, I do think that's a part of it, though. But they do influence the league. There's no question about it.
Hey, Mark's only a couple minutes left, but we got to talk about the news. Joe Lacob was in the news introducing Ohema Nyanen. If I'm saying her last name correctly, I hope. Ohema Nyanen, the new GM of the unnamed Bay Area WNBA team, man. And, there's Lacob. Like, he wants to win. Apparently, she had a good press conference, positive. I don't know if you were there or had any thoughts, and your predictions for like how this whole thing's gonna evolve.
Yeah, I was there. I actually think this is going to be like a redo of the Warriors, like, dynasty deal. Like, I don't know if they win 4 championships, but they just have so much wherewithal and resources that I do think they're going to win. This franchise is going to be elite because it doesn't, in fairness to the rest of the league, it doesn't take that much, right? What it costs to be elite in that league is like nothing compared to the $400 million a salary the Warriors are paying, right? So I do think they'll be elite. They're already hiring really good people. They're going to hire all the best people because they can afford to pay them, right? They're going to pay whatever it costs. So the fact that Joe Lacob is in on this, like, these are his picks, right? He's hand-picking the people, to me, is a bit of a game changer. He's not saying, we're going to hire the team and, all right, you guys handle that. I'm over here with the NBA team. I even asked him, like, so are you going to give up the Warriors and, work on the WNBA? Because you can't be overseeing 2 teams, can you? And he's like, what? I'm doing both of them. And then makes the proclamation that we're going to win championships in both, which I took to mean future championships, right? So he's saying they're going to win multiple championships on the Warriors and multiple championships on the WNBA side. Like, so Joe's in, man. Like, that was the wild thing. Like, he's in this. I mean, obviously he was in the ABL thing back then. He's into women's basketball, but Joe's locked in. He out here hand-picking GMs. Like, it's crazy.
Light years Lacob is back, baby. Watch out, WNBA. That should be fun, man. Well, congrats to Ohema Nyan and the new GM of the Bay Area expansion team. All right, Marcus, good stuff. Wide-ranging. We'll continue to read you, dude. Thanks for the hit.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
There he is, Marcus Thompson. We can react to all that on the other side in terms of the Warriors, where they play, Clay and the Magic, or even revisit these Giants. Can they sweep the Rockies? And what did Sergio Romo say that should give you hope? That's to finish the show next on The Sports Leader.
Ah.
Right, boy.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I was going through the drills and he kept stopping them like, that's all you got, that's all you got. And I'm like, bro, I'm going hard as you want me to go. Like, what you want me to do? I'm sweating crazy. He like, man, you got to see Steph and KD and Clay work out. And we went to dinner that night, and they still was continuously telling me, like, you didn't work hard enough. Like, if we had the number one pick, we wouldn't take you. And I was just like, damn, that's crazy. So me and my trainer around home after dinner, and we just talking like, bro, we got to pick it up. I don't know how. I don't know what we got to do, like, but we got to pick it up. And I think after that, man, it's just I became a madman in the gym, and, like, I try to work till I'm tired, I'm exhausted.
Warriors have created a monster. Frankenstein, Anthony Edwards there. This is all because Brian Windhorst, who was not at 21st Amendment, despite the rumor that he might be.
Wizzy in the hizzle?
You said you found a quote from Windhorst saying that the Minnesota Timberwolves tried to trade the number one pick to the Warriors back in 2020 in the fateful Ant Edwards-James Wiseman draft. Shout out LaMelo Ball. And you're saying Windhorst had a quote saying that the Warriors were offered it and shied away from it. Is this correct?
Yeah, that's the quote I'm seeing. It went around on Sunday on Cinco de Mayo. According to Brian Windhorst, Minnesota tried to trade the top overall selection at the 2020 NBA draft to the Golden State Warriors, but the Warriors did not move up.
Okay.
Windhorst in the hizzle?
Thank you.
Very good. So here's the catch now. We just talked to Marcus Thompson about it, so we're just like relitigating, like, sliding doors, what would have happened in life. Shout out the Korean movie Past Lives, a tender little flick if you want to see it. If you want to get into your sensitive side there, Marcus.
Oh, yeah, you know me, Murph.
I do know,
Very
You'd
sensitive.
rather watch the, not the original, you'd rather watch the remake of Roadhouse.
Oh, dude, I'll watch them both, but I'm not going to turn down the remake with Jake Gyllenhaal and Conor McGregor.
Instead of the tender what-if story of two lovers' past lives. What would have happened if? What would have happened if, Marcus?
What if?
That's what it's all about, man.
If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Well, there you go, buddy. And what would Overnight Dave Soundboard say on the leadoff spot?
He'd tell you at 5 a.m., but we ain't telling you at 9 a.m.
Anyway, the point is that Marcus Thompson just told us he thinks if that happened, the Warriors would not have drafted Ant Edwards. Oh.
If you did, they'd probably take Wiseman.
Yeah, that's it. If they had the one spot, they probably would have. That's what you're saying.
They would have taken Wiseman.
Yeah,
They probably would have taken Wiseman. And look, keep in mind, like, here's the one thing that they knew about Anthony Edwards. Like, they knew he was talented, and Rick Celebrini basically gave them an A+ for, like, his body type and athleticism and health and all that. But remember, he had a really bad end to his career at Georgia. That tournament, he did not look good. He couldn't shoot like this. And there were, like, legit knocks on him. And this was during the pandemic where you really couldn't poke and prod a player like you normally would, right? You couldn't get in there. I think that's why they overvalued Wiseman and undervalued some other players. I do think if they had the one pick, though, they would have taken Wiseman because they had Klay coming back, they had Steph, and they wanted the generational franchise big man. Like, they wanted that. That's what they wanted. So in the end, they didn't want another scoring guard. They wanted somebody who represented what they didn't have, and that was the big man. So I think they would have taken Wiseman anyway. So they kind of got lucky that Minnesota got the number 1 pick because, you know, they could still say, you never know. We might take it.
And think about it, though. I mean, if Wiseman was what they thought he was going to be, that's exactly what they're missing, right? Yeah. That's all we talk about is size, defender, rim protector, all that stuff. That's the miss. That's the gaping donut hole right there that just has affected this franchise to this day.
Yeah, and luckily enough for the Warriors, they still went on and won a championship even after missing on this James Wiseman
should never be
draft
forgotten.
pick.
Should never be forgotten.
But man, oh man, if they would have traded up to 1 and took Wiseman over Anthony Edwards, there would have been plenty of questions. I mean, there's already questions. Again, we know the Warriors wanted size in that draft. Even though the draft was on the same day that Klay Thompson got hurt, they didn't want to go LaMelo Ball. They didn't want to go Tyrese Halliburton. He was in that same draft class. Yeah. He didn't go until double digits, I believe, in that draft.
I was sort of hemming and hawing on LaMelo Ball. I was kind of like, and he wanted to win Rookie of the Year, LaMelo Ball. You know what I mean? You go look at his numbers. They're pretty darn good. I mean, he's no slouch. He's just had this injury. He's only 22 years old.
But he's also no Anthony Edwards, man.
Well,
and I can tell you for the concerns about the Warriors, about his work ethic, about his conditioning level, I can tell you he looked in pretty damn good shape last night, running up and down the court, up in Mile High in Denver.
And what you're seeing right now is, I mean, Anthony Edwards in the last year has completely changed everything. But prior to this year, you could still argue for LaMelo Ball.
Oh, no, I would disagree with that. I think Anthony Edwards has had a much better start to his career than LaMelo Ball.
Well, I mean, we can do the numbers. Again, now the knee injury changes everything.
Of course.
I mean, so that's going to color everything. Had he played a full season this year, it might be different.
Mm-hmm, but Anthony Edwards has been a rising star. I know he started a little slow.
LaMelo's already been an all-star and was Rookie of the Year. Mm-hmm. And is averaging already 20. His NBA career, he's averaged 20. In 2023, averaged 23 points a game, shooting 37% from 3. What do we got? We got 8 assists, 23 and 8, bro, in his last healthy season. I mean, listen, I'm not dogging Anthony. I love Anthony Edwards, and I love Anthony Edwards. I'm not trying to dog Anthony Edwards at all. I'm just saying I think people sleep on LaMelo because Charlotte's anonymous as hell.
Yeah.
They're not that good of a team, and he has the knee injuries now.
Yeah, and they're just kind of out of no man's land. Yeah, again, I'm not taking shots at LaMelo Ball. I'm just trying to praise up Anthony Edwards, who's now getting comparisons to Michael Jordan.
Well, yeah, again, all in the past year, right? You know, let's go into last year. I mean, again, numbers, I don't know. He's playing with Karl Anthony Towns. He's playing with a really, 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 really good team.
Yeah, but a lot of those guys were on the roster when he was drafted, and now he's turned this team into the best defensive team in the league, and now they're up 2-0 on the defending champions.
Yeah, so last year he did average 24. LaMelo averaged 23. Mm-hmm. He averaged 4 assists. LaMelo averaged 8. Obviously, he's a different player. Yeah. He averaged 5. Again, this is just stats. These are just stats. Yeah. 5.8 rebounds last year. LaMelo, and again, last year LaMelo had 5.3 rebounds. I mean, 6.4. LaMelo went 23, 8, and 6 as a 21-year-old. And now it's all different. Yeah. So I'm just saying, bro. But LaMelo is a hell of a player.
Here's one thing I think.
But Anthony Edwards right now has leaped past him, no question.
And I think here's one thing we can agree on. They're both having better careers than James Wiseman.
I think he just summed it up perfectly.
Yeah.
Right there. By the way, Anthony Edwards did finish second in the Rookie of the Year. Yeah. And he's been healthier than LaMelo. Yes. That matters, bro. What's the best availability? Patrick Marlowe last night at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
I mean, look at Anthony Edwards. 72 games, 72 games, 79 games, 79 games, whereas my guy LaMelo, 51 games, 75 games, 36 games, 22 games. So yeah, it's been a rough.
Yeah.
It's been rough.
Not everybody can be Patrick Marlowe, and I'm glad you dropped a Sharks reference Because the Sharks got a chance to go out and get young Celebrini tonight. The NHL Draft Lottery. Sharks got the best odds to get the number 1 overall pick. Come on, give me a go Sharks.
Did you just drop a Sharks lottery promo?
I got you. Oh, John Joe Curley's losing his mind. He's shaking his head at me. He hated that.
Oh, did he walk out when Pat Marlowe went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night?
I think he went up to the bar to go grab another Bud
Did
Light.
he say this segment isn't worthy of the evening? Is that what he said?
How dare you mention the NHL Draft Lottery?
And you do know, so we're just telling everybody, Rick Celebrini's kid, Macklin Celebrini, is slated to be the number 1 pick in the draft. He could be a Shark.
Dude, Celebrini on the Sharks would be so sick.
It's incredible. By the way, we've been on that for a couple years because one of the studs on my Little League team, Brody, his family's they're Canadian, and his mom has known the Celebrini family forever. She told me about 3 years ago, and I mentioned this on the air. I mean, back then, who knew? He was like, 15. I was like, but apparently Rick Celebrini has a kid who's such a stud, he might be the number 1 pick in the NHL draft. We mentioned that like 3 years ago on the air when he was like, and now he is. And so, can we get the Sharks a break, please?
Come on.
They're down and out, man. And what if, we don't want that to be an Anthony Edwards, James Wiseman type deal, does it?
No, we don't. We need the Sharks to get a frozen envelope.
Didn't the Sharks miss out? Oh, speaking of.
Stop it.
But didn't the Sharks miss out on the last lottery when they could have gotten a guy?
They did. Connor Bedard, I believe, right? Went to the Chicago Blackhawks. Once in a generation type town.
When you're in Vegas, are you throwing down anything on Stanley Cup playoffs?
I kept an eye on it this weekend. I don't like betting on stuff I don't know, but I thought about throwing money on the Vegas Knights just because they took over all the casinos before their Game 7.
But you were there for the Leafs-Bruins Game 7? That was Saturday night.
Saturday night I was there.
And that was a big deal in hockey because of 2 storied franchises,
big
2
game,
original
but
6
to
franchises.
be honest with you,
you didn't go there?
I was locked in on the Canelo fight.
I thought you maybe just would have, just for fun. Who would you have bet on? The Bruins or the Leafs?
Who won? Give me the Leafs.
The Bruins won.
Oh, damn. Pay me. That's why I don't bet on hockey.
The whole reason I bring this up is so we can get Paul Bissonnette on here. This is just, to me, I don't know. This came out Saturday night. He's obviously from Spittin' Chicklets, and this just made me laugh because this is every tough loss ever. He was rooting for the Leafs, and the Bruins won in overtime, and he was crushed.
Pasta goes forehand, backhand, elevates it over that right pad, and me.
Incredible. That's it. Mahomes rolls right. Sees, what's his face? Who caught the touchdown again? I even forget.
I don't even care.
Who was it?
I don't even.
It wasn't even their main guy. Was it Tony? Young Tone? Come on the mic here. You think it was Kadarius Toney? No, was it? I don't even remember.
Curly saying Scatling?
I went numb.
Rasheed Rice? I don't know.
I just went. It wasn't Kelsey.
Does it even matter?
No, it doesn't. They lost.
Because you know why? Because
me.
That's it.
Me.
And now I'm getting Chris Berman dropping on me the curse of Joe Montana.
Berman's a guy, he's an accomplished professional sports broadcaster throwing at you supernatural curses.
Dude, he walks up to me and goes, you know why the 49ers haven't beat the Chiefs? That man sitting at that table right over there.
He's not talking about.
Points to Joe Montana.
He's not talking about coin flips.
No.
Nicole Hardman. Thank you, Walter.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter, though.
We all just,
Walter's a big Chiefs fan, huh?
Who had the Does It Really Matter soundbite? Was that?
Does it really matter?
That's another Overnight Dave?
Check the hotkeys. That was an Overnight Dave special.
That was another one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who caught the winning touchdown against the Niners?
It doesn't matter.
Does it really matter?
No.
All right, buddy. Well, anyway, there you go.
Does it really matter?
Hey.
Does it really matter?
Thank you.
Hey, guys, I'm gonna say about us, we just got through a show where we had a late night last night and had very little sleep. Aren't we studs? Aren't we absolute stallions? As the great Tony Salvador once said, "Oh, you must be falling down." You know, he didn't want to hear. He did not want to hear that you were, "Quote, it's early, boss. It's early." But anyway, shout out to us for getting through it.
Props to us for pulling in all day.
Hey,
pretty tough, yo.
You got that on the other side.
Tough.
On the other side. On the other side. Mark Spears joins Papa in London at 11:30 this morning. Well rested, all those guys are. On the other side, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Go Sharks! From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All righty. Listen, great night last night at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Chris Wondolowski and the other four, but I'm just mentioning Chris Wondolowski because we have 2 tickets to see the San Jose Earthquakes.
Wando!
Take on the Austin FC Club Saturday, May 25th. That is Memorial Day weekend, isn't it? At PayPal Park in San Jose. Just giving them to you. Like Marcus winning 2 nights at the San Francisco Hilton in Chinatown. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to the Earthquakes Austin FC at PayPal Park on 5/25/24. These tickets are furnished by the Earthquakes. Call John Joe Curley right now and congratulate him for soldiering through a late night, early morning. 415-896-KNBR. Congrats to y'all in advance for winning 2 tickets to the Earthquakes Austin FC. And while we're at it, congratulations to Stanford Olympic champion swimmer Jenny Thompson, the greatest shark of them all, Patrick Marleau, as opposed to today's draft lottery. John Taylor, JT number 82, man, the punt returns and the stories, too. I loved how JT told many stories about being underestimated and disrespected and then accomplishing something, then walking past somebody and say, how do you like that? How do you like that, S?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Talking about Montana yelling at him for running the wrong route, then taking a touchdown back, and he goes, I make up for it. And then, of course, Brian Sabian going in. And what a group, too. Heard from Larry Bear, Larry Nibby, everybody about the Giants were great. They bought 6 tables, which is a really nice gesture because those tables aren't cheap, and brought in Sergio Romo, Ryan Vogelsong, Javi Lopez, Jeremy Affel, Mark Gardner, Dave Rigetti. See, I got your Yankee shout out there for Rigetti, the no-hitter at Fenway, or at Yankee Stadium, pardon me.
4th of July.
A lot of old scouts came back for Sabes. It was great. His whole family was there, too. So that was great. And you got to see it all, man.
And I got to see Bruce Bochy make an appearance after getting the win over in Oakland, drives across the Bay Bridge, and shows up last night for Brian Sabian.
So first of all, I Irish goodbye like you read about. Yeah. Like I had to go. I was like, I need a little more. I need 20 more minutes of sleep than you do, and you live in the city and I don't. And so shout out to you for hanging out, because that's what happens when you hang out. You run into Boch. There's a great picture of you and Boch together. Will I see that later on your Instagram story?
I'll probably throw it up on socials.
All right.
That's a tease to
follow. By the way,
me.
odd matinee today in Oakland, 12:37 for some reason, even though they're doing another one tomorrow. Back-to-back matinees? Why a Tuesday matinee?
Well, that's because Mason Miller told us if they turn off the lights for that light show in the 9th inning, the lights aren't going to come back on.
That's a great line. We got to get into that.
Yeah, we'll get that in the cooler tomorrow.
But come on, man. I need you, buddy. To the Giants, I'm calling for a sweep of the Rockies, and it's going to start by getting healthier right now.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
We've had a few people today text in for an injury update on Blake Snell. Well, guess what? You're going to get it right now. Blake Snell, who is dealing with a left adductor strain, has resumed playing catch on a flat ground as recently as April 26th and recently threw 3 simulated innings in his second bullpen session on May 4th. Now, manager Bob Melvin said Snell's next step would be throw another 3 innings in live batting practice session today on May 7th. Before suffering the injury, the reigning Cy Young winner in the National League had gone 0-3 with an 11.57 ERA. Tony, I told you I didn't want no more stats in my health updates, but you should know that he is throwing live batting practice today, and hopefully Blake Snell will be back in the rotation, and that is your Giants Sutter Health update from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 clinics and hospitals that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
You know what I'm enjoying is that I've always been sort of the old crank around here yelling at guys, telling them to get off my lawn and all that stuff. Twice today now. I like it. Marcus started to beat up on Tony a little bit. I like it. Didn't cut that sound in time. Didn't put too many stats in the Sutter Health. I'm liking this.
It feels good because
I'm liking this because I'm like now I'm not the only a-hole.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. I used to be in Tony's seat on the other side of the glass getting yelled at by you. So now it's good to kind of turn the tides a little bit and yell at the younger generation to get the hell off my lawn and make sure you cut some of that Nick side talks out.
We have a standard, baby. We have a standard. And by the way, Raider Vito checked in, who's now Oakland A's Vito. Said not only are the A's playing a matinee today and a matinee tomorrow, brother, they're playing 2 tomorrow. Let's play 2 doubleheader at the Coliseum tomorrow. So it's a 4-game set against the Rangers in 3 days. Can we get a Boucher out there?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I know you don't want to give Fisher your money, but dude, a beautiful sunshine.
A doubleheader.
You got nothing going on.
Will there
You're
be
a single man?
Will there be
no
more
kids yelling at you?
Will there be more innings played than A's fans in the building? 18 total fans.
Pretty good, buddy. Hey, Ricky Henderson showed up last night.
Dude, how about that? Dude didn't even show up to his own.
That's what I said.
Introduction to the Bay Area Hall of Fame, but he showed up last night.
I emceed the year that he went in. He didn't show up. I said he didn't even come the year he got inducted. It's incredible. By the way, congrats to Patrick in San Jose for winning the Quakes tickets.
Oh yeah.
And you can shout Wando again, my friend.
Wando!
No, is that's Ted Ramey?
Oh, that's the legendary Ted Ramey,
who forgot to RSVP for the Bay Shop.
Yeah. Didn't make an appearance last
all right,
night.
Tony,
Love you, Ted.
It's time for us all to go to the encyclopedia and learn one incredible thing today here.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now!
All right, this was a good one. And this was for young Marcus, too.
Yeah.
Jose from Oakland called in, and he said Matt Chapman. He was coming after Chapman. And I said, well, no, he's coming after Giants ownership. And I said, well, listen, Jose, they spent $198 million. He said, yeah, but they're spending 40. Do you have the actual soundbite from, by the way, somebody just texted in and said the Niners just teased that they're going to play in Ireland? Wait, what?
Oh, we got to get U.S. Murph out there.
Bro. That's it. You and me and Padre Healy. You, me, and Padre Healy be heading out there, man.
Just make sure Padre Healy doesn't steal your notes again.
He might steal my whiskey or Guinness. Okay, this is Jose in Oakland.
That's money badly spent. I mean, that's me going over there and paying, $40,000 for a Yugo.
Incredible. So I said, wait a minute. I knew that my antenna went up, and I said, young Tony, do you know the Yugo? And the answer was
no. None of us did.
Yeah,
I had no idea. When he's dropping $40,000 on Yugos, I thought he was talking about like buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something like that.
Okay,
Shout out
so
to
you
my
had an
anime.
idea.
Yeah, but
so the Yugo came from behind the Iron Curtain in the late 80s, before the Berlin Wall fell. And bro, one of the cheapest, worst cars you'd ever seen. It was like somebody wrote in and said they were stationed in Germany with the service and said 4 guys could pick up a Yugo, no problem. So, dude, the fact that he dropped a Yugo on us, it's kind of the gold standard of SE car manufacturing. Shout out to all my friends in Yugoslavia. Of course, now we know that now that the Berlin Wall has fallen, we're getting all the great basketball players from Yugoslavia, water polo players, all this stuff. Just that they couldn't make a good car back then because the Moscow was staring down their snout the whole time. So, shout out to Yugo, everybody. It is pretty much the worst car ever, and that's what Jose is comparing the Giants' free agent spending to. For you, what's like the ultimate bad bucket, bad hoopty? What do you got?
I mean, I don't want to offend any car manufacturers.
Could be a
that may listening.
future sponsor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Offend
look
them,
at your
Tony. Come on.
discretion. I like your nice discretion there, buddy. By the way, and a listener comes in and says, come on, Murph, step up your game. So the reason why the A's are playing a matinee today is MLB Players Association. You can't play a night game before a doubleheader.
Listen.
How about that?
There's the explanation.
That's some great factoids right there.
You got day ball out in Oakland.
I got factoids and I got day ball for you.
And you got
and I got you and Boach hanging out.
That's it. Shout out to Boach. Shout out to everybody at the Bay Area Hall of Fame.
I wonder what they did in North Beach last night. Nobody reported from North Beach. They might still be out.
I was going to say, I don't know if Boach is going to make it in time for first pitch.
All right. John Dickinson is in for Lund, JD, and Papa next. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Pasta goes forehand, backhand, elevates it over that right pad, and me.
You should keep your mouth shut.
I mean, what can I say? Just tip my hat and call the
Phillies
my daddies.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Flight is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Kirkering set. He throws, and Chapman with a swing and a high pop-up. Shallow right field. Going out the second baseman, Merrifield. He's got it. And This series is over. It was all Phillies today as they beat the Giants by a final score of 6-1. And Philadelphia, they've got the best record in baseball, and we see why here. Over the course of this 4-game wraparound series, it's a sweep. The Phillies take all 4.
Yeah, not good for the San Francisco Giants. So we welcome you in. It's Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday. It's John Dickinson in for Lund one more time. Pop, how are you?
Just one more?
You got the rally cap on.
More? Just one more?
Needed the rally cap yesterday.
The Giants have already fallen behind in the game. And my scoring first is just, they did score first on Sunday Night Baseball.
And they did Friday, and they couldn't add on.
I know. I think they're 29th out of 30 teams in baseball scoring in the first inning. So, there's going to be a lineup change here, and we talked a lot about it. I mean, once we saw Zach Wheeler was going to go yesterday in the wraparound 4-game or the Monday game, we just thought it's going to be hard, JD. But we heard Joe Rizzo, and I listened to Joe in FP yesterday. We did have, somewhat of a development of the ninth inning, success a little bit. He didn't get a hit, but Matt Chapman at least hit a high 95, 96, plus fastball. Didn't swing and miss at it. I mean, you think of Tracy Chapman and the great song Fast Car. Matt Chapman cannot hit a fastball to save his life. It's beyond me. And yesterday he goes 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts in the game. So as I was listening to Joe and FP call the game, and FP nailed it. He said he's not getting his front foot down, but he does not have an exaggerated leg lift on the front foot, but his timing is off. But right now, he just cannot hit a fastball. So I texted my friend David Feldman when I'm listening. David, he's been watching A's games since the 70s, was literally my right-hand man in the booth for the 14 years that I did A's baseball. He's still working A's games. He'll be there today for the final game of the series against Texas. Nobody knows more about the history and all the players inside and out than the great David Feldman. And I said, has Matt Chapman always been plagued by a high fastball? What is wrong with him?
The answer is yes.
No, it's not. It goes back to 2020.
Yeah, the last few years.
The pandemic year. He was put on the injured list to close that year with a right hip strain. So it was September 12th through the end of that year, they shut Matt Chapman down. And before that, when he came up in 17, the years that he had in 18 when he hit 24 home runs, the year that he had in 19 when he hit 36, his OPS, his on-base plus slug, was 785, 864, 848. So that's indicative of a guy that, he didn't walk a whole lot in his career, but he drove the ball. Not just the home run totals, but he had 42 doubles. He had 36 doubles. He was driving the ball.
He went the other way a lot, too.
It still does, gap-to-gap hitter. But after they shut him down with a right hip strain in 2020, the very next year in 2021, he hit 210. And his on-base plus slug, which was 785, 864, 848 at 11, it went down to 717. Year after, now he's gone. Now the A's let him go. The year after that, he goes to Toronto, also a hitter-friendly ballpark, 757. And last year, when it was all said and done, 754. He got off to a great start in April, and then right around this time a year ago, I think it was right around Cinco de Mayo, like May 9th, May 10th, he goes into second base, sliding for the bag, and he injures his finger, and he falls off the earth. So what is it with this guy? So when you look at it, David Feldman nailed it. It's the right hip strain whenever he went on the IL, the end of the COVID year of 2020. Now, I don't know what's going on with the right hip. He's a right-handed hitter, so it's his back leg where he does load up. It's not the leg lift leg. I don't know what it is. But when you look at his numbers and what I remember about Matt Chapman, what he's got to do to try to overcome this, because once you saw Zach Wheeler on the mound yesterday, it was over. And Zach tried to play with him by giving him a sweeper and a splitter, but it was so blatantly obvious what he was trying to do. He was trying to go fastball way above the hands, high fastball. Brandon Belt had that throughout his whole early stages of his career. Took him a long time to fix it. Mike Yastrzemski has it. When you have Chapman and Yastrzemski back-to-back in the order like that against a guy that blows as hard as Zach Wheeler, he's going to give you nothing but top-rail fastballs. So at least I have an answer now. What the hell happened to Matt Chapman not being able to hit a high fastball? It was the right hip strain of 2020, apparently. But that was like 4 years ago.
Well, yeah, and you went right where I was going to go. I mean, we're in 2024, and it's May, and the Giants signed this guy to be a carrier, and the numbers, and I had him over the weekend, and I was looking for him here as you were talking, the exact numbers, but the last few years, the numbers for Chapman specifically against velocity and against the fastball have gone down. So it's a trend you could see in looking at the numbers, as well as digging into some of the injury history and why and all of that. And look, the Giants, they wanted this guy, and Bob Melvin wanted this guy, and Farhan Zaidi wanted this guy. And so, you look up, and regardless of how he got to that point, it's got to change, or something's got to change, because they lose 6-1 yesterday. They're 15-21. They have the third worst record in the National League. Now, they're not getting buried. We talked about that a little bit on Friday, but they just got swept in a 4-game series against Philadelphia. They're going to Colorado. Everybody's been beaten up basically on the Rockies, who are one of the two teams right now in the National League that are worse at 8-26. They have the worst record in the National League. The White Sox are a half game worse at 8-27 right now overall in the American League. But when is the time to hit the panic button and all of that? I don't know. I mean, Mason Black pitched pretty well his first 4 innings. 5th inning does him in. 3rd time through the order, Bryce Harper gets him. Harper gets the Giants for a couple of 3-run homers here. Got Logan Webb on Sunday Night Baseball. So, I mean, this team is struggling, and how do they turn it around? I mean, that's the question, because it's the guys that they paid, Pop, to come in and be carriers. Chapman, Soler, Jung Hoo Lee at the top of the order that have not produced.
Well, now I know why Pat the Bat has pulled out Mechanical Mike, the 1952 hitting machine, because that just feeds you high fastballs. They got to hit the high fastball. And they got to stop taking fastballs that are down the middle. And the numbers on Chapman are even more alarming. So I gave you the last 3 years with the ops and everything, and how he's fallen. This year, his on-base plus slug is .602. He has already struck out this year 41 times, and he has walked just 8 times. OPS is an interesting number, but OPS plus takes the ballpark factors and all of that. An average major leaguer has an OPS plus of exactly 100. Just offensively. We're not talking about his defense. Matt Chapman's is 76. So I love Matt Chapman. I wanted him on the team. I did not know him like Farhan, and obviously like Bomel and Matt Williams. So, he left, after that 1 year, when all of a sudden, and I remember Mark McGwire 1 year just dropping down because his girlfriend broke up with him, and he's hitting like 204, and Tony dropped him down to like 7th in the batting order. It happens, but he hit 210 that year off the hip injury, and then he was gone. They let him go to Toronto. Now it's finances, it's the A's, I know that. But he's just not the same player. So why? What is wrong with him? And we gave Bob Melvin a lot of credit for his intel with these players and relationships.
Him and Snell specifically, I think the Giants got because of them.
Right.
Because of him.
I mean, okay, but Snell's hurt, and I just think signing him so late in spring training was the problem there. But with Matt Chapman, he knew him. And he knew what happened to him in 2020 with the hip strain, and then what happened to him in 21, and, what's happened to him the last couple of years. So he just needs to hit. I mean, there's no other way around it. What's the answer? You going to bench Matt Chapman? You're not going to call up Casey or anybody else to play third base. J.D. Davis is no longer here. You've already given him the money. Now, the good thing is he may not opt out, but that's the bad thing. He may not opt out. So just how do you make him a better player? Don't go to Denver and try to do too much. Just fit the ball and play. Let Denver play for you. But I've been seeing it go on long enough with Matt Chapman, where really if you take away that second game of his Giant career at Petco when he hit 2 home runs, one to dead center off the lady's shoulder, and then he yanked one down the line and hit the roof of the Western Metal Supply Company or high up on that building. What do you have, 2 homers and 6 RBIs that night,
No,
JD?
he did, and it looked like, all right, this guy's a big leaguer. This guy's an upgrade. This guy's a tone setter, and it just hasn't been there at
In the
any
other
point
35 games, he has 2 homers and 8 RBIs.
Exactly, and guys don't respect him. You can see just watching the game, pitchers don't respect him. They go right after him with the fastball because they know he can't catch up to it, and it's got to be demoralizing, and it's frustrating, and the Giants are not scoring runs. And, something's got to happen here to get it turned around. I think that the hope is that it's Colorado, but you go into Colorado and you don't win the first game there, and all of a sudden the thing continues to snowball. So this is a big series with the Giants starting to lose touch a little bit here from 500, now 600. All right, Papa and Lund here on a Tuesday. We're going to be joined by Mark Spears. We're going to talk some NBA. We'll talk some Warriors here between now and 2 o'clock. But we'll keep the Giants conversation going. We'll also pop a little bit later in the foreplay. I know you want to do a little Tom Brady roast, so we'll do a little Tom Brady roast coming up in the
that was off the chain.
I'm still surprised you weren't a part of it because they had to get the tuck you and all that.
They didn't have Charles Woodson a part of it. He admitted to Deflategate. Who cares that you have saggy balls? Maybe Andrew Luck. He's the only one. A lot of guys did that. That's not a big deal. Admit that it was a fumble. They got him in that roast to look in the camera and say, why didn't they give me $20 million? I would have said I effing did it. Just say, give back all those rings, give back all 7, and say it was an effing fumble to Charles Woodson. That's all I want.
All right, that's all coming up between now and 2. It's Papa and Lund here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sergio Romo told Murph and Marcus this morning why he's still optimistic about the 2024 Giants. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
team hits. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Now Harper, infield back. First pitch, he swings, drives a high fly ball, deep left center. Conforto back, he's at the wall. It is gone. And for the second day in a row, Bryce Harper has hit a 3-run home run against the Giants. And that was the hit you feared. It's 4-0 Phillies.
We got to clean it up. We got to play better. So, we left home. What were we, one game under 500? We weren't playing very well. I thought that might be a pretty good place for us, being that we hadn't played well. And now we're playing terribly. So we have to clean it up.
All right, Bob Melvin not pulling any punches. Giants 15-21. They get swept in the 4-game series against the Phillies. It's Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday. On to Colorado. Maybe the Rockies can fix it, Pop. But clearly, Bo Mel frustrated. I kind of got where he was coming from over the week, last weekend before they hit the road and went to Boston and then Philadelphia. They weren't playing well, but they were hanging right there at 500, had a chance to get to 500 in that Saturday night game, but they lost in extra innings, then got back to within 1 going on the trip. But it's just been miserable on this trip now, 1-6 for the Giants with the 3 games to go at Coors Field. And dare I say it's time, but dare I say they need to go in there and sweep it, Pop.
You just got to win today is what you got to do. But, they were, when they wrapped up the last homestand, and it was a good homestand. They split with Arizona. It was the longest homestand of the year. And they took 2 out of 3 from the Mets and 2 out of 3 from the Pirates. And now you're on the longest road trip of the year. So John and I were talking when they left and, got to Boston on that April 29th before the road trip began. He said we were spotty the first month of the year. On April 30th, they lost the first game. Logan struggled. He's not pitched well on this road trip. Keaton Wynn, the weather's not been great. It's been a disaster. But the word he used about the first month of the year is spotty. I would use another word for this road trip that starts with an S and ends in a Y. Yeah. And if I say it, Danny's going to hit the dump button, so I'm not going to do that. But you know what I'm thinking.
But the people on YouTube and Twitch and the stream will get to hear it, though.
Yeah, Shooty without the double O and you go double I. So they're just playing lousy right now in all regards. And the other issue is Mason Black pitched fine yesterday. He doesn't have overpoweringly good stuff like a Kyle Harrison, although he throws about the same. He's deceptive, so it's kind of a right-handed version. But Kyle's got that fastball that climbs and blows people away. He's got good stuff, but I don't think he's a top of the rotation kind of pitcher. But he was effective. And then, what happened? The way they are grooming pitchers in the Giants system, and Farhan's talked about it, and Baggs broke it down today in The Athletic so expertly as Baggs always does. Early in the year, you're just trying to get them through. You just stair-step them up, where you're at 4 innings and 60 pitches and 5 innings and 75 pitches. And there's a process to get there. And it was the same way with Kyle. And we saw the last start that Mason Black made at AAA was 4 innings. It was hitless, and I think it was 61 pitches. He had never thrown more than 71 pitches. So when he goes out to begin the 5th inning, he's already at that total. So now he's just, and he said he felt fine, but they're just going to lose effectiveness. They're not groomed to pitch that way, and I think there's a real disconnect with the way Farhan and the farm system are developing guys and the way Bo Mel and the pitching staff and Brian Price, the guys at the major league level, are actually executing on him. Bob was saying we were trying to get 6 out of Mason Black yesterday, JD. He had not pitched 6. The most he had gone was 4+. He's just not there.
But he was throwing well through the first 4. Well,
doesn't matter.
The bottom line, though, is, and I think it's interesting you bring up disconnect, because that may be something that isn't going to have to be worried about the way this season is trending with this team at 15-21. And you look at the way this team was built and put together. I start to wonder. Farhan got some deals in some ways on Chapman and Snell toward the end. They went out and they got Soler, but there was pressure to add. And, as I look at some of these players that have been signed not performing, I wonder, and I don't know the answer to this, but I wonder, is Farhan sitting back thinking, you know what, I didn't think these guys would perform, or I would have done something else, but there's this pressure to add, and I brought in Bomel, who I love, and I want to give him some veteran established players and not have the mishmash of all the platoons and the way they ran things with Kapler. And basically it was, get the iPad out every day and figure out every little advantage in the 50-person coaching staff and all that stuff. So I wonder, as you mentioned, disconnect. Again, I know Farhan and Bomel know each other. I know Farhan wanted Bomel to be the manager of this team. But it just feels incomplete the way the whole thing was put together. It was put together late. There was a caller over the weekend I heard that compared it to like this team was put together in the transfer portal of MLB. It was like they had their one plan and they were going to go into the season, and then all of a sudden there were guys that they thought were going to go to other teams that were suddenly available. They got them on a little bit of a discounted rate. So they bring them in and none of it's worked. None of it's worked. Chapman hasn't worked. Soler hasn't worked. Jung-Hoo Lee hasn't worked. Tom Murphy hasn't worked. And Blake Snell, who was supposed to be an ace, hasn't worked. So, and philosophically, there are differences between the way Bomel and Brian Price and Matt Williams operate and the way Farhan has operated since he got here, going back now 5-6 years ago.
No, when I say disconnect, I mean it's not just the major league level. It's your entire system. You've got to be taught a certain way how to play. Like the Santa Cruz Warriors, they play the way the Golden State Warriors play. That's just the way they do it. In the minor leagues, you try to have your ballparks. Spring training, the Red Sox ballpark looks like Fenway. The Cubs ballpark looks like Wrigley.
Right.
There's a way to play. What I'm saying is, when you brought up Mason Black, just based on where he had been in his development this year, and it's different when you're bringing the guy up on Willie Mays' birthday, and where Kyle Harrison came up, and his major league debut was in Philadelphia last year, but that was not until August when he was able to get a little deeper into games, be more refined, repeating pitches. What I'm saying is, for Bob to say, I wanted them to go in the sixth, he actually cut his comment off, but he wasn't pitching in the sixth in AAA. So to ask him to do that, it's like asking Steph Curry, well, now you got to play 46 minutes tonight when you've been playing 32 all year. Well, that's not smart. You're going to get him hurt, and it's not an effective way to use him. So I just don't know. And the thing that's interesting is you've got Bob and Brian Price, but you've also got Garvin Alston, who was the AAA pitching coach. We had Garvin on last year when they brought up Kyle, so he knows that. When I talk disconnect, I'm just thinking Mason Black should have been 4, and you got somebody up in the 5th inning to get him out of the game because he clearly began to lose effectiveness, and that's where you lost the game. You can't give up a 3-run Jimmy Jack to Bryce Harper there. Your offense is not going to come back, and then that leads to Mason Black is here now. You made a 40-man move to get him here. He's going to pitch Saturday against the Cincinnati Reds. How long can he go? How many pitches do you want him to throw? It's just you can't all of a sudden take him up to 90 and 100. He hasn't been groomed that way.
Well, and I'll say this, as far as, looking at the bullpen and some shorter outings on this trip and over the weekend specifically in Philadelphia, I think another part of it was, again, Mason Black was throwing well, and I know that he tired, and you could say predictably tired based on how little he had pitched, at least as far as being stretched out and going deep. But I also think Bomel was like, he's pitching well. I'd rather than take him out and go into my pen again in a game that was close at that point, he's going to ride it out because ultimately that's the goal, is to get him to a point where he's pitching 6 in every game, because that's what you want your major league starters doing.
Not here, though. This is not a developmental league. This is the National League. This is interleague play. If you're not ready, you're going to get your brains beat out. Well, and then he needs to be developed down at AAA where he's able to do that. You cannot use players where they've not been used before. And I'm bringing it up only because yesterday's gone and you lost. Now, what are you going to do with him on Saturday against the Reds? He's really right now groomed to go 4 strong for you. So essentially, you don't want to go there. But he's he's not an opener guy, but he's not going to be a guy that's going to throw 100 pitches. That's not the way they've raised him to avoid injury, and that's interesting because it does. If you bring him to the big leagues, like Kyle Harrison this year, Keaton Wynn, they're going to have an innings cap on them because they just did not throw that many innings in the minor leagues, and that's the data shows that's the way they want to do it. That's fine. But when you bring him up to the big leagues and the guy hasn't gone more than 71 pitches, and Bob's saying, I wanted them to get into the 6th inning. I mean, was Farhan on board with that? That just seems like a total disconnect in how he was being used in the minor leagues. To all of a sudden throw him out there against this lineup and face these great hitters a third time. You're flirting with disaster.
Well, you're flirting with disaster if you're throwing Randy Rodriguez back out there again, or you can't go to Jelly because he pitched a bunch of innings the day before, and so I think he was trying to choose the best option with a guy who was throwing well because he's trying to win. I mean, they already put Dalton Jeffries out there a couple of times in that spot. He got wrecked. They've gone openers. I mean, they haven't won a game in that spot all season, no matter who's been out there. And everybody had been clamoring for Mason Black to start, a month and a half ago, and he didn't. And so I think he was trying to ride the hot hand a little bit,
and it didn't
work out. And it didn't work. And it didn't work.
He gave a 4 and the game was over.
And it did not work. All right, Pop and Lund. We'll keep the conversation going on the Giants, some NBA conversation as well. As it is. Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday, KNBR, the sports leader.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and it's Habas Law. It's founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident. Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years, and now Omar's son, Tarek Habas, joins him, adding a new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to life-altering tragedies, Habas Law has the experience and resource to handle it all. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients, and they don't stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. So visit Habas Law, Habbas law.com for a free consultation. That's habbaslaw.com.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Doesn't really suggest, how he pitched. He hasn't pitching deep into games. We needed him to go out for the fifth today, and that's kind of where it all came loose. Early on in the game, 2 times through the lineup, he was really good. Proud of him.
All right, so Bob Melvin there on Mason Black as the Giants lose to the Phillies 6-1, now 15-21. Third worst record in the National League. They take on the Rockies, first of a 3-game series at Coors coming up this evening, Pop. So there was the answer, saying, Bob Melvin saying they needed at least to try to get him through one more inning, probably because of the way the bullpen had been taxed in the early part of the series.
Well, he said it. The third time through the batting order got to him, so just keep that in mind when he sends him out there on Saturday against the Reds. So it is what it is, but we're moving on. And they, a third worst record in the National League. My God. And they're
it's
gonna face
tight,
the team.
but yeah.
They're going to face the team with the worst record in the league. In Colorado, when we feel for Bud Black, they're 8-26. Usually when you go to Coors Field, you're thinking, well, they're always good there at 20th and Blake, and they are better. They're 3-16 away from altitude and 5-10 at home. They don't have Chris Bryant. We'll get into them later in the show. But just watching baseball, and we watched a lot of basketball, both games last night, so we'll get into that in detail. But I did watch the Padres and I watched the Dodgers and just the teams around you in the National League, and just looking at. And what I want to say, there was a time when the Giants faced the Dodgers. I remember when the 21 year that everybody wants to just sweep under the rug when they won 107 games. The Dodgers came in on that Friday night. It was late in the year. It was May 21st. Trevor Bauer, of all people, came in and pitched that night. And I remember interviewing Farhan, and I thought they were overmatched in that series. And you know what it was? It was their high fastball. It was the high fastball that they were featuring. Urias was there. How ironic. They've lost him and what situation he's in. And then obviously with Trevor Bauer, it's unbelievable. But then the sticky stuff came into play, and Bauer's big mouth got him in trouble. And, Kershaw was loading up. Anyway, they looked overmatched to me. That was 3-game series, if you recall, when they came in May 21st through the 23rd in 21. And then the Giants turned it around. But the word I would use a little bit is overmatched. Right now, just, Boston is better. Boston's got a great pitching staff, and Philadelphia is loaded. Their starters are loaded, and you did get Zach Wheeler on top of Aaron Nola, who was not great, and but their lineup from top to bottom is just a problem, even though Trey Turner. So, put Philadelphia and Atlanta in a different hopper. Milwaukee's playing really well. Watching the Cubs last night, and they're battling San Diego at Petco. San Diego made a trade over the weekend. It's early in the year to start doing this. What is A.J. Preller up to? You thought he lets Juan Soto go and he lets Blake Snell go. Peter Seidler, the owner, passes away. Are they going to take just try to pair payroll?
They're always looking to get better. They use Soto to try to stock their minor league system a bit, and then they go try to find a bargain and go trade a couple of those guys to get a batting champion.
Cease. They added Dylan Cease earlier. And, he was a guy who was pitching in spring training, and he's had some great outings. He went to Coors and threw a one-hitter, and then they go out and get Luis Arraez, who I don't want to say he's Tony Gwynn, but damn, he looks like Tony Gwynn at times. And I guess they're going to DH him and leave Bogarts at second and Cronenworth at first. I don't know. He's not a terrible defender. We saw him turn a great double play against the Giants, which deprived, that was a Nick Ahmed, I think, of an RBI. But in any event, San Diego is a 500 team. Arizona's had some issues, and they're still hurt. And then you look around the National League Central, the Reds are coming in this weekend, and, they're a couple of games under 500. Pittsburgh looks better. Where's St. Louis? When you said the third worst record in the league, I'm like, whoa.
It's but tight, really, though. They could win a game or two and be
They got to get better. They're just not. Philadelphia, Atlanta, the Dodgers are in a different area code right now. They're just better teams. Now, it's right now, but you said when you assess. Right now, you're 35 games, 36 games into the year. You normally wait till about 40 to assess it. And then, so I think when you come off this road trip and you play the Reds and Dodgers, then have your next off day, May 16th, that's kind of where you assess it before you roll into Memorial Day. So, and they did start to make changes in mid-May. That's when they brought up Casey Schmidt last year and Patrick Bailey, and it flipped their whole year around. I don't know if anybody down there in AAA can turn your year around like those guys, but we didn't think they would. But, I mean, it's just this. They looked overmatched. They just don't look. I mean, Philadelphia has just handled them. There were some tight games, JD, but there were some moments there where in every category the Philadelphia Phillies are better.
Well, and it was similar to the Dodger series the first week of the year. I mean, they're 0-7 against those top two teams in the National League. The Phillies with the 4-game sweep, and then the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium, the 3-game sweep the first week of the year after splitting 4 against the Padres. And so you look at it there, and that really tells the story as far as where the Giants are at overall. But, yeah, it is tight. You could win 2-3 in a row, and all of a sudden you go from the 3rd worst record to maybe the 6th worst record, and you're closer to the final wild card spot. The interesting thing is, and you mentioned it with the Phillies and Dodgers, but then you also add the Braves in right now, who are that wild card leader. The Cubs are playing well. It really looks, and there's a long way to go, it can change, but it looks as if it's, there's going to be that one wild card spot that lingers maybe closer to 500 than the others, where the Braves and Cubs have already separated a little bit. I think the Braves are going to separate a lot more. So the question becomes, can you get to 500? And if you get to 500, then you're going to be right there in all likelihood, at least at this point. But how do you get to 500 when you're 6 under? Well, you got to start sweeping series, or you got to win every series for basically a month to get back to 500 once you start to get 5-6 under. And, you mentioned some of the young players in the minor leagues. I mean, everybody's, Matos and Ramos, and, could they come up and help? I thought last year it was almost they hit a point right around this time, like you said, where it was, might as well bring the young guys up, because the other guys that they had planned on contributing weren't contributing. A little bit different, though, because last year they hadn't spent a bunch of money on the guys that to come up and be the key contributors. This year they have, so you're talking about potentially replacing guys that they paid to be carriers, which I think that adds another dynamic to where I think Farhan and everybody's waiting a little bit longer to make those moves.
And last night was the Bashoff dinner, and Brian Sabian went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner. And, Brian Sabian is a scout. I mean, that's what he was. And he was there when the Yankees were built and their core 4, with Derek Jeter and the group that they had, Bernie Williams and Mariano Rivera and Andy Pettit. And they went out, added people like Paul O'Neill and Tino Martinez. And, they became a great dynasty in the late 90s through the 2000s, we know. And then he came here, and it was draft and development. Watching Zach Wheeler pitch yesterday, and I heard you and Joe Rizzo on the pregame, and Joe was citing all of the Giant number 1 picks that hit big, and there was just a string of them.
Yeah,
Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, Madison Bumgarner, and then obviously Zach Wheeler. Now Zach, you wound up using
and Posey in between there too.
Buster Posey. I mean, that's going back earlier. He was a Boros guy before. They hit him one after the other, and Kerry Crowley was breaking it down, and you saw John Shea did it in the Chronicle this weekend, and it hasn't been just Farhan. It goes back to the end of Bobby Evans and Sabes, and just look at the first-round draft picks that they've missed on. It is unbelievable. They're just not hitting on any of them. Patrick Bailey is the one exception. And it's not just the first round. Baseball's draft is hard. You're drafting high school kids, and college baseball's different. It's hard. I mean, the NFL and the NBA are hard, but baseball's really hard. There's more of a swing and miss there. But the point is, you had to go out and buy, all these free agents and spend all this money because you're not developing. I mean, the story that Shea Hay did over the weekend about the last homegrown outfielder to make an all-star team. Chili Davis? Are you kidding me? That is unreal. I mean, it's embarrassing is what it is. So, but another team, that's why they've made a lot of mistakes. Their lineup is largely home bought. And you're watching the Dodgers, just, getting back to them a little bit. And they get Walker Buehler back last night, and he is a homegrown guy. And his fastball was right there. I saw him at 96, 98. He had a hard time with his breaking ball. He tumbled a couple in later, but they got tight pants, and he looks even skinnier than before. They get him back, and just the top of their lineup is just ridiculous.
It's all-time great. I mean, it's all-time when you look at, Betts
I mean, we
and Freeman.
saw, the Big Red Machine had Rose, and, they had Morgan, and they had George Foster. And then when, Joe and Pete went to Philadelphia, they were at the top of the order with Michael Jack Schmidt, but nothing like this. And Freddie Freeman's not even locked in right now, but Will Smith is. And he looks like he's not defensively like Buster, but offensively reminds me so much of Buster Posey. And Mookie was the best player in baseball in April. And Shohei, I think if you voted right now, he'd be the MVP of the league. And he's only a DH, and all the talk about Epi and the scandal with his interpreter, it's not bothering him. He hits the ball so hard every single time he comes up. So, they're just in a different, area code. And then they're going to get and they got Walker Buehler back, and they're going to get Kershaw back, and they're going to get Dustin May back, and their pitching is going to round out. But when you look at the Giants overall, where do they compete with teams like, the teams that you're talking about, the 500 teams in the San Diego? I mean, I don't make a big deal about run differential, but you've lost some really lopsided games. The game Saturday in Philly, what was that, 14-3 or something, and the 17-1 game.
Well, if you're going to lose those, you got to win the 5-4s and the 4-3s, and they haven't done enough of that either.
Giants are a -41.
It's not good.
In the run differential. That's, that was Billy Beane's big stat, and that's where Farhan was raised. So really, when you look at this team, I'm not even looking at the wild card. They just got to start playing better. They got to clean up what they're doing, and they got to go out. Maybe not today because it's the first day of a series, but tomorrow before the day game on Thursday, they got to get out early. I wonder if Matt Williams they take an infield every single day. I'm sure with Matt they are, and hitting and everything. I mean, right now, just fundamentally, they have lost their way the last couple of weeks. This last road trip, they just don't look like the same team we saw in that last homestand.
No, too many bad defensive games. We talked about the lack of hitting with runners in scoring position, the misses on fastballs. The pitching, for the most part, starters have been good. Again, back into the bullpen is good, but everything in between to this point has been essentially an all-systems fail for the most part, at least on this trip. So we'll get back into the Giants coming up later, Pop, but some great NBA action last night. How does it relate back to the Warriors? We'll get into that coming up next. It is Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR for now, but come 2 o'clock when I'm off the air, I am Tony's Pizza. Greg Papa going right there for the best pizza I've ever had. Have you been to Tony's in the North Beach? It has been ranked #1 in the entire world, so I'm not alone in thinking how great it is. And it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. The pastas, though, they have a little time. Sit down and get the spicy bucatini. It is delectable. Tony has other locations around North Beach like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep-dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are large and they are in charge. So good. Save room for dessert. You got holy cannoli, Klay Thompson, much better than Orlando can make, or even LA if you go to the Lakers. Don't even say it, or tiramisu. They do like their tiramisu in Southern California. Take a morning stroll tomorrow through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels at its bakery, Toscano Brothers. And if you're going out to a Giant game this weekend, the Reds are in town, and Dodgers next week, head to Tony's Slice House, fast, casual restaurant serving up delicious slices across the entire Bay Area. So it is Tony's Pizza, the very best in the entire world.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't think the Warriors are going to offer him max. And I think they're kind of prepared for the fact that somebody might do it, but it won't be on them. It won't be because they didn't want Klay. It'll be because somebody paid him a lot more money. And looking at that series, man, Orlando needs Klay like crazy. Like, they can't shoot. They can't score. You can just double and do whatever you want to Paolo Banchero. And Klay, if you watched him, is the perfect answer. They just might max this dude out.
All right, Marcus Thompson on with Murph and Marcus earlier this morning. It's Pop and Lund on a Tuesday. Marcus Thompson talking about Klay Thompson and the Magic. Pop, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. What a night in the NBA last night as far as the playoffs go. Just another thriller at Madison Square Garden. Every game at the Garden has just been fantastic in the first round now, plus one game. Really, every game the Knicks have played has been fantastic, home or away. And Minnesota, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll never forget where I was sitting in my living room, maybe sipping an adult beverage, and I thought for the first time the Timberwolves could win the NBA championship, because I had that thought last night. Watching their defense and watching everything they did to the Joker. Murray is clearly compromised, but yeah, a lot of good NBA last night. And again, it all kind of goes under the lens of what do the Warriors do to get better?
And it's the one thing about the Bay Area is it's hard not having the Warriors in the playoffs for a third time the last 5 years. But we get to lock in, and the Bay Area does love NBA basketball. And this Pacers-Knicks series, obviously I grew up a Knicks fan. And then my first job out of college at age 21 was the Indiana Pacers. So I have a real affinity for the Pacers. And this matchup is really compelling. When you look at the Warriors and how far they are away, they're one game or a couple of games throughout the year that just stick out in my mind. That Indiana game on the Friday night when they came in and just suffocated the Warriors, manhandled them the way the Phillies manhandled the Giants over the weekend, and it was Halliburton and it was Siakam and it was all of them. Miles Turner. They were just so good. I mean, and the way they played last night, I think it was Indiana's pace to go up and down and get it into a high-scoring game. They just got to get out and guard a little better on Brunson, who's a strange player. But I think the answer, a lot of their guys just aren't big enough. But Halliburton himself, and you know Halliburton from Sacramento, what an interesting trade to trade him for Domantas Sabonis, which is wild. But
loved Halliburton, man. I was going back to that COVID draft, and we were all sitting at home doing whatever. And I mean, he was the guy. It was Edwards, and it was Wiseman, and it was Ball. But Halliburton was the guy when there were the rumors and reports of, could the Warriors trade back a little bit, maybe get Wendell Carter and take Halliburton at 4 or something like that. That was appealing. I loved Halliburton. I thought Halliburton was I didn't have him ahead of those 3 guys that I mentioned, but I thought Halliburton was going to be a hell of an NBA player.
And he is. There's no doubt. He's playing a little hurt. He hasn't been quite the same that he was, coming out of when they won the when they were in the in-season tournament and they did so well. The Lakers won it. But anyway, I'd like to see him get up on Jalen Brunson a little bit more and make him, if he's taking 14 free throws and making every one, he's going to be efficient. But to me, he's a volume scorer. But how about Dante DiVincenzo with a huge 3 and then, the big flop at the end on Miles Turner, which was an interesting call. But I think this series is going to go long. It's going to be 6 or 7. And let's see what happens with the next one. But that was a riveting game last night that went right down to the end. The other game was just shocking. Not that Minnesota won, the way they won and the way they just handled Denver. And, Rudy Gobert is going to win the Defensive Player of the Year for a 4th time. Not many guys have won 4. He'll get it later this week. Not to have him. And Karl Anthony Towns, JD, the way he has improved defensively, I've loved that guy. When he came into the NBA, reminded me a lot of Tim Duncan, but different with a 3-point shot. But he didn't guard like Tim at all. But, man, he is guarding now. He is really playing hard. The way Naz Reid, he's just a different player, the way they've gotten him to play defense. And then obviously Jaden McDaniels and Alexander Walker and the veteran one-eyed Charlie, Mike Conley, but it all starts with Anthony Edwards. And to me, and Mitch was a really good shooter, but he's a Mitch Richmond type body at the 2-guard where he just bullies people when he has to. But then with no dribble, he'll just rise up and stick a shot right in your face, which is unbelievable. But the way they guarded the Joker last night and the way they have without Gobert, Naz Reid is just flying all over the floor. I keep wondering, is they always spin this to the Warriors? Is there any way he becomes available and they just can't pay? They're already playing Gobert. They're already playing Towns. What are they going to do with Naz Reid, 6th man of the year? Love to have that guy, the way he guards the Joker, the way he can guard Anthony Davis. He's so much better defensively, and like Halliburton, and he has a funky, shot. Looks a little like Jaren Jackson Jr., that he could block shots and also shoot the 3, but it's a weird release. But who would have expected Minnesota to go into Denver and roll them like that and go up 2-0? And now the big talking point is what Jamal Murray did, and that was a terrible call. Karl Anthony Towns just ran him over, and Michael Malone got right into Mark Davis's face. And when an official does not tee you up like that, he's admitting he blew the call. He made a mistake. Should have been a foul. But then Jamal Murray throws a towel on the floor, and he throws a heating pad on the floor, which tells you that he's not doing well. He's got the bad calf. But I don't like players to be suspended in the middle of a playoff series. I didn't like Draymond getting popped for Game 5 and the 73-9 years. Is there any way, JD, the NBA takes Jamal Murray off the floor for Game 3 in Minneapolis?
I don't think so. And the reason I say that, I went back and read the pool report last night. The NBA will send out the pool report, and Mark Davis was a part of that, and send a reporter down to the officials' room, ask a couple of things. He was asked about the Malone non-tech. And he said, even though Malone was upset at me and his team, he didn't say anything unsportsmanlike. So he kind of covered for Michael Malone. He obviously could have given him a tech in that situation easily. Some officials may have given him 2, even in a playoff game, with the way that he went at him physically. Now, Malone had called timeout, so I think that made it a little bit different. He was coming onto the court anyway because Denver had called timeout. But as far as Murray goes, the question was asked, and Mark Davis had said that he didn't see in the moment where it had come from, the heating pad, and that it had come from a player. And the follow-up to that was, well, what if you had seen or could confirm? And he said, well, it would have been a technical foul. It would have been an unsportsmanlike technical in that moment. So for him to say technical foul would have been the punishment then, I mean, a suspension would be, in my mind, far too severe retroactively, after the fact for a Game 3. So I don't think it's a suspendable type of a deal when it would have been just a tech.
Totally agree. And I don't want him suspended, and it was a towel that was thrown before that, so you had both. I think he's going to get fined by the league.
Big fine, yeah.
They may be able to retroactively, can you give him a flagrant on that and have it accumulate where if he does, something later in the postseason like Draymond getting popped in Cleveland, for LeBron teabagging him, that maybe something happens to him. But we'll see. But the issue is now, Minnesota and where they're at. And Charles Barkley, who normally does not embrace the current game, and he's slow to really give these players today credit, he said, and this shocked me, that the Minnesota Timberwolves are playing the best defense he's ever seen in his life. I'm like, what? The Chicago Bulls.
Maybe last night.
Well, ever? You're talking ever?
It was, ever's a long time.
The Bulls teams that beat Charles, and Charles was great that year, and they had a lot of great weapons around him, but that was more Rodman. The younger team with Horace Grant, I remember them playing the Warriors one night when it was Michael, Scotty, and Ho Grant. Honestly, and I think the Warriors were one of the top-scoring teams in the NBA. They could have guarded the Warriors with those 3 guys, 3 against 5, because Pippen and Jordan and Grant were so long.
Well, they'd pick up full court, too. They
couldn't get him. And Michael, Scotty, Mully looked at me one time on the bench like, he can't get open. And I remember one game in particular in San Jose when Sprewell, Michael had something about Sprewell. He was pissed at him. And right from the opening tip, he slammed the court down and got down low, and they went, we always said that when Clay started to guard the ball and the Warriors unleashed Rocco, it was, Clay's bulldog. But the actual line came from John Bach, who was a Warrior assistant, and then went to Chicago.
The Dobermans, right?
Unleashed the Dobermans, and that meant let's go play defense, spin your ears back. All we got to do is play defense for 6 minutes. We go off on an 18-2 run, game over. Well, Michael unleashed the Dobermans that night from the opening tip on Sprewell. I don't think Michael didn't even know how to score. Scotty had like 20-something in the first half. Sprewell did not score a point in the entire first half until the last seconds when he caught an air ball underneath the basket and laid it in. Michael was going to take him out. So I've seen, some great defenses in the NBA. The Warriors, when they won their championships, they would suffocate you. When Andre came in and Doc Rivers had the line, the Warriors show you their offense, but they beat you with their defense, and that's where they go off on those long runs when Rocco comes out. So I was shocked that Charles went there, but even that he went there, and they didn't have Rudy Gobert last night, who I think is an overrated defender, but still, he is the anchor of their defense, the shot blocking, the way they press up on the perimeter because they got shot blocking behind. And Naz Reid, he is so much improved as a defender, but I didn't think Karl Anthony Towns was capable of guarding like this. And then you got legit defenders like Anthony Edwards and Conley and McDaniels and Alexander Walker. So I'm not going to say it's the best defense I've ever seen, but damn, they took the Joker Murray, Denver, completely off the floor. They had 35 points in the first half and wound up with 80. How good are the Timberwolves right now defensively, JD?
It was incredible. And you're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Let's sneak that in. It's Pop and Lund. It's hour number 2. Minnesota reminded me of the Warriors a little bit, just with the wing size. It's the wing size and the ability and the length to get in passing lanes and the length to really just prevent teams from getting into their offense quickly. That to me was the big part of it with Denver. Denver's come down there walking it up. I think they know Murray's compromised, and they're really trying to make Murray. I mean, Murray could hardly bring the ball up. They were pressing up on him. He couldn't go by anybody. You know, if somebody's going to press you, you go by him. I think Murray knows he can't go by people. He couldn't finish at the rim the way we've been seeing him finish at the rim. A lot of that is the shot blocking. I think he's also a half step slow right now, compromised by the injury a little bit. But everybody talks about the size with the Warriors when it comes to bigs. To me, and yes, Minnesota has that, it's the wing size. It's the McDaniels. It's Alexander Walker. It's Edwards. It's those guys. They don't really, and the guys were talking about this on TNT, they don't really have a small guard other than Conley. You know, McLaughlin, maybe he'll play once in a while. He's a small guard, but he'll pressure the ball too. But it's the wing size. It's the 2, 3, 4 size that plays up that I think the Warriors have lost their way a little bit. They've gotten a little bit too guard small. You know, when you say small, it's about the guards. Everybody freaks about the bigs, but to me, the small for the Warriors that's been problematic is they've gotten too small on the guard and the wing line.
Totally. Well, I mean, even going back to the elimination game in Sacramento, it was Keon Ellis. It was Ellis's defense. It was Harrison Barnes. It was some Davion Mitchell. It was De'Aaron Fox. I mean, Keegan Murray, the way he guarded in that game. I mean, and that's where the Warriors dominated the league. Positionless basketball, and we're going to move Draymond to 5. And by moving Draymond to 5, Harrison Barnes went to 4.
And guarded fours excellently.
Well, you had to have they could guard all the way out, and they picked on Steph. Clay would take the ball, and Barnes and Andre Draymond would take everything else. The league now, just every team has this length on the wing, and when you put shot blocking behind it, like Minnesota's got, and Gobert and Reed so much better. I mean, to me, he's the modern day big at that size that he can switch out and guard guards like Bam Adebayo does in Miami. But he also guards the rim. I mean, he's blocking Joker's shot. It's unbelievable. But when you have shot blocking at the rim, you're able to press up like that. So how do the Warriors get that? How do they get back to – and they got taken out of the game in Sacramento in the play-in by Sacramento, not just guarding the ball, attacking the ball, just going at the ball and forcing all those. Steph had 6 turnovers that night. The Warriors used to do that to other teams. The Warriors turned the ball over because they were sloppy, but they didn't have the ball just picked clean because the other team was quicker and longer. And I think, when Indiana came in on that Friday night, I was like, damn, they can't get a shot up. When New Orleans came in on that Friday night, the last weekend of the year, and just suffocated them in the second quarter, it's like, wow, they're getting manhandled here. And that's what Minnesota's doing to Denver right now. So that's why when I look at the Warriors and everybody, Paul George would be a great addition, and they're just not one player away, JD. They're 2-3 players away.
They are, and it starts still in my mind with who that second best player is going to be next to Steph, but that's no guarantee that it's going to fix your defense along the lines that we're talking about. And look, no disrespect to Kuminga or Moody, and they still have Wiggins, and I know they're going to look to move him, I think, this offseason, talking about Wiggins specifically. But Kuminga and Moody are not there. Like, they are not those level of players. And then the rest of the guys, Clay isn't a guard-the-ball guy anymore. And the reality is, even though they've tried to bump him up 3 and sometimes even at the 4, he can't guard the quick wings either that are powerful. He can guard the slow plotting guys. So they've got Clay, who before was a guard, now trying to be more of a 3-4. Pajemski's in there, who's, I think, in turn, he plays bigger than he is, but he's still a smaller guard. They had Chris Paul playing a lot with Steph, and that's two small guards that aren't necessarily great defensively. And then you got Clay and a lot of those lineups playing the three. So, again, no disrespect to the young guys, and I like Moody as a glue player and a role player. I like Kuminga's ceiling. I don't think he's anywhere where he needs to be defensively, but you got to improve those spots in some ways, but you also have to still go out and improve who that second best player is. Pop, and it's, Minnesota was a team that I had sort of targeted as, could they not keep everybody like you mentioned? But they look like they could win the NBA championship right now this year.
Without a doubt. And a long way to go. And we'll see. Denver will get back into this series.
Definitely.
Michael Malone.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if they won the next two.
Team out. I would not either.
No,
I wouldn't be surprised if they won the next four.
Right.
But Minnesota's a problem. And with the way they play, and I was texting Mark Spears during the game last night. I'm like, are you in Denver watching this? He wasn't there, but he was watching. And, Minnesota's length is a problem. For the Warriors, the two best on-ball defenders they have are Andrew Wiggins, and Jonathan Kuminga can guard the ball. I think he did not do a good job that last game, but I think he lost his way in the rotation with the knee tendonitis and the other injury, never got his rhythm back. You want him on the ball because he's not good off the ball. He's a head turner.
Yes,
and likewise with Wiggins, they get lost. So I think you need I'm not in the mood to trade guys that can guard the ball because you don't have anybody else that can guard the ball. And I think Kuminga does have the ability to guard the ball when he's right. Even as a younger player, that's the one skill that came to him. You can put him on James Harden and turn him. But they've got to get better, and it's got to be internal development there. And he's got to improve. We talked about getting the shot up quicker and all that. We'll see what they do ultimately, and I'm sure they're looking into trading, either one of them or both of them, and what exactly is the market. But, the Kings, they developed guys. Where was Keon Ellis last year?
He was a
two-way player.
He was a two-way player, yeah.
Look at him now.
No question. He was a two-way player. He played some for their G League team, and yeah, he was a revelation for them. He was a big part of the reason they didn't completely miss as far as the play-in tournament down the stretch there after they lost Herter and lost Monk. All right, let's keep the Warriors conversation going. Mark Spears is going to join us coming up at 11:30. You touched on something with Kuminga that I wanted to get into because there's a player he's been compared to in terms of contract extension, money level, and I want to run that by. We saw this player play last night. He's a pretty big part of what Minnesota does. So all that's coming up. It is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Andrew Baggerly joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday and discussed the Giants' lack of offense to begin the season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Hey, if you're looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, welcome back. Papa and Lund here on a Tuesday. JD, John Dickinson in for Lund. Papa here as always with you until 2 o'clock. Mark Spears is going to join us coming up at the bottom of the hour at 11:30, talking some NBA playoffs. How does it relate to the Warriors? And Pop, I mentioned this before the break. Jaden McDaniels comes to mind, and I think you knew where I was going with this. He signed a 5-year, $131 million extension contract with the Timberwolves. And Jonathan Kuminga's extension eligible. And in conversations, McDaniel's name comes up a lot in terms of just a comp, not necessarily skill set, but a comp in terms of young player, got a big-time extension, what potentially would Kuminga be looking for? And look, Kuminga can the Warriors could play it out this year. He could be a restricted free agent following this coming season. But the time to do an extension, if you're going to do it, would be, this offseason and leading up to the end of October and the beginning of the 24-25 season. Every time I watch McDaniels play, I think of how many discussions I have with Warrior fans. And McDaniels is a really good player, two-way player, excellent defender. And yet there's a lot of Warrior fans that think Kuminga's better already or will be in short order. And I think of McDaniels when I think of the prospect of a Kuminga extension, because I think Kuminga and his camp probably look at McDaniels and they think Kuminga's a better player right now. And I don't know if that's necessarily the case. And so what I'm getting at, Pop, is would you be willing to give Jonathan Kuminga $120 to $130 million extension right now?
No. I would wait. And we got into this discussion the day of the play-in with Bobby Marks. And Bobby Marks has been writing that, and it's not just Jaden McDaniels. There's some other comps that are out there as well, guys getting extended. He's eligible for the contract extension. You don't have to give it to him. But the number that Bobby mentioned to us was right around that ballpark where Jaden McDaniels was, which is $130 million over 4 years. I don't know. I'm a little squeamish in the way the Jordan Poole thing went down. You didn't have to do it then. They were going to do it, and then all hell breaks loose, and TMZ gets the video on your season. Really, I mean, have they ever been the same team since then?
And the interesting thing quickly about Poole, I'll be short here, cutting in on you, but the interesting thing about Poole is Poole contributed to winning at a much higher level than Kuminga has to this point. So and they paid him that 120 plus.
Well, and he should have gotten it. And I had no problem with giving it then, but you didn't have to do that. You could have waited, and it would have changed everything had you waited. You should always make a decision. When you think you're going to make a decision, make it. But you also have to go by timelines. I mean, you could wait a year and still sign Kuminga. And honestly, I think he and Jaden McDaniels are completely different players. I'm sure Kuminga's representatives can make the point that he does score more. He's made more of a jump in his career. McDaniels is a better defender, but he's scoring, 10 points, 12 points a game. Now, they got great offensive players around him. The Warriors do, too. So I think you could maybe have to pay him more if you want to engage him right now. So I just wouldn't do it. I'm of the mindset, and we'll talk to Mark Spears about, the guys that are difference makers that are truly available, like Paul George and others. But with Kuminga, I would just want to see more growth in him. And I saw great growth, not only from last offseason to the start of this year, but mainly it was in season. I know he worked hard last offseason. For whatever reason, he didn't play well to start the year, wasn't in the rotation, like the way he ended last year.
2 years in a row he didn't. 2 years in a row he didn't.
But he got way better during the year this year. And a lot of it was Draymond getting suspended. There was a real line there where he was, the quotes he gave Marcus Thompson, my OGs, I'm waiting for him to get up the floor. And what are you talking about here? And then that game in mid-January when they blew the big lead and lost to Denver, and Wiggins really was guarding Jamal Murray well that night, and Steve had a decision to make, one or the other, and they weren't playing well together, and I totally get it. And the next day, had a home game the next day, and you're getting reports that Kuminga's lost faith in Steve Kerr. Like, what? He's lost faith in Steve Kerr. It's kind of the other way around.
Who are you?
But anyway, but he got better.
He did.
He got immeasurably better. That's the kind of growth you just don't see. I would like to see him do it again this offseason in the gym. Work on just becoming a better basketball player, working on your skills, dribble, shoot. Steph Curry's already back in the gym. I got a text from Brandon Payne. Steph's already back in on Monday. Why don't you invite Jonathan Kuminga to come in for a week with Steph Curry, the way De'Aaron Fox and Clay did last year, and they all got together.
Does he want to? That's what I wonder, and I don't know the answer to that, but does Kuminga want to?
Why wouldn't he want to work out with the best? I mean, talking about improving your shooting, dribbling, and passing, he's the best that's ever done it. So I would think he's your teammate. With Kuminga, I think there's been a little bit of a communication gap with the language, and he's talked about it. He just didn't communicate much, and Steve didn't communicate with him. They began to talk more. He's got to talk to his teammates. So why wouldn't he want to get better? But, I mean, those are the things. So I'd like to see another year body of work with him. But, as far as a player, if you could ever get to the lockdown defender like Jaden McDaniels, That would be incredible. But I think offensively, he's going to get. I don't know what his ceiling is offensively. The one guy that I thought of a lot when I watch him play is Kawhi, because Kawhi was not a great offensive player when he came into the NBA. He was not a very good shooter. And the Spurs and Chip England, their shooting coach there, they work. And they get in the gym, and Kawhi's got really big hands. That's why he's the claw. And guys that have big hands, it's hard to get them to shoot the ball off their fingertips. But Chip got him to become a knockdown shooter, and Kawhi's a different shooter. He doesn't shoot it with a high arc like Steph Curry or Purvis Short back in the day. It's a line drive shot. It's like Kareem Skyhook. It's coming downhill. It's like, how does he do that? There's no margin for error. If he misses, he's going to miss. But Kawhi rails that shot and gets wherever he wants. The one name that Steve Kerr mentioned that kind of, whoa, was Jaylen Brown. That he thought that Jonathan Kuminga could make kind of Jaylen Brown advancements. He's just a baby. He's, 21 now? He's just a kid. Look at how all these players we're talking about have gotten so much better. So I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga because I don't know where he's going to be. But assuming he's going to get in the gym and be a hard worker in the offseason, he's got to. And if he doesn't, then you move on. But he did last year. He got much better. I see him being a stopper defensively like a Jaylen Brown and being a go-to guy offensively, and they've already done it. I loved his rhythm this year. When they throw it to you on the split cut in the post, don't always shoot it out of there, brother. Move it around. Draymond never shoots it out of there. And just his skill is his pace of the game, playing without the ball. He improved a lot. I thought he was playing damn near flawlessly until his knees. So I'm not of the mind to trade him. But I think you'd look and see what his value is. You do that with every player on the roster. But I'm also not of the mind to give him a big extension right now. I want him to work hard. I want him to take everything we gave him in the exit interview, work on shooting, dribbling, passing, the three basic tentacles of offensive basketball, and come back, and we'll see where we are, going into camp next year. And they can extend you then all the way until next year, and then we'll see where he's at. But I would not do that right now. But I think you may run the risk if you wait a little longer of paying him a lot more money because he may have a breakout year, even more so than this year.
Sure.
I mean, he wasn't in the top 3 for most improved, but I think he was one of the most improved players in the NBA this year.
Yeah, I'd make him earn it. I'm with you on that. I think I see more Jaylen Brown than Kawhi, but I still think that's a couple of years away, and it doesn't quite equate with the Steph timeline as we've talked about a little bit over the last couple of days. But I would make him play it out. Is he going to be happy playing it out? And I know he doesn't have to be because the contract is the contract, and the Warriors – look, if the Warriors want him around for the next 5 years, he's going to be around for the next 5 years. That's the bottom line. The next year on his contract, year 4, and then he would be a restricted free agent. So the Warriors could match any offer that another team puts out there for him next summer. And that the deal would be the deal. So, the Warriors do come at this from a position of control in terms of the player and the contract goes. But I still think he's the player that he could be. He's probably still a couple of years away. And so it leads back to that question of, well, how do you get better these next 2 years or get good enough with Steph still close enough to the peak of his powers to be, second round contender? And so that's where I think even if he makes a jump, is it Jaylen Brown next year? Well, then you got action if it's Jaylen Brown next year. But if it's not Jaylen Brown for 2 more years, then I do think, how are you going to get better? And one of the few ways the Warriors can get better to me, he's the one player that has the most value. I know I've talked to different people, and some say, the way that he plays and the defensive issues and being a head turner and the lack of ball handling and shooting and all that. I mean, there's some people that have said, TJD and Podziemski to some teams might have more value than Kuminga. It kind of depends on what you're looking for. I think Kuminga's got the most value as far as all of the young players, just as a potential high-end type prospect. But as you say, if he's going to be that, then you want to keep it and have it come to fruition for you. I totally understand that line of thinking. As far as that goes. But I'd make him earn it for 1 more year, although if they don't extend him, I could see him being frustrated just as he was frustrated about playing time and losing faith and all that other stuff, which you got to think about that too.
Yeah, I mean, you can't cut steps and, you draft and develop guys. You drafted these guys, and now I think you just develop them. Pajemski's going to get a lot better in all regards. He was good this year, but there's things he's got to work on. Trace Jackson-Davis, I think, is going to get a lot better. The way they contributed as rookies on a good team with a high level of expectation, really impressive. And then Moses Moody's got to speed up his game, similar to Kuminga. I think if those 4 guys just make major advancements in the offseason, and we've seen it. Steph Curry, he was good the first year, but, Tyreek Evans beat him out for Rookie of the Year, and he had his ankle issues, and Clay wasn't Clay immediately. Draymond was not starting. There's a process to this. They could try to take a shortcut. I don't think they're on that mind. I don't think Dunleavy thinks that way. But you'll put him out there and see what you could do. But if we're star chasing, you want to do it with Mark Spears, JD, because he knows what stars are out there and what are the Clippers going to do right now. Are they going to super max Paul George or not? And if they don't super max him, somebody may be able to take him away.
Yeah, and there's another name that I might want to add to the could he be available chatter. I'm not sure if you saw the Pat Riley press conference yesterday at all, Pop.
I saw it.
It was
Yeah.
unbelievable.
He took on everybody, including Jimmy Butler.
He took on everybody, including Jimmy Butler. So we'll get into that as well. Some Pat Riley clips going to make it into the foreplay, along with the Tom Brady roast. So we've got all that coming up between now and 2 o'clock. But Mark Spears joins us next, right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
action wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
All right, thanks for joining us here on a Tuesday. It's Pop and Lund, JD in for Lund. Mark Spears coming up shortly, Pop. Not quite ready to roll yet, of Anscape and ESPN, and fully piped in on everything going on NBA-wise. As what a night last night. We were talking about the game 1 in New York and then the game 2 in Denver, and then more NBA action coming up tonight, Pop. Cleveland and Boston, they're going to play game 1. Dallas and Oklahoma City going to play game 1. That should be a terrific series as well. So looking forward to all of that, and we'll get Mark Spears here in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and I was texting Mark because he lived in Denver for a while and covered that team, and I know when they won their first NBA championship last year, he was right there. And obviously Aaron Gordon being a Bay Area guy, and Michael Malone, the ties with the Warriors and Sacramento. We kind of root for Denver a little bit, but man, the way Minnesota played last night, can they pull it off? And then to the same vein, Dallas has just gotten so much better defensively with their in-season transactions right around the deadline. JD, how do they match up with Dallas is interesting. Cleveland's back in the Final Four in the East, first time without LeBron, for a number of years. What do they do with Boston? And the Porzingis injury kind of lingers there. I don't know if Boston can win it all without him. And then what happened in New York last night and where Indiana's at. But mainly, the teams that are playing are intriguing. But it's more so the teams that are not playing.
Yeah.
And the Warriors didn't even make the playoffs. Phoenix didn't win a playoff game, and with their stars. Mark, KD is out, JD. And then obviously what happened to the Lakers, and we got to figure out from Mark what he's hearing on who's going to be the next head coach of the L.A. Lakers.
All right, well, let's do it. Uma guest line. Let's go out to our buddy Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN, joins us here on The Sports Leader. What's going on, Spears?
Man, you guys are making me wonder what these ratings are like, right, with all the superstars out. And we made so much about the ratings during the women's tournament for good reason, because they were amazing. But I'm like, while these games are interesting, is it going to translate? Like, is the nation ready to see Oklahoma City? Do they care about the Pacers? Like, I am curious to how these TV ratings are going to be.
Mark, I had the same thought, especially when the Lakers went out, and you've got Boston, but Boston's playing Cleveland. I think a Boston-New York East final would be something everybody would love. I think the league
that would do well.
That would do very well, and then Minnesota, great young team, but a smaller market. Dallas has got Luka and Kyrie, which I think would do well, but it might end up being OKC and Minnesota. So I actually had that thought as compelling as the playoffs had been. Are we going to start to see all the complaints about smaller markets, lack of the stars that have been there and all of that leading to poor ratings?
Yeah, Anthony Edwards is special. I think the nation's going to probably fall in love with him. The world's going to fall in love with him. And he's certainly Jordan-esque. He has the game, the athleticism, the swag, the Cheshire grin. He has all that. So to me, like, this is his time. And I'm wondering if people are ready to translate to maybe make him perhaps, the new young superstar of the league. I know last year talking to him, he was really, really down about getting knocked out by Denver in the first round. And remember, he slammed a chair and hit a leg with the chair on accident and all that. It seems like forever ago. And now for them to basically put the foot on the neck of the Nuggets, I just can't see the Nuggets responding from this. And I do expect the Dallas OKC series to be a long series. If somehow, which does sound like a foreign thing, if Minnesota's able to finish this in 4 or 5 games, that would be huge for them and rest. And, it's based on what I've seen about with what they've been able to do. I haven't seen anybody dismantle the Nuggets like that. I mean, Minnesota's a real threat to be NBA champions, but to go back to our earlier point, is the nation ready to embrace a Minnesota team led by Anthony Edwards?
Well, the way they defend and the way he's able to rise up, I mean, he looks to me like a modern-day version of Mitch Richmond, but actually shoots the ball better than the Rock. So we'll see where it all goes. In Denver, you know, the way they got rolled last night, you and I were texting during the game, was shocking. But really, when you go back to even the Lakers series, they were down for most of the minutes in that series. Jamal Murray made a big shot over AD in Game 2, and then he beat him in Game 5 going the other way. He went right in Game 2 and left in Game 5, which leads to the Lakers and where they're at and how far they're away and the uncertainty. Let's just start with the head coach and Darvin Ham getting fired right after the season ended after 2 trips to the playoffs. What are you hearing on who might be the next head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, Mark?
No, I'm really, really curious about that. I think if you're the Lakers, you got to wait. You got to wait to solidify LeBron James first. Because if he's not coming back and you're forced to be in a rebuilding situation, like what's the point of paying 8 to 12 or more $1 million for a coach? So if I'm the Lakers, I don't do anything until I know for certain that he's coming back, because, you know, he can opt out. And, you know, that changes the direction of everything right now. So if I'm the Lakers, I don't have a name yet, unless LeBron tells me he's coming. And if he is coming, like, you know, you're hearing names like J.J. Redick, which it's intriguing. He's my coworker now, so I'm trying to be careful about what I say about that. It's obviously would be a LeBron choice, but that's a hard job for anybody, man. Like they've turned over coaches like people turn over pancakes, right? Like you just don't know. I like, to me, why is Darvin Ham getting all the blame for a bad roster, but yet Rob Pelinka is getting a pass?
It swallowed up Darvin Ham. I mean, that job swallowed up Darvin Ham, and I thought he did a pretty good job. To your point, like I thought Darvin Ham did a pretty good job those 2 years. But you know, they go out the way they go out, and there's a couple of timeouts that weren't taken or rotation questions here or there, and then all of a sudden it's a wrap.
Yeah, no, but the injuries that they had, you know, obviously it seemed like Westbrook being pushed out was perhaps more of a LeBron James thing than a Darvin Ham thing. And look what he has done with the Clippers. You know, Anthony Davis getting hurt here and there. Like, I mean, look, Darvin Ham still won the in-season tournament. The Lakers still challenged Denver. Like, I actually thought he did a pretty good job. But, you know, once the scapegoat world starts getting crazy and pointing a finger, and it seemed like Laker Nation accepted that being the blame. I mean, you telling me that if Phil Jackson was coaching that team, they'd still be alive now?
No,
right?
right.
Like, I don't
Probably not
think so. But why is you know, the Lakers brass getting a pass for some of the moves they've made or didn't make? You know, obviously when you have a LeBron James and an Anthony Davis, they take a big part of your payroll and a big part of your salary. But I think the Lakers have made some really poor decisions in the draft. You know, they could have had Jaquez, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think they could have had the Warrior star rookie, you know, Brandon. They could have had him too, and they ended up drafting somebody that never played for them. They've I think made a lot of big mistakes, and like didn't keep Caruso. Like the Kuzma trade ended up being a flop of a trade. Like all these things kind of go back to the front office, but yet the front office gets a pass, which I'm really, really like trying to figure out why.
Yeah, it's a great question, and Mark Spears joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. Mark, I want to ask you, there's so many teams, a lot of the teams we've talked about, the bigger market teams, there's so many stars and teams with stars that I think are looking to be on the move, to where from a Warriors perspective, we're talking about it over the last few days, the fact that there's so much in flux seemingly that there's opportunities for teams to get in on the action. How do you see that as it relates to the Warriors specifically, and maybe trying to acquire that second best player next to Steph?
I mean, I hate to say it, but I think Kuminga's the biggest bait, the best bait. You want to try to get DeRozan, you want to try to get Durant, you want to try to get, DeJounte Murray. It's probably what you're going to need to do to get it done. And these are Steph Curry's final years. I think when it's all said and done, do you want him to be in the same situation that Kobe Bryant was in, where he's basically battling to make the playoffs or not making it at all? Like, I think the Lakers front office thing again, really wasted the last years of Kobe Bryant's career, not putting talent around him. And, you got to give up something to get something. This isn't, a fantasy world. It's not Burger King, right? For the Warriors to get what they need next to Steph, to get another elite player, you got to give something to get something. And, you have Wiggins' contract, but there's no appetite for Wiggins. Yeah, Chris Paul could opt in, but that's somebody trying to, save some salary. Maybe you connect that, or maybe you connect Wiggins, or maybe you connect Clay. But ultimately, I think in order to get that elite number two, it's going to take Kuminga to make that happen. And, are the Warriors willing to part with it? I think they have to be. And because I don't think you can just assume, and Pop, please correct me if you feel differently, I don't think you just can assume that Steph is going to be happy with mediocrity next to him the rest of his career. Right. I think he probably wants to make another run at it. He probably wants to try to, do something special before he walks away. So you can't assume that one day he doesn't say, you know what, this rebuilding thing ain't really working for me. I want to walk out in a dynamic fashion. So I think if Warriors fans had a choice of holding on to Kuminga or using him to put something special next to Steph and just kind of see where it goes from there, I think if I'm a Warriors fan, I'm picking the trade a Kuminga option. And at least doing what the Yankees do and trying to put stars, get all the stars you can possible to try to win now.
Yeah, Juan Soto has worked out well for them, to be sure. But there was one name that whenever you bring up his name, I'm going to perk up, and you drop Kevin Durant in there. But he has to be obtainable. And Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Phoenix Suns, came out just a couple days after they were eliminated and made it sound like Durant was not available. James Jones said no one's really unlocked Kevin Durant, which I don't know what the hell that means. He's a two-time Finals MVP and a four-time scoring champion, but it didn't sound like they were going to put Kevin Durant. You could call Phoenix and say, what could I get? What do I have to give you to get Durant? They're going to hang up the phone. Is Kevin Durant obtainable this offseason?
Kevin Durant wants out. Is he out?
Does he want out? Is Rich Kleiman telling people that he wants out?
I haven't heard that. But I think while it sounds good that Ishbia said what he said, they don't have any draft picks to 2030. That's awful. They're really locked in. And you got a Book is still relatively young. Beal's 32. Kevin's 35. So I think they got to be, smart in terms of, hey, Kevin is still our piece that we could have to get some assets, maybe to get some younger players. It obviously is not working. They got to change something. If I'm them, I'm probably going to move Durant to get some, a younger player like Kuminga, maybe get a first-round pick or something like that, because, I think Kevin would probably like to be in a position where he could feel like he can win the championship again. And those three guys together, man, it's, I talked to Bradley Beal about it, and I think he feels like they need more time together to see what they truly could be. But it has, handcuffed them from a salary or asset standpoint, draft pick standpoint. if I'm Phoenix, I'd probably bite the bullet with Durant and try to get younger and try to get back into the draft game.
Yeah, their star system of the three great players, they just weren't on the floor enough with Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, and KD. And I'd say likewise for the LA Clippers and the injury to Kawhi with the knee inflammation and not able to play in the playoff against Dallas. And now I'm going to ask you about Paul George, and he has a player option for next year at almost $49 million. You assume he's going to opt out and at least become a free agent. They didn't give a super max to Kawhi. You're hearing they may not give a super max to Paul George. So is Paul George going to be truly available this summer? And with him, you don't have to trade for him. You just have to buy him if he becomes a free agent.
Yeah, you know, there'll be some places that have some money. But the one thing that's intriguing about Paul is, you know, he is from the LA area. He's from Palmdale, which is about an hour and some change outside of LA. And he really, really loves his parents being at the game. His mom, I don't know what her health situation is, but, you know, they bring her up to courtside in a wheelchair. And so it probably is difficult for her to, you know, fly somewhere and see her son play. So I think that's something that I can tell having his parents sitting courtside watching them play is near and dear to his heart. For them to be able to see 41 games a year without leaving town, without getting on a plane, and then now they're going to a new arena, the way Ballmer treats people. And then I think you also got to look at, like, legacy, like, what's going to be his legacy? Is he going to be like a Ray Allen guy that jumps around to a bunch of different places and becomes a Hall of Famer, but nobody really, like, retires his jersey? I think ultimately, I know that the Clippers are bluffing, but, you know, only God has more money than Ballmer. He has more money than any owner in sports in the world. So I think they figure out a way to get it done there these days. But I think that family aspect of it is, you know, something that a lot of people don't know that could play a big role in him staying in a Clippers uniform.
Mark, great stuff, man. Really appreciate it. Good talking to you on the air. It's been a while since I've talked to you, so it's all.
Well, you know, you're always doing the slow jam night shift hour. You know what I'm saying? So I don't.
You got other business. You got other business.
He's busy at night. Slow jamming himself. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark.
Yes, sir.
All right, man.
All right, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Famer. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, Mark Spears joining us here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Pop, we'll come back. We'll react to that. There was a big cut, a big takeaway that came out of that. I also want to get into this Jimmy Butler thing a little bit on the other side. It is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is going way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So what are you waiting for? Call right now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Number one more time, 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't think you just can assume that Steph is going to be happy with mediocrity next to him the rest of his career. Right. I think he probably wants to make another run at it. He probably wants to try to, do something special before he walks away. So you can't assume that one day he doesn't say, you know what, this rebuilding thing ain't really working for me. I want to walk out in a dynamic fashion. I think if Warriors fans had a choice, holding on to Kuminga or using him to put something special next to Steph and just kind of see where it goes from there, I think if I'm a Warriors fan, I'm picking the trade Kuminga option.
I think that's the debate. We welcome you back, Papa and Lund, here on a Tuesday. It's John Dickinson in for Lund, Greg Papa. We just had Mark Spears of Anscape and ESPN on 808 KNBR, the number if you want to join the conversation, 415-808-5627. We've been talking about this, Pop, and it's not necessarily that you want to do it, but what's your best path toward trying to get back to contention? And Spears said it. You got to look at maybe trading Kuminga. And the bigger question of that, too, is what does Steph want? Because there are a lot of, I think, real heavy conversations that need to be had from Joe and Mike and Steve and Steph and just how they want to proceed. What is everybody cool with proceeding as a goal over these next couple of years?
Well, I think they have a great, dialogue between Steph and his camp and everybody with the Warriors. We brought up, what Scott Osler wrote a couple of weeks ago, a week or so ago, and then Bruce Jenkins doubled down, which is to some degree, it's unthinkable to trade Steph Curry, but Joe Montana was traded. Willie Mays was traded for very different reasons. Obviously, for Mays, it was more financial, and he was already 40 years of age and beyond. Steph does not want to get traded right now, but if you brought up the concept of trading him, he's a big enough boy that knows how professional sports works, and you'd have a discussion about it. He does not want to go anywhere. He wants to stay here. I think the issue more is going to be when Steph's contract expires, and we got a couple of more years on that. So right now, I think the bottom line is we all agree that Steph Curry is good enough to be the anchor of a championship caliber team. But you've got to put the right pieces around him, and he's intensely loyal to his guys. Draymond's already under contract he just finished year one of a 4-year $100. The big thing is going to be to sign Clay, and what that's going to cost you to do that. And then, Kevon Looney, Gary Payton II, Andrew Wiggins. These guys are all, you're ascertaining all of their values, whether we have to pay them or what they would bring back in a trade. I'm of the opinion right now that you're not one or two players away. You just need to build a strong roster around him the way you built the roster when he was just coming into the league. You drafted Clay, you drafted Draymond, you drafted Harrison Barnes and Festus, and you signed Andre Iguodala here and there. You won a championship, and then you went for the big swing, and you got Durant in here. So, my opinion, I want to see I want the league to tell me what Kuminga's worth, first of all, as far as trading him, and that'll lead me to what contract I would give him if I choose not to make him available. But I think the ultimate goal, a lot of these championship teams, and it's not always that way. Minnesota drafted Karl Anthony Towns, but they made a trade to get Gobert. Some would think that Tim Connolly overpaid with all the first-round draft picks he gave up, and I couldn't believe he did it. But they've got pieces around. They went out and got Conley. They're not all homegrown guys. There's ways to build a roster. And
looks good now.
It does now, but we'll see. They've only won 6 playoff games. They got to win a few more before
Definitely.
We're going to crown them. They got to win 10 more. But anyway, I think with all of it, you're going to, this is what you do between now and we got a lottery coming up. I just got a draft lottery from Daryl Arata. I'm like, what is this? We
yeah,
gotta go back
you
into the
forgot.
lottery
You
days?
forgot the Warriors could actually keep their pick, but they've got a 3.4%
Yeah, I
chance.
know. It's just this is the Donald Sterling Invitational. I'm not getting into the damn lottery. What was the old days though? That was the Chris Cohan Warriors. But in any event, you got to feel about what you are. And you want to talk to Kuminga, put him up for sale. What are you going to get back? I think you're more in the stage of drafting, which you've already done with these players, and now develop them into the next young, support system that could be put around them. The one thing, just talking to Mark, it doesn't sound like Paul George wants to leave the Clippers, based on why he is a Clipper. He was a really good Indiana Pacer, and he wanted to go to L.A., and the owner there, Herb Simon, got mad, and they got him out of there, and they traded him to Oklahoma City. He was only there a year, and then obviously the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander trade, and how that's turned out for the Clips. But it just sounds like, based on his mom's health situation and just his desire to play in L.A. Now, could he jump to the Lakers? That would be another scenario. I don't know if they, could do that. But in any event, just listening to Mark and how well he knows these players, it sounds like it'd be difficult to buy Paul George, that all things being equal, he wants to go back and play in L.A.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and that would be, again, I think, some gymnastics to get Paul George for the Warriors, obviously. I mean, it would have to be a scenario where he would basically say, I want to go there, and you'd have to have the Clippers, I think, be willing to sign and trade him at that point, or there'd have to be some kind of a three-way deal in play. So as much as Paul George is a fit from a basketball standpoint, the logistics of actually making that happen are pretty tough. You're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday, hour number 3. Pop, I got to tell you hurt my soul a little bit. Growing up in Northern California, Sacramento, then moving to the Bay Area, you hurt my soul when the lottery is a part of my childhood. Pop, the lottery is you
believe me.
I grew up on whether it was the Kings or the Warriors, it was the lottery. Who's going to win the lottery?
Did you really like the lottery? Why is the lottery on a Sunday? It's always on like a Tuesday.
Well, it used to be on a Sunday. It used to be on a Sunday.
Well, I was at the very
But it's
first
been on a
one.
Tuesday for 20 years.
I worked for the Indiana Pacers, the whole Patrick Ewing, Chris Mullin, Wayman Tisdale. Our owners thought we won.
Did you feel the Did you feel the envelope? Did you get?
Well, I was in the room. I got my taxi driver got into not 1, not 2, but 3 accidents taking me from to the Garden that day. It was insane.
You were in the room when they pulled the envelopes out of the hopper?
Yeah, I was there. Al Adels walked by me and scowled. That was my first job in the NBA. Was the Indiana Pacers. I named my dog Wayman Tisdale. I love Wayman. I didn't know when you saw Wayman.
I did. Wayman was great as a kid. He was, yeah.
We miss him every day. I just didn't want him to play like a dog. But, now all of a sudden dog is a good thing. We talked about that last week. You want to be a dog. Back then, don't play like a dog. Anyway, our owners, it was Mel and Herb Simon, when the commissioner pulled out the envelope and the word was they froze it. The Warriors had the worst record in the NBA that year, and they wound up with the 7th pick, which was the last pick of the lottery, and they got Mully. It was a Hall of Famer,
right.
But I know Al was not happy when he walked out of there.
And that was there was no, hey, we picked 2 or 3, and then everybody else goes by record. They just were the last team. They were the last team left.
And they changed it after the Rockets started losing on purpose so they could get, Ralph Sampson on top of Akeem or Akeem on top of Ralph, whatever it was. But our owners with the Pacers were so excited they finished 2nd, and they didn't get Patrick Ewing. They got Wayman Tisdale. They said, we're going to go to dinner. Let's go to dinner tonight. And they're naming restaurants. I'm like, where are those restaurants in Manhattan? I've never heard of those. The restaurant they wanted to go have dinner in, JD, was in New Orleans. That is money when you're going to jump on your private plane and celebrate not getting Patrick Ewing, but get the great Wayman Tisdale, who was a good player, but when it was the end of the game and we had to take a shot to win a game, Wayman wasn't that guy. But, yeah, I was there for the very first lottery that ever was, and Patrick Ewing, I just did not think he could score like that in the NBA. He wasn't that player at Georgetown. He was obviously a great defender. But like Olajuwon was not a great offensive player for Phi Slamma Jam and became one of the best scorers in the NBA. But, yeah, I was there for the very first lottery. But all the other ones, the Chris Webber and the trade with Sean Bradley, the Warriors getting Joe Smith. Remember that great number 1 overall pick, the Beast from Maryland,
Yeah, the Warriors got the one and got Joe Smith, and the Kings, the 1 year they got the one, they got Purvis Ellison. Never
nervous Purvis.
Always nervous Purvis, and always injured Purvis. It's funny that it all ties together. Not to get lost here, and we got it. We'll keep it. The year the Kings got Purvis Ellison was the year that they traded.
Had 4 number ones that year.
They traded for Wayman Tisdale from Indiana that year.
Right.
Also,
Well, didn't they have 4 number 1 draft picks?
it was the
year?
next year. That was 90.
Next year.
That was 90. That was. Let me see if I can real quick. I know it was Anthony Bonner was one of them.
Lionel Simmons,
Dwayne Coswell, Travis Mays. Those were the 4.
They had 4
Yikes!
ones.
And they were all kind of whiffs. Simmons was a decent player, but he injured a lot. But we digress. 3.37 is the Warriors' chances to keep their pick. Otherwise, it goes to Portland through Memphis in the Iguodala hard-capped, have to make that trade in the KD sign-and trade for D'Lo. So, yeah, I got the lottery notes here as well.
Daryl sent him at 3:49 a.m.
That's normal for Daryl.
The Giants came back. I was watching it up, thinking,
were you
Matt Chapman can't hit a high fastball. Damn. One of the Warriors, the odds of Matt Chapman centering one of these high fastballs is the same as the Warriors keeping their draft pick this year.
It is 3.37% chance to get into the top 4. And then the Warriors would keep their pick. So not likely, but yeah, the lottery back on a Sunday afternoon, coming up here on
And is this even a good draft? There's no Victor Wembanyama.
It's not. It's not. And so yeah, we'll see what ends up happening as far as that goes. But that goes back to the D'Lo sign and trade with KD and being hard capped and all of that. I got to ask you about Jimmy Butler. We haven't done it yet. And this Pat Riley press conference as well. I was going to ask you, Pop, when you were watching at 3:49 the Giants, were you sipping a tequila and lime like Pat Riley
I was going
was?
Hugh Jackson. I was going a Bailey's coffee by that time in the morning. I don't know.
So yeah, we'll get into that. Also, we're going to get into the Tom Brady roast in the foreplay. That's at the back end of the 12 o'clock hour. So it's Pop and Lund. We'll keep things rolling here. 808 KNBR on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Marcus Thompson joined Murph and Marcus this morning and explained the Warriors' thought process in not trading up for Anthony Edwards in the 2020 NBA Draft. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Go have a lunch outdoors now that the sun has returned. For the most part, you may be thinking about spending more time basking in it with family and friends. Greg Pop here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. And they are the ones, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, who can get you one step closer to the ultimate outdoor living space. They partner with Trex, the largest manufacturer of composite decking. Trex offers options for every home and every budget. TimberTech is another leader in composite decking with real wood appearance, made from 85% recycled materials, and it lasts much longer. See them both under brands at goldenstatelumber.com. Builders and contractors can take the guesswork out of projects with the Golden State app. It offers account login, codes, and regulations, a variety of guides, and can be accessed immediately from the job site. It's available at the App Store and Google Play. Golden State, celebrating 70 years in the Bay Area. When you succeed, we succeed.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Bottom of it tonight? No. I got in at 2:30. I changed. I went to the bar. I turned the game on. It was on replay. I turned the volume down. I put 2 ounces of cannelones, tequila, along with some lime juice, 3 ice cubes, and I sipped it for 2 hours watching that damn game. I didn't want to hear it. I just want to watch it. And I realized how good Boston was, so, and then I finally, when my sleeping medication kicked in, I went to bed and slept till noon the next day, and then got ready for exit meeting. So, yeah, I had about 8 hours to be miserable.
All right, there you go. Pat Riley. How did he unwind getting off the flight back from Boston as the
Tequila and sleeping meds go great together, Pat.
Watching the game back, being miserable for about 8 hours, sleep till noon. We're in the noon hour now, and then get ready for, it's back to work, back to how do you get this team better. Pop, made me think of that when you were talking about being up late and Matt Chapman still can't hit a fastball even at 3:49.
I was waking up that time for
Okay.
Daryl's notes. Riles was still going to bed. Unbelievable. Good story. TMI, Coach.
Yeah, he was on one at that 45-minute post-mortem for the Heat. He had his press conference yesterday. There were all kinds of clips. We'll play some more coming up in the foreplay, but he went in on Jimmy Butler not being available enough. Keep your mouth shut as far as talking about the teams that would have got knocked out if he had been healthy enough to play. If you're not playing, don't be talking about that. He got on Udonis Haslem. He called Tyler Hero fragile in that it was an unbelievably candid. It was Pat Riley, who's always looking. Forever he'll say what he speak his mind to the media and send messages and all that. But it was Pat Riley with a hint of Belichick, if Belichick said everything on his mind, and maybe a little Al Davis in there as well. It was just unfiltered and raw, and 45 minutes of wow from Pat Riley.
Yeah, he doesn't talk to the media like he used to when he was a coach, but Riles was a guy who was pretty honest when he was a coach, and then he started writing books, and he was outspoken. He challenged his team about winning back-to-back, we're going to do it again, and so he knows how to use the media. He just does it now that he's not coaching. He doesn't have to meet the media very often, so he picks and chooses, and he has his people he gets messages out to. But when he does his end-of-season presser, it's a lot like Al Davis firing a coach, or when Al does meet the media, he's going to give it to you all, and he's not going to hold back, and he's been around the game for a long time. So when he got to Jimmy Butler, it was interesting, JD, because they asked him, would you trade Jimmy? No, I would not trade Jimmy Butler. He shot that down.
But he also shot down an extension.
Right. So let's have a discussion.
Sure.
And we can get Riley on the phone, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. knows him, and obviously Joe and Steve, they all know him. He's on a contract for a couple of more or one more year next year at over $48 million, almost $49. Then he has a player option the following year at $52. So would he opt out? He does miss a lot of time. That's why Riles was saying keep your mouth shut because you're not playing. He is tough. He's a go-to guy. He's a much better offensive player than I ever thought he would become. And he's the guy who really does personify Heat culture. But if you're the Warriors and you want to trade for Jimmy Butler, would you do it? Would you take on that number? And I don't think you're talking about Kuminga. If I had to trade Kuminga straight up for Jimmy Butler, going into his age 36 season or 35 season next year, I'm not sure I would do that just based on where he's at physically. But should the Warriors engage Riles and Spoelstra and try to get Jimmy buckets, and what would you give up to get him?
Yeah, you look at the money component, and with Kuminga making, a little bit over 7, I think, next year. It might go up to 8. I might have this year's number in my head. But, Jimmy Butler's making 48.7 next year. He's got a player option for the 25-26 season as well, which is
at over $52 million.
$52.4 million. Wow.
Now, if he's hurt again next year, he won't opt out of that one.
Right.
So you got to consider that it's 48.7 next year and maybe 52.4 the following year. You want to take on all that salary responsibility for a player that played 60 games this past year, and the playoffs he got hurt, and 64 the year before, and 57 the year before and 52 the year before.
Well, and I mean, and that's the question. I mean, he is, I think, on the older side of where significantly of where the Warriors would want to be. But the 2 years, I will say, does align with, if you look at it as a 2-year deal, Steph and Steve and Draymond obviously has got one more, and we'll see what they do with Klay Thompson. But the other part of the equation is it takes two to tango, right? As Pat sips his tequila at 2 a.m. watching back the Game 5 blowout loss. And, I don't know. I feel like the Heat are always they're looking for the move that puts them back in. They were just in the finals less than a year ago. They're looking for the move. They're looking for the star, just like the Warriors potentially are looking for the star. I think maybe they're looking for the star that takes a little bit of the heat off of Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, and to where maybe Jimmy can play 55 to 60 games a year, and you can get away with that because you have another. To me, they're going in the other direction as far as would they trade Hero and Robinson and some of their young players, Jovic and Jaquez. Would they trade some of those guys potentially to try and get another guy back as opposed to trade Jimmy? But Jimmy's intriguing as a player. As a basketball fit, I think it works, but the rest of it, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Buckets, and his development from when he was drafted in Chicago and what he's become. But the salary, to me, I wouldn't touch him, and I think his body's breaking down. You've got a lot of older players that are making a lot of money that are injury prone or for whatever reason are not available. I just don't see the Warriors going that way. And for Riley, what he's pissed about is they thought they had Damian Lillard. All last summer, that was the move, was Damian Lillard was going to wind up in Miami, and they just didn't do it. Portland didn't do it, and they wound up sending him to Milwaukee. And now, the one thing about talking to Mark Spears, and Mark's connected. So we asked him about Paul George, and he made it sound like Paul George is not going to leave L.A. He wants to resign there. There's family issues there. But when we asked him about Durant, it was Ishbia, the owner of Phoenix, does not want to trade him. James Jones, the GM, does not want to trade him. But what does Durant want? And he I don't know if he's talked to Rich Kleiman or where that goes. I mean, the one guy, if you're Pat Riley, you go get Kevin Durant somehow. And I'd clear the roster to get him. From the Warrior perspective, I want Durant here, but I don't know how you make that work. And then Bam Adebayo is the guy that I would want here. He's the perfect modern-day center. Trace Jackson-Davis, a good player, but Bam has personified that for years. So, and then, Pat Riley's got Bob McAdoo on his staff, and he played, Bob played for him when he was a Laker and won a championship off the bench, and he's been with the Miami Heat forever. Durant reminds me so much of the great Bob McAdoo, but the three-point line changed everything, and it's just different. So, is there a way that Pat Riley, being spurned last offseason to get the great Dame, is there a way that he could get Kevin Durant to come to South Beach, should be the question.
That's a good thought, and I could see that being a place that Durant would want to go, because it wouldn't, in some ways, and I don't know if Durant would want to come back here. I think he might want to, but I also think he doesn't necessarily. I know he says he doesn't, care about what people say, but he cares about what people says. I mean, he does. That's just reality. I think Miami's one place where he could go, he could help, he could maybe win a ring, and it would look like he's, being added to, helping a team get over the top without, maybe some of the drama and the discussion about him basically asking to leave every place that he's ever been, from OKC to the Warriors after things are great. Then he wants out of Brooklyn and potentially Phoenix as well. So I do think Miami would be a fit. That's a good. I hadn't really thought about Durant with Miami until you said it. There've been a lot of other iterations, but I actually think that makes a lot of sense. And the Heat have young players that they could take back. Phoenix could, and it would fit in the timeline maybe more of a Booker. Build around Booker, get rid of Durant. You're stuck with Beal, kind of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just see where it all goes, but. The one thing about Durant, he's getting older. His hair is starting. You can see the bald spot right in the back of Durant's
Easy
hair.
there.
It's killing me.
Easy.
Killing me. I know. Which, Lee, the reason I brought it up is Jimmy Butler's hairdo.
Right.
The straight look that he was sporting. When was he wearing this, like a year ago? And you see him on the bench getting interviewed the other day. Right, Chris Haynes, he's got like the poodle haircut with the two big fluffy balls on the side. How did he get that cut? That's a wild haircut.
You're asking the wrong guy.
You never see Durant wearing his hair like that.
No.
Kevin's going bald.
Yeah, no.
He's got to find what LeBron found.
He is, but he doesn't like that's the thing.
Rogaine or something. It's killing me.
When it starts to happen, sometimes you got to make the executive decision. Trust me on that. But you start to look at how that's going to look if
do
you
you
just
take it right down. Do you shave it right down? You don't want to go.
And I think Durant's thought about it, and he's like, I think it'll look worse taken all the way down. Like you got to be comfortable taking it all down. Trust me.
He's got to go that way.
If you've got to go that way, and he may. I mean, he's at the point I think where he's got to make the decision. As somebody who made the decision,
your hair is perfect sphere, so you got a good.
It works. I have a good head for it, but not everybody. But not everybody does. And so I made the decision before I guess I totally needed to. But I've kind of rolled with it. There's one more Warriors topic that we've done a lot of Warriors in NBA. We're going to get into the Brady roast at 12:50 pop. But I want to get into this Anthony Edwards thing that resurfaced, the old revisionist history about what could the Warriors have done in that 2020 draft. Marcus Thompson was on with the morning guys and was talking about it a little bit. There was an article that patched a couple of old articles together as far as the Warriors not wanting to trade up and Minnesota dangling that pick back in 2020 in that November draft of 2020. So let's get into that, and then we'll get into the Brady roast and maybe wrap things up talking a little Giants as well here on a Tuesday. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. After a great weekend of quality sleep, which can help boost your reaction time, recovery time, and performance. That's why I sleep on the Sleep Number Smart Bed, which is designed for one-of-a-kind, ever-evolving sleep needs. So how do you plan on taking your sleep to the next level? Do what I did and get a Sleep Number bed. It is the #1 quality sleep goal that's for healthy and realistic lifestyles. I slept 4 or 5 hours a night on my Sleep Number beds, especially on the weekend. I am up to about 8 or 9 hours, and I feel so much better. So take advantage of Sleep Number right now. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. The sale will end on Sunday, this coming Sunday, Mother's Day, on May the 12th. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards, only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
If you did, they'd probably take Wiseman.
If they had the one spot, they probably would. That's what you're saying.
They would have taken Wiseman.
Yeah.
They probably would have taken Wiseman. And look, keep in mind, like, here's the one thing that they knew about Anthony Edwards. Like, they knew he was talented, and Rick Celebrini basically gave them an A+ for, like, his body type and athleticism and health and all that. But remember, he had a really bad end to his career at Georgia. That tournament, he did not look good. He couldn't shoot like this. And there were, like, legit knocks on him. And this was during the pandemic where you really couldn't poke and prod a player like you normally would, right? You couldn't get in there. I think that's why they overvalued Wiseman and undervalued some other players.
All right, what could have been? Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday. Marcus Thompson with Murph and Marcus earlier this morning talking about Anthony Edwards, obviously the star of the NBA playoffs to this point. Pop, am I allowed to actually say what your hat says? I like that hat, but I feel like I might get bleeped.
Well, it's a blue version of SFAF is what it is, but it's still a Warrior theme. It's a blue and gold Warrior theme there. Yeah.
No, I like it. That's a good one. From the revisionist history department here, I know you love this, and we are going to get into the Tom Brady roast here in the foreplay coming up. But the conversation is resurfaced as far as the 2020 draft, that November right before Thanksgiving 2020 COVID draft, and
the day Klay Thompson tore his Achilles tendon.
Exactly, and the Warriors ended up taking James Wiseman at 2. But with the explosion of Anthony Edwards, it led to a recount of some prior reporting, basically. There was the Brian Windhorst report from 2021 where he had said, going back to draft night, the Wolves were interested in trading out of the pick. They were basically trying to get the Warriors to move up to 1. And the Warriors...
Who was their GM back then? Gerson Rosas.
Yeah, who came from Houston.
Right.
Yeah, at that point. And so there were all these questions, to Marcus Thompson's point, as he was on with the morning guys, as far as questions about Edwards. And, Jonathan Wasserman, the reporter, the draft reporter, teams, I'm quoting his story, teams worried about Edwards' drive and enthusiasm for winning, according to a source. The Warriors aren't a likely landing spot due to those concerns. And again, this is reporting from 2020 and 2021 as far as the Timberwolves wanted the Warriors to do it. The Warriors weren't interested. And Marcus Thompson saying there, Pop, if the Warriors had moved up, they would have moved up to get Wiseman anyway. But, wow, I have had the thought watching Edwards as to not could have or should have traded or anything, but what if they had actually gotten the number 1 pick? Sounds like Wiseman would have been the pick anyway.
Well, that was a draft that we spent a lot of time researching because the Warriors were not in the bubble the year before. They got shut down. They
had 8 months to do it.
Yeah, and Steve Kerr got involved, and we did all kinds of shows at that time, and so I put a lot of time. Ordinarily, we wouldn't have looked at a lot of these guys. I remember the Warriors, drafting at the parade one year when they took Jacob Evans they took. They were literally just had him in the building the day of the parade. So the draft was like, damn, we got a draft now? Yeah. But, you weren't picking 28, you were picking 2. So we studied all these players. And the 2 guys, Wiseman and LaMelo Ball, there just wasn't a lot of video on them because they didn't play. I mean, Wiseman in college played exactly 69 minutes, parts of 3 games. His high school video going back to with Penny Hardaway was actually better, but he wasn't a one and done, but he really was a one and done. But you watched what he did in his body and his rim running. It was more potential, the quality of the guy. LaMelo Ball played overseas. He didn't play college. It was a weird evaluation. The one guy that played, and it was just 1 year at Georgia, was Anthony Edwards, and the body looked like an NBA 2-guard. He looked like Mitch Richmond. There was a report, and you just watched him play, that he was not a skilled shooter, but guys can learn to shoot. And I did remember one video on him that he made himself where it was about 2 or 3 minutes long, and it just was him shooting everywhere. and just nailing it. And you thought, like, was this edited? What was this? And so I remember talking to Bob and the Warriors. It was a tough evaluation. They were all in on Wiseman. They brought them all into the Bay Area for workouts. You remember Anthony Edwards' workout, Steve jumped in and said, are you trying hard?
Yeah, and this
Are you
is
going as hard as you can go? You got to play harder.
And Anthony Edwards addressed this. We have the clip of Anthony Edwards addressing just that. So let's run that clip.
I was going through the drills, and he kept stopping them like, that's all you got, that's all you got. And I'm like, bro, I'm going hard as you want me to go. Like, what you want me to do? I'm sweating crazy. He like, man, you got to see Steph and KD and Clay work out. And we went to dinner that night, and they still was continuously telling me, like, you didn't work hard enough. Like, if we had the number 1 pick, we wouldn't take you. And I was just like, damn, that's crazy. So me and my trainer ran home after dinner, and we just talking like, bro, we got to pick it up. I don't know how. I don't know what we got to do, like, but we got to pick it up. And I think after that, man, it's just I became a madman in the gym, and, like, I try to work till I'm tired, I'm exhausted. Oh, yeah, for sure. He knows. Yeah, he's going to see this and laugh because he already knows. Him, Bob Myers, and it was another guy with him. Yeah, but they all kind of played a huge role in where I am today because they pitched that to me early.
Wow.
Probably Larry Harris, right?
I mean, that's incredible. I mean, he just talking about Steve, like, you got to go. And I mean, he referenced it, as you mentioned, as a turning point in terms of having to change things up to be the player that he's become.
Yeah, I just got the feeling, and maybe they were looking to trade up from 2 to 1 to assure they would get Wiseman because you didn't know that Wiseman, would go. Minnesota already had Karl Anthony Towns, so would they want 2 bigs? There was a different administration when Tim Connolly came in from Denver. He wanted to put the bigs together. Now he's tripled down with Naz Reid, and he's got a triple tower, not just a twin tower. So in any event, yeah, we heard all those stories about Edwards, and I just don't think the Warriors were enamored. What was the one area of it was the morning of the draft. Klay Thompson calls Bob and says, "You sitting down?" And he tore his Achilles tendon in a workout that day. And the training camp was starting like a week later. Season was going to start right before Christmas.
Yeah, that was a Wednesday. I think training camp was the following Monday or Tuesday, right after Thanksgiving.
So it was, whoa. So at that point, we pretty much knew Edwards would go 1. Would they take LaMelo Ball because they lost Clay? And I think there was some debate on that, but they decided, let's just take this best player available. We'll ride out the Clay loss. If we're going to lose Clay to one of the ball handler in the backcourt to pair with Steph, but I honestly think Anthony Edwards was not a consideration. He didn't have a good workout. He did walk into the NBA that year, and he finished second in the Rookie of the Year balloting and averaged 19 a game, and he's gotten better every year. Now he's a force. He's a hard guy to guard. He can shoot the 3 ball. He's got power. He can guard on both ends. So, I mean, the bottom line is how the fortunes of the Warrior franchise have changed had they just drafted. Now, he would have been gone, but if Minnesota wanted to flip picks and you go up 2 to 1, and they would have drafted Anthony Edwards, or just say, don't take Edwards, let us have him and make a deal, and then, let Wiseman go 1 or something, or somebody else trade up. But that one workout, that's why sometimes information is valuable and sometimes it clouds your judgment. But I do remember them talking afterwards, and Larry Harris, I think, was the third guy in the room, but mainly it was Steve, this guy just doesn't play hard enough. Now, I think he was just young and he didn't know quite what to do, but it sounds like that was a motivator for him to play harder. But to your point, Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
Devin Vassell went later in the draft to San Antonio. I remember Bob, and Bob has talked about, Bob wanted Halliburton, I think. If they weren't going to take Wiseman, I don't think LaMelo Ball would have fit here just culture-wise.
No, but Halliburton could have played right away and been somebody that could have played with Steph that first year behind Steph, and then obviously potentially a future heir apparent.
He had a funky
Steph.
Shot. That was the one thing with him, and he still does.
But he made it. But he made it a lot.
Yeah, but even last night's game, I think he turned down too many shots last night. He's got to be more aggressive to score. I don't know if he's playing with an existing injury, JD, but I thought he needs to guard Brunson himself and get out on that pick and roll and get up on him the way Minnesota is getting up on Jamal Murray. Don't let that joker take shots, bad shots over and over with clean looks. make him take bad shots with, dirty looks and make him miss. And then when you got an open shot, don't turn it down. They've got people around him, and Miles Turner, obviously, Siakam's become a go-to guy. But I think Halliburton's got to play better to get past this series. I think he will. But in any event, that shot did bother me a little bit. A little, Kevin Martin, a little low load, and kind of a weird helicopter release. It did bother you a little bit. But if you were concerned about, the way that Anthony Edwards shot the ball, and he had better form, but didn't look like he was going to be a shooter right away. But did the Warriors bring in Halliburton? Did they work him out that year?
I think they did. I think they absolutely did. And remember, there was the report, we talked about it earlier, the Bulls at 4 dangling Wendell Carter to move up to 2, and then you could have dipped to 4. Now, again, Halliburton didn't go till 12, and I was stunned Advia and Suns took Jalen Smith and the Kings he fell right to the Kings at 12. I didn't think there was a chance that was going to happen, but it did. And I kind of like the Wendell Carter, and Halliburton was my guy at 4. You get a big, you get Halliburton, you let the Bulls go up and presumably take Wiseman or Ball. I can't remember exactly who they wanted to go with at that point, but they could have had their pick, and the Warriors could have had a hell of a player. But it's all revisionist history at this point, Pop.
Yeah, that's why the draft, you just don't know. You may wind up with a Mully or a Mitch Richmond. You may wind up with a Chris Washburn or a Joe Smith or a Todd Fuller. You just don't know. Or a James Wiseman. But, how would the Warriors be different right now if they would have drafted somehow, whether
and Jordan Poole was also part of it too.
One.
I should mention, because they were high on Jordan Poole, and I had heard that was part of the equation, even though Poole hadn't done anything yet. He hadn't even gone to the G League bubble and come back yet. That was the next season.
Right.
But I had heard that they were high enough on Poole to where they didn't necessarily want another guard in the mix. So, it's tough.
But what if they would have drafted Anthony Edwards and he was on this team?
Man. Yeah, there'd be your 2 timelines right there.
Well, would you have won the championship in 2022? And how much would he would have played, obviously, because he was playing a lot.
Maybe not, but you'd have a better shot at winning 24, 25, 26 maybe.
Well, Poole would have been on your roster anyway.
Yeah,
so I
true.
think just would have been Wiseman wasn't there.
Well, and
wasn't contributing that.
And then you would have had Wiggins still, because you got Wiggins before that.
So you could have had it all, and you could have had Anthony Edwards.
You could have had another chip and maybe a couple more. We'll never know, Pop. We'll never know. But
and what would Bob Myers be doing now? Would he be running Joe's team, or would he be the hell out of here?
Light years.
How much did that impact things? Just not being able to get Anthony Edwards. If Wiseman turned into a player, how much would that have changed things? Obviously, dramatically. And, would Bob still be here?
Yeah, it's a great question. We'll never know. We'll get into that in the future, Pop. But let's get into the foreplay coming up in a little bit from the Tom Brady roast. Also, some of those Pat Riley quotes we were talking about. It's all straight ahead right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Hey, it's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. And today, Steve, we're talking about what you can do if you can't pay your taxes.
You can talk to us. And I just had another one. We've been talking about this. I spoke with a nice gentleman who was suffering with this tax problem for 5 years. Didn't do anything about it until his wife finally gave him an ultimatum. So he talked to me, and his problem was simple and easy to fix. And he must ask me 6 times over, is that it? Yes. Nothing else? No. Is that really fit? He couldn't believe it. 6 times he asked me, was that it? And that's one of the things I like your listeners to know that you could be suffering with some horrible problem. You think there's no solution. There's no way you can pay your taxes or file them. And you know what? There could be a really easy fix. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Just call me up, talk to me. Let me tell you what we want to do for you. And if you agree, let's go ahead and do it. And maybe you'll be just like the gentleman I'm telling you about, where he says, wow, that's it. It was so easy. And your tax problem's now in the rearview mirror.
All right, Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. For more info, give Steve a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back, Pop and Lund on a Tuesday. Time for the foreplay, Pop. Have a little bit of fun with this. I know you were all in. You said yesterday you watched all 3.5 hours.
Was it 3.5? Whatever it was.
A little more than 3.
and it was uncomfortable at times, hilarious at times, and just what the F is going on here? But they
well, he
they
was a good
roasted
sport.
Tom Brady.
He was a good sport.
Kyle Shanahan put on a tuxedo and showed up with his wife Mandy to be there, which was interesting. But Drew Bledsoe and Julian Edelman, Randy Moss, and Gronk. I thought Gronk was going to bomb. They were all over him, but he did a nice job. Bill Belichick, Bob Kraft got up. You know who I thought were the two worst? Peyton Manning got up at the end. The guys you would think would be the best. Will Ferrell did Ron Burgundy, and I think that kind of bombed. It wasn't funny. And I don't know where Ben Affleck was going with his. Not as funny. And then I thought, we're going to find out if Tom Brady's going to be a broadcaster and any good. He got up and he ripped everybody back, and his delivery was good. So that was a night where it was really uncomfortable and weird, as Bob Kraft said, but at times it was hilarious. He did admit to deflating his balls, which is fine.
We're going to get to that.
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
But he never said a damn thing about the tuck you play. Otherwise, he would have been a fourth stringer his whole career.
Well, the only thing missing for me, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, is I think you could have had, 2.5 to 5 minutes where you could have just gone all in, maybe brought Charles Woodson up to the stage
they wouldn't
with
have invited me. Tom Sr. wouldn't want me. Charles Woodson was in the front row. Why didn't Charles Woodson get to roast him?
You could have given Charles Woodson a script, and he could have done it.
There was no mention of the tuck you, not one.
Yeah.
0.
That was a disappointment.
Just all his saggy balls is all we heard.
All right, well, we'll get to those coming up in just a second, but let's run through some of the best as determined by Walter and Danny, and I had a little bit of input in this, but let's hear a little bit from Kevin Hart, who did a nice job here right off the top.
F you, Tom Brady.
That's what I want. Guys, we are here to roast the greatest quarterback of all time. Yeah. Wait, Joe Montana's here? Is it Joe Montana or is it? Okay, well, you know what, guys? We're live. These are real problems. If it's not Joe Montana, then it should be worded differently. If it's Tom Brady, we should say we're talking about one of the greatest to do it. Not the greatest. The greatest is Joe Montana. Okay, that's good.
All right, so there you go. That was
he went at him all night.
All night,
and that's the whole bit. It's a roast, and he's an Eagles fan. So every once in a while, he would just look at Brady and go, "F you, Tom Brady."
That was good. I did run through it. I kind of fast picked my spots. I kind of had it on the background as I was doing some other stuff while I was watching the NBA games last night, because you sold me on it. I didn't get a chance. There was too much. Too many margaritas Sunday for too many mint juleps.
Cinco de Drinko, I got it. I'm not a big Kevin Hart fan, but I kind of enjoyed him in this
He was
role
good. He was
as
really good.
The host of the roast to Tom Brady. He took it to heart.
He was good. The other guy who was a good sport about everything was Drew Bledsoe. So
he was hilarious.
Drew Bledsoe was hilarious.
Hilarious. Was hilarious.
Yeah, Drew Bledsoe, obviously the guy that Tom Wally pipped back in 2001. So here's some Drew Bledsoe from the roast.
So, hey, look, buddy, you have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the number 1 overall draft pick in the NFL. And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
Oh,
they went out of bounds about Giselle. That's where it went. I thought, wow, we're going there? Most of the stuff on Brady was her trainer, jiu-jitsu trainer. It was like, and that was all night it kept up about that. Is that a little too new? A little too personal? I mean, that was, whoa, where are they going here?
Did you see, I saw a video, and maybe you'd seen this, but I saw a video of Ichiro. This was, independent of the roast, but it was, I guess Tom Brady reached out to Ichiro and got his number. I think A-Rod gave Tom Brady Ichiro's phone number. And so Tom Brady texted Ichiro because Brady wanted to go over, he wanted to know more about Ichiro. I guess Ichiro had a stretching routine that he did that was something
amazing.
Yeah, and he wanted to know more about it. Brady obviously always looking at his body, and Ichiro, I guess, was like, who the bleep is this? And somebody said it's Tom Brady, and he goes, who the bleep is Tom Brady?
He had no idea.
Ichiro had no idea who Tom Brady was. This was during Ichiro's career. But after Brady was famous, and Ichiro had no idea who Brady was, but Brady reached out to him through A-Rod, and he gets the phone, and it's like, hey, I just want to learn more about my this stretching routine. And Ichiro was like, who the bleep is Tom Brady?
I never heard of that. That's classic.
Incredible. Yeah, saw that video pop
Drew
up.
Bledsoe was good. He went strong. He was funny.
Yeah, he was very good under some
He went like first, I think. He may have been first up.
No, he was good. Yeah, he was terrific. And then, Pop, you mentioned it as you listen here to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's Pop and Lund. It's hour 4. We're with you until 2 o'clock. We're in the foreplay segment here, talking about the Tom Brady roast the other night. And you teased this one, but here's Brady on his balls.
Remember Deflategate? The NFL spent $20 million and found that it was more probable than not, that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs. You could have just given me the $20 million, and I would just told you I did it.
There you go. There you go.
That was a drop the mic moment. He admitted it.
It was good. It was terrific, and you could tell he was reading it. He was a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but then he got there. He got to the punchline.
I thought he nailed all his lines. I thought he was trying. The little bit about is he going to be a good broadcaster or not, and it's completely unrelated. But that's a hard room to get up in that venue with those people and what they were saying about him, and he had to come back strong. I think when a lot of people, when they're at a roast, you don't know, should I go hard? Do I go soft? I mean, I remember Rick Barry being at one, and it wasn't supposed to be as tenacious, but Rick went hard. It's like, whoa, Rick, what are you talking about?
Rick would be a hell of a roaster.
Yeah, I know.
My God.
So I was like, whoa, do you want us to roast you and all your wives and kids? I mean, it was like, they went hard at Brady, and he went hard back, and his lines were funny. He had one where he brought an analogy into 9/11 where I thought, where's he going there? Turned out to be funny. But I came away thinking he nailed it. He did a great response, and he's going to be a hell of a good broadcaster. And that's a tough boot to walk into because Greg Olson did a great job with Kevin Burkhardt, but I think Brady's going to be a good broadcaster.
I think Brady's going to be real good. I think he's going to have the right balance of knowledge and humor and just knowing what it's all about. Big name, obviously. People are going to want to hear what he has to say about things. I think he's going to be good. That was one where it was so weird the way the deal was done, where he was going to come back and play, and then he was going to be out for a year, and then he was going to step in and all of that. But no, I'm with you. I think Brady will be pretty good. As far as the roast goes, there are odds out. I saw some odds today about the next. Who's the next to be roasted?
To be roasted.
Who should be the next? Yeah, who should be the next to be roasted?
Aaron Rodgers would be terrific.
Let me look if Aaron Rodgers is on the list. I don't think Aaron Rodgers made
to roast Aaron Rodgers.
I don't think he made this list that I'm looking at. It is a lengthy list.
Michael Jordan with Michael E. The one thing, all the while this was going on, I'm like, why did he agree to do this? Why is he getting pummeled? And it wasn't just. I thought it'd be funny stuff about his career and being picked 199 and being slow, and they got into his family stuff and losing his kids and the wife. It was like, whoa, is anything out of bounds here? So I thought, like, why would he agree? You got a list of people you'd love to see, roasted, and the 45th president of the United States was already been roasted. Love to have him roasted again, but. Why? I mean, you have to be. It's not just who we want, but who would agree?
You got to be a great. You got to be a great. It's got to be a goat.
Without a doubt. Otherwise, we don't have enough cachet to do it.
Got to be a goat roast. LeBron James 4-1 is at the top of this list. LeBron James.
Do you have enough material on LeBron? The other one, how about Steph Curry? But you don't have enough material on Steph. What are you going to roast him on?
You could roast him on being the good guy. I mean, I think there's enough there. I think you could roast him on some of the.
Who else is on? How about Aaron Rodgers? It'd be terrific.
Steph Curry is on the list, 12-1 odds.
He's 12-1.
He's 12-1. LeBron. Let me give you the leaders here. LeBron 4-1. Charles Barkley would be funny. Charles Barkley 5-1 to be roasted.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Shaq is on the list. Travis Kelce's on the list.
That'd be good.
Pat Mahomes.
That'd be good.
Patrick Mahomes, 9-1. Peyton Manning would be pretty good.
Totally.
So
You know, one thing, Peyton got up at the end. I thought he was a little stiff. Peyton gets a little. That's why I think he's never gone in the booth. I think there's a little. He gets, I don't want to say camera shy or intimidated. Like one thing about Brady, his ego came out.
Right.
When he was just saying who he was and what he's done. There's a swag to Tom Brady that I think is going to translate to the broadcast booth and being on TV that I'm not sure Peyton Manning could fully pull off. With all the commercials he's done, but there's difference of going live in big moments. Brady was unflappable, and Peyton got a little tight. He was nervous.
Yeah, I think Brady has a little bit of that. I'm the good-looking guy, and I know I'm the good-looking guy, and whereas Peyton Manning, it might be a little bit different for him. But yeah, Peyton Manning 10-1, Steph Curry, as we mentioned, 12-1. How about Tiger? Tiger Woods? There you go. Great minds.
Wow.
How about
he would never agree to it. He would never agree to it. You think he'd sit there and let them talk about his ex-wife the way Brady did?
There's a lot of material. Tiger. You talk about, is there enough material? There'd be a lot of Tiger material.
He's not doing it.
Aaron Rodgers. I missed him here as I was running down this list. Aaron Rodgers is 16-1 as another one, and then
now he might do it. I could see Rodgers doing it.
Couple other good ones. Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant would be pretty good.
Is Durant a big enough name? Is he known well enough to be able to do that?
Yeah.
And put it on Netflix?
Yeah. Danny Dunn says, I don't think he could take it. Could he take being roasted, or would he get up there and...
Nah, I don't know.
Would he get up there and punch somebody?
How about Draymond Green?
Draymond Green, 33-1. Now, this is a lengthy list, but yeah, Draymond Green, 33-1 on this list. As far as, let's see, any
baseball players showing up? Shohei Ohtani?
Jose Canseco made the list.
Oh boy,
Josie.
He'd love to just be asked, Jose.
I know Josie he'd be roasting himself.
That's his life. He does it every day.
Jerry Rice, 33-1. Magic Johnson, 25-1.
You could get into stuff with Magic.
There could be, yeah.
Wow.
So that's a lengthy list.
They even mentioned Magic because it was at the forum.
Right.
They mentioned.
Yep, Magic. It was a good event. It was I don't know. I didn't get 3+ hours, but I probably got a good hour and 45.
That was good. It was good.
And saw the highlights. One other clip to get to in our foreplay.
You know what else was amazing was Belichick.
Oh yes, yeah. Belichick's awesome. Belichick's got personality. I go back to, I covered the Super Bowl week it was the it was the Atlanta, the big comeback, that Super Bowl week in Houston.
Yeah, right.
And I was at all the press conferences doing reports and different things. And
Art Spander stole Kyle's bag.
I was amazed. I was amazed at Belichick and all the press conference, like how he had personality, because I never really seen Bill, and everything you see from Bill in a press conference, Pop, is we're on to Cincinnati, and it's just he doesn't want to reveal anything.
That's by design, because he doesn't want to say anything. But if he wants to say something, he's funny.
But being asked more of the widespread questions at a Super Bowl, where things can get, it's not about, hey, how are you going to defend Matt Ryan and all of that. When it's not those kinds of questions, he would provide a lot of depth, and I thought it found to be really interesting and funny. And
I don't think he needs to be roasted, because he was. I mean, he got roasted as much as Tom Brady. And the one thing that Ben Affleck just ripped him at the end. He went off on him, but his players were taking shots at him, and there was some funny stuff there where they were going back and forth. Julian Edelman tore up Belichick, but Belichick had one of the great lines. He was talking about Gronk, and he said, my line to all my players is just do your job. When I'm watching Gronk on NFL broadcast on Fox, I'm like wondering, please don't do your job anymore. You got to stop doing that. It was so good.
It's hilarious. That was good. And Bill's got the delivery. He's got the just hearing him say with his voice certain things is really funny. So, yeah, Belichick was pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and pause here. We'll come back. We'll get to our fourth in the foreplay. It's back to Pat Riley a little bit because he was on one. I thought
Did you roast Riles? Well, they kind of did on Showtime.
I want Riles to roast everybody else. He roasted his freaking
Winning
team.
Time. What was the show on Showtime? Winning Time.
Oh, yeah, Winning Time was
They
fun.
kind of roasted Patricia during that one.
They did. They
nailed him.
There were a lot of people not happy about that.
Jerry West,
not happy about that. My goodness.
Pat Riley, not happy.
Not happy. It's a spoof, people. It's not real. But we'll get the Pat Riley clip coming back. Our fourth in the foreplay. It's Papa and Lund here, KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sergio Romo told Murph and Marcus this morning why he's still optimistic about the 2024 Giants. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Greg Papa here, and imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Yes, Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home into equity, turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you can use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. As you know, your home value is going way, way up right now. You can use that money to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now at 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
You know, for him to say that, you know, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? You know, if you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
All right, Pat Riley, that's the fourth in our foreplay. A little wraparound edition of the foreplay into another segment here. Pat Riley, president, GM, everything of the Miami Heat on his star player, Jimmy Butler. Butler running off about who would have been eliminated had he been playing. He mentioned Boston and New York both, who have obviously moved on to the second round. And, the ever-candid Pat Riley, that was a hell of a press conference, man. I know we played the other clip of him sipping tequila earlier. He went in on Tyler Hero. He went in on Jimmy Butler. He went in on Udonis Haslem, who went on ESPN. And Pat said, hey, Udonis is really good on ESPN. He's really good on a podcast, all this stuff. But he's got to remember he works for the Heat when he's sharing all these opinions about different things. And so it was Pat Riley Unplugged, which I thought was a sight. I watched that whole 45 minutes, and it was riveting.
We were talking about, who's next to be roasted, and I think Belichick actually got roasted on Sunday night indirectly. Collateral damage. Pat Riley getting roasted would be amazing. I don't know if he would sit there and take it all, but his career, I mean, he's 79 years old. Pat Riley, and I remember him as a player, not a great one, a physical one with the Lakers. He was on, the reason he hates the Boston Celtics so much, Jerry West, Jerry got one championship in 71-72. How many times did he lose in the finals to the Boston Celtics? His whole career, and Pat was right there in the backcourt with Goodrich and West. It was Pat Riley. He won as a player in 71-72. He won as an assistant coach with Magic in 80, and then he won 4 with the Lakers as a head coach. He also won another one with Miami in 2006 as a head coach, and he's won 2 as an NBA executive. The Heatles team that he put together with LeBron. So how many is that total? 9? When you look at his head coaching career, his playing career, his assistant coaching career, and his executive career. I mean, outside of Red Auerbach and a few others, I mean, Steve Kerr's, right there with his 9.
Phil Jackson.
9. Phil Jackson as well. Phil got 2 as a player, I think, but maybe just 1. This maybe
1.
72,
Yep.
73 next. Anyway, what a career Pat Riley has had, and he's still going strong at age 79. But his end of season pressers in Miami are legendary, and the one he had just the other day about Butler. He also said he's not trading Jimmy Butler, and he cut it off. But you don't think he told Jimmy Butler directly to Jimmy Butler to shut your effing mouth? He didn't even play. But I remember the one. Remember the one he had again about LeBron, where it was,
get a grip.
It's easy to walk out that door. It's easy to walk out that door, and we all kind of had an idea. When he went to, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and all that with Jim Gray. He was there for the Tom Brady roast, obviously, the other night. But just the whole bit about coming to Miami and not 1, not 2, not 3, it was 2. It ended at 2. And then it was pretty obvious he was going to leave and go back to Cleveland. But Riley, when he had an idea LeBron was going to leave and go back to Northeast Ohio, he said, it's easy to walk out that door. You walked in that door, easy to walk out that door. So, Jimmy Buckets, you think you're above it from Riles when he roasted, LeBron James when he left? But what a career Pat Riley has had at age 79, still going strong, an amazing career.
Yeah, incredible. And it just, his blunt assessment of his team and his star player. And, Udonis Haslem, the comments about basically saying, hey, I love him on the podcast and all that, but he's got to keep his mouth shut. Remember that we're paying him. And nobody's more beloved than Udonis Haslem with his 2 decades in a Heat uniform, and even he's not above a little bit of question. He called Tyler Hero fragile. He did praise Hero's ability to work on his strength in the offseason, but he said, hey, maybe he's got to keep bulking up and be. His big thing was, and I think this is where it does relate to the Warriors a little bit. He went in on the player availability and the 65 game for awards, and that was another part of it. He said, hey, there's basically an implication that 17, guys can miss 17 games, and that's cool. And as long as you play 65, where if in the media a lot of times it's gone the other way, is 65 too many to have to qualify for first, second, third team and a lot of these awards. Pat was like, hey, why 65? Why not 72? Why not 75? He was pretty bent out of shape about the fact that Jimmy Butler, I think specifically at one point they were talking about the contract extension, and he was asked, I think it was Ira Winderman, the longtime reporter, asked about Jimmy coming to them and wanting an extension and how Jimmy will go, has asked for extensions, and Pat cut it off right away. He said, no, we gave him the last extension. He didn't come to, we gave it to him. We paid him forward, and it was almost like he didn't think they were getting a return on investment in terms of availability, and nights where Jimmy kind of takes the PTO, I think sometimes, and knowing that, as long as you get to 65, you still get your awards. And he obviously, Pat's as old school as it comes with a lot of that stuff, but he was pretty blunt and candid, and it made me think of the assessment needed to the Warriors, and what would he be saying about this team if it was?
How would he handle Draymond? How would he handle, and not just Draymond's, the way he is as a player and all that? Because Pat was a tough player. I'm sure he appreciates Draymond as a player, but the podcasting is interesting. And Pat, everything we listed in his career, we omitted when for a very brief time he was Chet Kern's partner on Lakers radio and TV, the simulcast, before Stu Lance came on, and Hot Rod Hundley was there for a while.
I did not know that. Wow.
So did you see Winning Time? They mentioned it.
They did. They did.
Chet Kern did not come off well. He called him Patricia when he was there. It was weird. Anyway, yeah, Pat Riley was a broadcaster, and then the whole, Paul Westhead thing, and Pat,
so that would have been 70s-ish, late
79,
70s?
80.
Yeah.
Well, I think he was a late. Pat was struggling. When he got done as a player, in 76 with Phoenix, he was searching for what to do. Riley, did that. And Jerry West, I think, was Laker coach then. In any event, it was a little bit of an in-between time. So he was in broadcasting. He was Chick's partner very briefly before Dr. Buss wanted him on the bench, and then he obviously took over for Westhead. But so he knows, and and Pat, in between jobs, and when he left the Lakers and before he was with the Knicks, was that the timeline, or maybe? Yeah, was it then?
He went right to the Knicks.
Well, he went to NBC.
Oh, yeah.
And Ebersol hired him to do the NBA Today, whatever it was called, with Costas. It was Peter Vesey, and it was
that Sunday
Bob
show,
Costas.
right? Yeah.
He did that show. So the point is, Riley,
maybe for 1 year,
telegenic guy. Well, yeah, like a short period of time, but he did work in broadcasting, both with Chick on Laker games and on NBC with Bob Costas. But the podcasting, like what Draymond was saying about Jamal Murray not getting suspended and all that, and I agree with what he had to say. But do you ever think there's a point where the Warriors just reach out to him through Raymond or somebody, how much is he making doing podcasting that it seems like first thing he does when he wakes up in the morning was fire up a podcast?
Well,
he's getting paid pretty well to be our player. How much is he making to do that?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to how much he's making, but I've never thought, honestly, that has had any impact on his play or any of the other issues that he's had.
That.
Well, but
how about the time he ripped Bob Myers for the Kevin Durant the last year of Durant? He and Durant come on together, and they basically blame it on Bob. Are you serious?
Well, yeah. I mean, I do think there's been some uncomfortable conversations at times, depending upon the topic or who he's had on and the like. I think as far as I think Pat, to kind of bring it back to that and relate it to Draymond, like I think that his stance on Draymond would be very similar to the Warriors' stance, which is as long as the guy's worth it. Now, the availability thing, and Mike Dunleavy said it, and Steve Kerr said it. He's got to be available. I mean, Mike Dunleavy Jr. said flat out, when Draymond came back shortly thereafter, the issue is not his play; it's the fact that he hasn't been available to play and of his own doing with the incidents that have been well chronicled. So that to me is the issue. Like, he can still play, and it's that calculus that Steve always mentions. Maybe there comes a point where he isn't a capable enough player and he does something and it's like, all right, we're done with this guy. But so I don't think that's really all that different as far as Draymond or any other player that maybe has either an on-court or an off-court issue. 1990-91, by the way, was the 1 year. So
it was between the Laker head coaching job and the Knick job.
There was a 1 year gap, the 1990-91 season. So the year that the Bulls played the Lakers in the finals.
Right. That's when Riles was on NBC.
That was the 1 year he was on.
And then
NBC.
when, as far as players, I mean, he had Charles Oakley in New York. He had Anthony Mason in New York. He had a lot of Draymond type players, that were tough guys that brought it all together. So I'm talking, I'm sure he's telling his players, would you kill the podcasting? Really, you have to do that? How much are we paying you? But I wanted in Draymond sometimes, and Draymond, she's always so brutally honest. There's just sometimes, I'm sure the Warriors don't like it, but when they re-signed him to the 4-year, $100 million contract, anybody mention, hey, can you back off the podcasting a little bit?
All right, we'll come back. It's Papa's Choice. Coming up next, Pop, we're going to talk about whatever. We'll go whatever direction you want to go. Pop, just a new one-time only JD feature. Papa's Choice. Coming up next, right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All these places, you've seen the Giants one with Doval where he comes out to the whole thing. Like, have you thought up one yet? Because, Oakland will get behind you, the people that show up.
Yeah, they are. Even on the smaller crowds, they still are fired up at the end of the game. We're trying a couple things out. We talked about the lights. I don't think that's going to happen. They said the lights might not come back on. But we got a couple decal or going around the facade pictures. They seem like they're kind of experimenting with some of the shut all the scoreboard lights off until I pick the ball up on the mound.
All right, that's Mason Miller via foul territory. Mason Miller, the closer for the Oakland Athletics. That was a great line, Pop. They turn the lights off. They may not come back on during his entrance.
I've seen that happen many a night game there.
Over
Tim there.
Over at the Coliseum.
Damn light bulbs.
It's Pop and Lund on a Tuesday. A couple of segments to go here. We're with you until 2 o'clock, then Tolbert and Copes. It's Papa's Choice. Pop, we've been...
First time ever. John and I have been doing this show since 2011. I never get to pick what the hell we talk about. It's all John Lund that does it. So I was kind of at a loss for a moment what I wanted to talk about, but I need help. I need guidance here. Bay Area's got to come together. How do we handle this last year of the Oakland A's, of the A's in Oakland? They are going to Sacramento. We know that next year. We'll see how many years they're there in West Sac, if they ever make their way to Las Vegas. That's why when they signed that deal to go to Sacramento, JD, it broke my heart. Because you're creating a division here where it's going to be, I don't want to say impossible because things are. The Raiders were gone for 13 years, went to L.A. and won a Super Bowl there, then did come back and then left again. But it's just the current ownership. It's going to be hard. Maybe there's a sale there. So, and they're losing today. Bochy's team, Russ Stripling, had a rough outing today. 11-1 they're down in the bottom of the second. But they got a better record than the Giants right now. Take the crowd out of it and what they're not drawing because it's been like that for a while. But this is the Bay Area's original dynasty. Before the Niners and the Warriors and the Giants won their three, the A's winning in 72, 73, 74, put the Bay Area on the sports map and came back and won again in 89, should have won more. They were so dominant from 88 to 92. Obviously the Mulder, Hudson, Zito teams that had their hearts broken, not too long ago with Bob Melvin there and the winning they did. And so I'm a little conflicted. I do root for them. But in light of the limbo status they're in, current ownership, and we know that this is going to be the last year of the Athletics in Oakland, maybe forever, the fact that they are going to Sacramento. And do we even root for the deal in Vegas to fall apart so they stay in Northern California? I mean, I'm a little conflicted.
I mean, yeah.
When I watch my A's, I did the A's games for 14 years, and I got there when they were the number one team in American sport. They were the Bash brothers. They were Stu and Eck and Ricky and Hendu, and we led the league in attendance that year in 1990 and overall payroll. They just paid Jose. He was the highest paid player in the game. They got Ricky back right before that, and Ricky was the highest paid player in the history of the Bay Area for a brief time, and then they just got dismantled and ownership changed. The Haas's sold it, and Steve Schott he tried, but he just wasn't a great owner. And then obviously the current owners just run the thing into the ground. So I'm a little conflicted. A's just scored to make it 11-2, by the way. They're coming back. But how do we handle this 2024 baseball season for the Oakland A's? Because for me, I am really conflicted this year. I don't know how to feel.
It stinks. And Pop, you mentioned that heyday there. I remember as a kid, the first sporting events that I went to were in 1989, and I went to my first NBA game in '89. I went to my first Major League Baseball game at Candlestick in '89. I saw the Giants and the Cardinals. I went about a month later to the Coliseum, and my dad and my parents, they were, hey, let's go to some games, let's do some things, and we went and had a good time. And on that, I saw Dave Stewart pitch it was the second Major League game I ever went to as a kid, and it was the Coliseum, and it was a Tuesday night, and Dave Stewart was on the mound against the Angels. And the place was electric, and I'll never forget. And Roy Steele and his voice, and hearing it for the first time with the lineups, it was amazing. And so I remember that growing up as a kid in my formative years, and the love of sport, and '89 and the Giants and A's playing the World Series for a kid from Northern California. It was unbelievable. Is it like this all the time? And so I have a fondness for the A's as well, in addition to the Giants, and a fondness for the Coliseum that I know a lot of people in the East Bay and in Oakland and the Bay Area, have. Obviously, it's not, what needs to be in today's day and age, but I have I had a fondness for Candlestick for the same reasons, going to Niner games and Giants games. So it's tough because I totally understand, Pop, the notion of a fan that doesn't want to put a penny in the owner's pocket to go to a game. But there's a part of me that would really want to almost go to every game I could if I was a hardcore A's fan, because it may not happen again in all the memories at the Coliseum. So it's definitely conflicting and sad.
And I go, I go there a lot. When I take time off, I remember, I think it was July the 1st, the first day I was off for a while, I went to Oakland. And they took care of me. I had a seat right behind home plate and just roamed around. The stadium's in disrepair. It really makes me sicken the way they just let it go. But that was my home. I mean, for most of my adult life, I raised my children there, whether it was at the Coliseum Arena next door, or there were days I did both. I did an A's game in the day and a Warrior game at night, or then the Raiders came in. I mean, I was there around the clock. I spent more time at 66th and Hagenberger than I did in my own home, it seemed like. And I just remember the feeling that I had, before the Raiders came back, and it did change things, and the view you had, Mount Davis obstructed it all. But just seeing, I remember the first game I ever did. The A's were playing the Twins in 1990. They were defending World Series champions. Mike Norris took the ball that day and made his most celebrated comeback, and Mike went through hell and back. But he was part of Billy Ball and all that, and just looking out of the booth, and it was sold out. It was a day game, and Kent Herbeck and Kirby Puckett were on the other side, and it was just wow. And that stadium was beautiful. It was considered one of the best stadiums in all of baseball.
It was an event, man. I mean, I remember my mom and like my aunts and the kids, my cousins, we'd go to the game and they'd hang out, and they would all want to get a wave from Jose, and during batting practice or whatever. I mean, Jose it was a thing. He was a rock star.
He was before Michael Jordan. He was Michael Jordan. We rolled up in a city in the early 90s when Canseco got off the bus. There were thousands of autograph seekers. Jose was leaving the team to go hang with Madonna and getting photographed. I mean, they were all that. And now to see what they are, and still in Billy Beane fashion, overcoming the payroll, the lowest in baseball. Giants payroll's 3 times higher. They got a better record. So they're kind of doing it again, the Moneyball theme and all that, Sandy. But I am conflicted how to watch them, how to root for them. And then what do we do when the calendar turns? From May to June, July, August, and then September rolls around, and we're in on the Niners. And what do we do September the 26th when they play a day game?
Thursday afternoon, right?
They're playing Bruce Bochy right now on September the 26th at 12:37 in the afternoon. They're going to play Bochy. It's a Thursday afternoon game. Giants are not playing.
Well, you hope the Niners don't play that night.
And then, so what do we do?
They might.
I mean, that, whatever it is, it comes and goes. At 3:30 that afternoon, there's going to be no more. I mean, the A's are not going to be in Oakland anymore, whether it's just a 3-year detour with this Vegas thing and they go to Sacramento. I mean, how do you feel being so aligned to the city of Sacramento that the A's are going to be playing in West Sac? We kind of thought that may be a possibility, but we never thought it would happen under these circumstances. So as this season continues to play out, I am really conflicted how to handle the last year of the Athletics in Oakland.
It hurts me for the true tried and true Oakland A's Bay Area fans more than honestly I feel good about it. For as far as but I also remember as a kid growing up in Sacramento, and like I said, we went to the Coliseum and we went to Candlestick and then later Pacific Bell Park and all of that. But I remember, it was a dream as a kid to have a major league game in Sacramento. And this was even before the River Cats. I mean, I was in high school when the River Cats came and all that in 2000. But it was a situation where, it's great. And Sacramento got them, and I've talked to people, and everybody knows the story. I mean, Sacramento did what they did to let the A's play there because they're hoping they can keep them. They're hoping the Vegas deal falls apart and they can get in on a deal to have them be there. We'll see. But yeah, I'm conflicted but feel worse for the Bay Area. And a lot of my best friends are in that, late 30s to early 40s age group where they grew up, the Raiders were gone and the A's and the Niners were the it teams. It was the A's and the Niners. And so like most of my friends and cousins and family and people that I grew up with, they were diehard A's fans and diehard Niner fans. And, that's a different combo now. I think that's how you're a certain age. That's how you're like 38 to 45, kind of, is that you're a diehard Niner A's fan. But most of my buddies are that way still. So I feel for them. And a lot of them grew up in the Bay and grew up in Northern California and love that team. So it stinks.
And the Raiders are gone. And you can blame, and I blame the A's ownership for the Raiders leaving. I think the Raiders would have found a way. Mark wanted to stay here, but he couldn't make a deal with Lou Wolf and Baby Gap, and just wasn't there. They squatted on that parcel. The Raiders left, and now the irony of irony is that they're going to leave themselves. So
yeah, it's tough.
It's we haven't really talked about the A's since the day that the Sacramento deal went down, but we're watching them and we keep an eye on them. And the year they had last year, we thought they were going to rival the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. This year, it's like, damn.
Well, it's every 6 years, Pop. Every 6 years they surprise. Going back to 2000,
they had a run where they did it 3 years in a row.
Oh no, they did it. No. I'm saying a different iteration. Like if you go back to
so they're going to be good for the next 3 years with this group.
2000 they surprised. 2006.
So who's going to finish with a better record? I mean, I think ultimately the Giants will have a better record.
I mean, the Giants should. If they don't, look out. Well, let's get into that coming up next.
Will they?
We got to pause here. We'll come back. We got Tolbert and Copes. There you go. Will they? But yeah, Papa's choice. We'll keep it going here till 2 o'clock on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Marcus Thompson joined Murph and Marcus this morning and explained the Warriors' thought process in not trading up for Anthony Edwards in the 2020 NBA Draft. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Final segment, Pop and Lund on a Tuesday. Tolbert and Copes coming up from 2 until Giants baseball. Giants and Rockies at 5:40. They've got PJ Carlissimo today, Pop, and if you want some positivity in your life, especially with the optimism right now surrounding the Giants, Ray Ratto is going to join the fellas at 3:50. So always Mr. Sunshine with Tolbert and Copes at 3:50 here on the Sports Leader.
It's time for the happy hour with Ray Ratto.
Oh, that
Kelly Johnson.
That was a great. Now that's the set that we need.
That was a great show.
That's the set that we need in here.
Always wanted to spend happy hour with Ratto since he's Mr. Sunshine. And with PJ, we'll put a little mustard on it and see where the Warriors are at.
You said it before the break. You asked the question. You were talking about the A's in our Papa's Choice segment at 1:30. And you said, I think the Giants are going to have a better record than the A's. They don't right now. But will they? And yeah, the answer is they better. And that's where this thing is really starting to, with the 3 games in Colorado, get off the rails a little bit for the Giants. 15-21. I know I think I startled you by saying they're the 3rd worst team in the National League. Now, they could win tonight and I think move up 2 or 3 spots, actually, just by winning tonight, depending upon what happens. But they got to get it rolling. Bob Melvin is short and blunt and frustrated, and they got to start hitting at Coors Field. And they got to get some wins because this thing is not, I mean, I don't like to be fatalistic about it in terms of careers, but Farhan's not going to be here if this thing doesn't get turned around. I don't care about the extension or not.
Well, I mean, they just did re-sign him, so let's not go there. But
we don't have to now. But
I know the Giants' payroll is $198 million. Which is the 10th highest in baseball. Even with all the late signings, it's still only 10th. The A's payroll, and they do it all the time, is $63 million, by far the lowest in baseball. But the A's are losing 11-2 today. Not a good outing for Ross Stripling. He didn't pitch well his last outing, but he got knocked around today. But it's Texas. So the A's are 17-19. I mean, the White Sox are 8-27. They are so bad. And Colorado is 8-26. Then you get into Miami at 10-27. Then the Giants at 15-21.
Yeah.
The Angels are bad, obviously. How about the Astros? How bad they are 1 year minus Dusty.
The Giants right now, Pop, are on a 67 win pace. 67-95. Now, again, it's early. That can change quickly. You win a couple in a row. But they are on a 67-95 pace.
Not good. But they are playing Colorado. So, and I feel for Bud Black and what situation he's got going. He's had that job for a long time, and Bud's a good manager, but they're just not very good. So, I mean, Kyle Harrison's going to pitch tonight, JD, and you would think a couple of things. High fastballs, all the high fastballs. If they square one up, it's going to go a long way, a mile above sea level. But a lot of times pitchers don't do well at altitude because their breaking balls don't break a lot. So, he'll be able to throw his changeup and his fastball. We'll see if his slider is flat a little bit tonight. And then, for the Colorado Rockies, Chris Bryant. You talk about a free agent signing that didn't work out well. What happened to his career after Farhan traded for him? And I was never a fan. His first game as a Giant was pretty good. And then after that, he just became really pitchable. Longoria came back. He didn't have a position. But ever since he's been a Colorado Rocky, and they gave him a lot of money.
They did, and the Giants didn't.
He's been hurt. He hardly ever plays. What's wrong with him?
Hardly ever plays, and that's been. And you talk about the things that Farhan hasn't done well. His best skill, and this is I'm not being snarky here. His best skill has been, for the most part, the guys that he's chosen not to sign. Like there have been some decisions to not sign players that have worked out favorably that have gone other places and haven't done much. But yeah, Kyle Harrison, Dakota Hudson today, Jordan Hicks, Peter Lambert tomorrow. The couple of right-handers, 3 right-handers. Cal Quantrill is going for the Rockies on Thursday afternoon.
Thursday's a day game, so we
Yeah.
got a short show. John's back tomorrow. You did a great job, JD. We enjoyed. You've been here Friday, Monday for a short show, and today. So we had like 2.5 days with you just about.
Yeah,
It was great.
It's been fun, and looking forward to the next opportunity. We'll do Papa. You tell Lund you want to do Papa's Choice once in a while.
Well, he'll say every segment is Papa's choice. So
he'll say
and every day.
next
It's
time
all we
JD's
ever
in.
do is what Papa wants. So I'm not going to be able to sell him on that. But we're watching hoops tonight. What do you think in Dallas, Oklahoma City? Could Dallas's defense do what Minnesota has done to Denver and just lock up Oklahoma City's great offense?
No, but I do think they can win the series. I like Dallas in 7 in that series. I think it's going to be a terrific series. I think I was really impressed with Oklahoma City in the first round. Well, they won that first game and everything. They didn't play well, particularly the first game, but they won it late. And then they played great from that point on against the Pelicans. Obviously, no Zion changes things for them, but I was really impressed with OKC in the 4-0. I think Dallas is going to the Western Conference Finals. I think they're going to, but that's going to be a fun series. I think both teams are going to win.
So Dallas against Minnesota in the Western Finals?
I'm not done with Denver yet. I think Denver. I picked Denver in 7. I'm picking Dallas in 7. I had Denver in 7 before the Timberwolves won the first 2 games, so I didn't think that the Timberwolves would go in there and win both, and I sure as heck didn't think they'd blow them out like they did last night and just, stymied the Nuggets and Jokic and Murray's not 100% and all of that. But no, I think with Kyrie and Luka, I'm not sure they can defend at the level that Minnesota defends.
But the other guys on the floor can.
The other guys on the floor can, and
Luka's starting to guard a little bit.
He's better.
Some of his matchups were much better. It was surprising how well he guarded.
And Kyrie is when Kyrie wants to play and he's healthy, he's terrific.
He's so good.
He's so good. It's just like, where's that guy been? And I know some of it's been health, some of it's been the Pat Riley, PTO, and guys need to be playing. And 60.
And he's crazy. He's crazy.
65 games, but when he's on, and clearly the Mavs, at least for this year, see, that's the tough part about it is you don't, like, they could have a great year, get to the conference finals, hell, maybe they even get to the finals, and then next year you don't know. Like, is he going to want to play 30 games? Is he going to feel like playing? He got his, like, that's the tough part. But they got him to buy in this year, and it's worked out. So
I got Jason Kidd a contract extension.
Yeah.
He's turned into a much better coach than I thought he would ever be, Jay Kidd.
So he got better, yeah, totally.
There's no doubt. And then over in the East, we got 2 of Kyrie's teams playing. Is Boston sweep Cleveland? Is it 5? That's going to be a short series.
Yeah, I'm going to say gentleman's sweep. Gentleman's sweep. I think Boston gets the first 2. They lose 1 in Cleveland. They get 1 in Cleveland. They come back. They wrap it up in 5. And this thing's breaking well for Boston, potentially, with getting through Miami without Jimmy Butler. Now Cleveland. I think the Knicks will be tough. If they end up playing the Knicks, they'll take a pound of flesh from them. But then you move on from there, and it'll be. We'll see. Minnesota. Last night was the first night, Pop, and we'll end it on this. Now that I hadn't really thought about Minnesota winning the title, and I'm watching Minnesota just throttle Denver, and I'm thinking they could win the title this year, which is just, that was, wow. Again, they may not win this series, but I saw a level out of them I didn't think they had.
First, they got to make the NBA Finals, which they've never done. But let's see.
Totally. All right, Pop, great stuff.
Thank you, JD.
Lund back tomorrow.
John Dickinson.
Tolbert and Copes coming up next. PJ Carlissimo and Ray Ratto right here. KNBR, the sports leader.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Be with you to about 5:40?
4:40.
Get you ready. 4:40, I'm sorry. The game's at 5:40.
That's right.
Get you ready for the Rockies and the Giants. PJ Carlosimo going to join us. Ray Ratto going to join us today. So it'll be a lively couple hours before we get you to Giants baseball. What's going on?
Did you say Ray Ratto and lively in the same sentence?
I did. Yes, I did.
I wonder what his attitude will be about the Giants.
I don't know.
Probably not stoked.
What's his attitude about the sun?
Yeah, it's hot.
What's his attitude about?
That's my first rattle. It's my first foray into a rattle. I'll tell you, it's hot. It's a little warm. Yeah, I got to work on that. We're gonna get one going.
You need to work on it.
I'm gonna get on it, but I think I got a cadence down. I think we'll get one. My McVay's better, right? Dude, so last night we went to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner.
Yep.
An awesome event, and what a cast of people that show up. It's my first time going to one of these. Murph did an awesome job hosting it. The inductees are Pat Marlowe, Mr. Shark, more games played than anybody in the history of the NHL in the regular season. You get Jenny Thompson goes in, 12-time gold medalist, 12-time medalist, 8-time Olympic gold medalist. You get Brian Sabian, who, by the way, Chris Berman inducted him. Boomer put him in. We were eating out of the palm of his hand. Boomer was waxing poetic about the 0-2 Giants even. He goes telling stories about the Division Series Game 5 and being in a suite with Sabian and Ned Colletti and being superstitious. It was pretty cool. And then Chris Wondolowski went in as well for the San Jose Earthquakes. But then the people who show up, John Taylor as well. Sorry, I forgot John Taylor, which was incredible because then Joe Montana shows up. He's there. You got Chris Mullins out there. A bunch of the Core Four. 3 of the members of the Core Four are there for Sabian. Affelt, Javi. Who else was there? Romo was there. Mark Gardner. Flannery came out. Boach walked in at the end. The Rangers were in Oakland, and Boach shows up at the end with like a pullover on. Dude, how about this? Murph killed me with this because Ricky Henderson was there. He's in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I talked to him for a couple of minutes outside. Murph said when Ricky went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, he didn't even show up for his own induction ceremony. But he was there last night, which is pretty funny. I'm sure I'm missing some, but it was pretty cool, man. There was a lot of cool people there. Farhan was there. Bobby Evans was there. Ned Colletti was there. We mentioned. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a fun event.
Nice.
Great time, dude. I was happy to be
Night
there.
of 1,000 stars.
Yeah, and then do you remember this is the one that blew me away, and I put this on social media. And for anybody who's around my age, you remember Summer Sanders?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Summer Sanders, she's an Olympic medalist, I believe.
Yep.
Swam at Stanford.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she was at Stanford. But she was
Cal or Stanford.
Yeah, maybe it was Cal or Stanford.
I don't want to get those two confused.
Me neither,
though.
but she was there at the table with Jenny Thompson. Like, she's a part of that crew, and that I think she was on the same Olympic team for sure.
Okay.
And they were all friends. But she hosted so many shows on Nickelodeon and Figure It Out, and was a huge, formidable part of my childhood on TV. And it was super cool to talk to her, and she was real sweet. Took a photo. Jenny Thompson took the photo actually, but it was cool, man. There was a lot of good Bay Area sports media out there. Mark Ibanez was out there, who I know is listening with his kid Nicky. They're hanging out and listening right now too. So. Anyway, it was a cool night, man. Fun night to be out there.
Very, very cool. I'm checking right now just to make sure
we're good on Summer Sanders.
Yeah, because I do not want to get count Stanford. You were correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I do not want to get Stanford and Cal.
Stanford swimming legit.
No, not those two. Don't do that. No, it sounds like it was a lot of fun. A lot of reminiscing. A lot of memories.
Yeah, well, the one thing that I took away from it, because I didn't get like sentimental about, and the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, like you wonder, like, okay, so it's not like a big hall we get to go to and check it out. It's not hanging out at like Cooperstown or anything, but it definitely means something, and it means different things to different people, right? Like a guy like Chris Wondolowski being recognized there and being from Danville and growing up in the area, playing for the Quakes and setting those records. That's you could tell he got emotional. Like you could tell what it meant for him. You could tell what it meant for Jenny Thompson. I think it meant something to everybody. John Taylor, it was a pretty special thing for. And he was the one who said something that it rang more true with me. Because Murph and I have even sort of joked in the past, like, you can't really go to the Hall of Fame unless you got a ticket out of SFO in a specific terminal, right? Because that's where it is. They put the plaques in the terminal. And John Taylor said, I showed up here in 1982, and I walked through and I saw that Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, all those plaques. And now when I get to come here, I know I'm on that wall. I'm one of those plaques. And I thought for somebody not from here, that's a pretty cool way to think about it.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I thought it was at a SFO. I wasn't sure what wing, but no, I mean, it's just cool. You think of all the legends that have played here, been here, done something in the Bay Area. It's pretty cool to think of all those people, and the names that you mentioned. Anybody from the Bay Area there's probably a few that might slip by you, but for the most part, they're pretty big names, and a lot of the names that are in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame are in their respective Sports Hall of Fames.
Sure.
So it's pretty cool for a lot of people to go in there.
You know what the first
sweet.
class was? The first ever. It was like 1980. I think
What year?
It was 1980. I think was the year they said.
Oh my!
Could have been
gosh.
82 or something. I think it was 1980.
1980.
Chris Berman said this when he got up last night. It's 1980.
Okay, I'll go Rick Barry.
It's three people, not Rick Barry.
Not Rick Barry. John Brody?
Nope. I thought Brody would have been too. He would have been my guess.
Come on, Reggie Jackson?
Nope. Dude, it's even bigger. Yeah, let me just give him to you.
Even bigger?
It's Bill
John
Russell.
Madden?
It's Bill Russell.
Oh, geez, Bill Russell.
It's Willie Mays.
Oh.
And it's Joe DiMaggio.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, that's incredible.
Wow.
And the guys you all named are like right. They should be there. And they're in, those guys.
Wow.
But you're not leaving Rick Barry off for any poor reason. You're just saying those three guys are incredible. And that's the first class in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
That's a pretty solid class.
So look at the rest of those guys and the women that are up there.
Class.
It's a pretty cool list of people. I don't know if you're going to find a better trio to go in. Find me a better trio for like a Hall of Fame class in any sport or any town. That's a pretty good one.
Man.
Mays,
that's the whole
DiMaggio,
thing.
dude.
That's the whole thing. So I think we talked about this maybe even a year or so ago. Like if you're going to do like a Sports Hall of Fame for an area, do you include if you played there or grew up there? Or did you have to grow up there? Or did you have to grow up there and or play there? Because Bill Russell did both.
Right.
He played for the Celtics.
Wondolowski,
but he was a
both.
USF,
Right, that's
and he
like
was
one
here.
of those, right.
Wondolowski, both. Like DiMaggio, he might have. Did he play for him?
He played for the San Francisco Seals.
Okay,
in the Pacific
okay.
Coast League, right.
Yeah, I thought his brother played.
They both did
here. I didn't know they both played here. And then obviously he's the Yankees. Like he would be in a New York Hall of Fame as well. I mean, baseball Hall of Fame as well. But like if they had a Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, would Brady at some point be in it because he grew up here and played here, or is because he never played professionally here or collegiately here at any level? Would you consider him like a guy that could be in a Bay Area Brady?
Oh no, he's not a guy that I would put in for just being from there. I think you got to play. I think you got to play here.
You got to play.
No, but you're
pro
saying
sports
DiMaggio
here.
didn't. Yeah, to your point.
Well, you said DiMaggio did.
Yeah, but in the Seals. But it wasn't. I mean, but he made his bones.
Yeah, with the Yankees.
He wouldn't have got in. Does he get in if he only plays for the Seals? Probably not.
Probably.
You know what
So I mean,
is Dom
it's
DiMaggio
kind of like could you grow didn't
he set a record for the Red Sox?
Didn't Gary Payton go in?
Gary Payton.
I think Gary Payton's a member
Oakland,
of the
right?
Bay
From
Area Sports Hall of Fame,
yeah.
but he never played here.
No.
Played for the Sonics and played for the Beavers. So I mean, maybe Brady. I mean, if it's just about growing up here, then we got
to ask. We got to ask Raymond Ritter.
We do got to ask Raymond Ritter.
Ritter, Mario
I know.
those are our guys.
I should. I think I'm 95% sure that Peyton's in, but I should let
Are you
Kid.
in? You got a broadcaster's wing?
The hell would I be in?
We got to get you like the Ford C. Frick version of the.
Yeah, the Ford C. Frick version of the of Bischoff.
We need a Ford C. Frick version of the Bischoff so Tom Tolbert can get in. That's what we need. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday. Ready for this pivot? We're giving away tickets today between now and 4:40 to go see Megadeth with Mudvayne. 2 tickets all week long. Yeah, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Aero Megadeth. They did not perform last night at the banquet. It's going down on August 10th at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. Tune in between now and 4:40. Now and 4:40, we'll give you the cue to call. And when you hear it, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win the tickets. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our Tuesday cue to call? There you go. You hear that? Caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win the tickets to go see Megadeth with Mudvayne on August 10th at Toyota Pavilion at Concord. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we didn't get a chance to get into this at all yesterday. Klay Thompson has interest from the Orlando Magic. The Magic flared up as a team now. They may come after Klay, and Marcus Thompson earlier today was on with Murph and Marcus and thinks that there's a legitimate possibility that they could overpay to get Klay Thompson.
Oh, it's magic.
Tom Tolbert's Magicians could be landing Klay Thompson. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said it's getting late early out here for the Giants. I think that's a Yogi Berra reference or quote. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Mitchell looking for a screen. Mitchell drives, goes inside, layup, bank shot, won't go. Mobley, the rebound on the flush. It'll be their first playoff series win in 6 years, and that'll do it. Donovan Mitchell in a ferocious Cavs defense. They win Game 7 and eliminate the young Magic.
Cavs eliminate the Magic in Game 7. Magic had an 18-point lead yesterday before blowing it and losing to the Cavs 106-90. On Sunday before blowing it last night. 2 other games. We'll get into those a little bit later. But Cavs lose on Sunday in Game 7, 106-94. Paolo Banchero, second-year stud out of Duke. We saw him a couple of years ago here at Chase Center. Scored 38, but no one else on the Magic had more than 13 points. He's going to be somebody. And that team is going to be a tough team, I think, far beyond this year if they can keep them together. And that's where this next topic comes in Klay Thompson, in adding a player like Klay to be that veteran presence, a sharpshooter, and a guy who can bring you a championship-type pedigree and mentality to the Eastern Conference. Tim Kawakami wrote about the Magic's interest in Klay Thompson. It was about a month ago. And this is when it started to get legs. And then Shams Charania today gave an update about this very topic.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So there are going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made, you look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously, struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
You think he's a fit, Klay Thompson, with the Orlando Magic?
Well, first off, of course Klay Thompson's interested. What, are you going to be a free agent and say, nah, I'm not going to that team? You're going to be interested in every team. So when reporters say that it's mutual interest, that means the team's interested. We already know the player's interested. The player's going to act like he's interested until he's not interested. So to me, that is not newsworthy at all. The fact that they're interested, everybody kind of assumed that. Oh, yeah, it's a perfect fit. Did you see him shoot? They can't shoot. They literally can't shoot. They don't have shooters on that team. Harris is they're probably their best shooter. He's not even a great shooter anymore. He's getting older. Suggs can't shoot. What did he go the last game? 3 for 14? I mean, he's a really good ball player. I'd like to have him on my team. He defends. He's a leader. He gets after it. He just can't shoot. Wagner can't shoot. He's not a shooter either.
Wagner.
Who else on that team? I'm trying to think of all the other. Fultz, he can't shoot.
Dude, remember that?
Yeah, I mean,
remember when he used to be able to shoot a decade ago or 8 years ago?
Yeah, long time ago. So they need shooters. Anthony's okay, probably more of a mid-range guy, but yeah, they need guys that can shoot. They got guys that are tall, that are long, that can attack the rim, that can defend, but they need shooters, and that Klay can still do that. Klay will always be able to do do that. And I think on a team like that, you space the court out a little bit, gives Banchero a little more room to work, gives Wagner a little more room to work. Yeah, absolutely, that's a fit. And there's no doubt about it. I mean, it's all going to come down to money. And I think the Magic know they'll have to overpay to get him. Because everything being even, I can't imagine he leaves here.
But that's a team in a position to overpay, and that's the concern, right? Is that's a team that's young. They're sort of like the Magic, and we talked about. They're grown from within their organization. They built through the draft, and now they're in a position it's similar to the way the Warriors were set up when they added Andre Iguodala, and they brought on that contract, and they said, we can go get this guy now. And then they change his role, and Clay's in a different position than that, and the IQ is different. But to bring in a veteran and Andre didn't have the championship pedigree, but he was one of the smartest players in the league and that the league had seen in a long time. I guess the question, because it does come down to money, is how much of a bidding war are the Warriors willing to get into with the Orlando Magic?
I doubt that at all.
That remains to be seen.
No idea.
Well,
I mean, look, if they're willing to go way overboard, then you just got to say thanks for the memories. I mean, you can't be chasing nostalgia at this time.
Boy. Yeah.
You can't. I mean, you can't hit that. Oh, God.
One night and one more time. Thanks for the memories.
No, thank you.
Even when they weren't so great. Actually, they were pretty good with Clay, though.
No, they weren't.
With Clay?
No, Fall Out Boy.
Oh, no. I didn't say they were great.
But I wouldn't. I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't overpay.
Catch them.
Drastically. Yeah, you go a little bit. Maybe you go shorter years, higher AAV, and try to work something out. Options, stuff like that. They're going to try to figure it out. But if it gets to a point where they're overpaying just because they can and they have a need, then it's got to be thanks for the memories. I mean, you can't chase nostalgia and just say, you know what, we love to. You can't pay somebody just because you'd love to have them retire and play in your uniform the entirety of their career. I mean, then you're going to get yourself in deep trouble, because now you're going to limit what you can do in the rest of the roster, and the rest of the roster needs help. The rest of the roster needs more athleticism, and that's one thing he is not. I mean, he's just not like an athlete. Like, he's an athlete, but not by NBA standards, not by NBA wing standards. You watch the playoffs now, and these dudes, like, I mean, you look at a guy like McDaniels for the T-Wolves right now, like, those are the type of guys you want to get. 6'9", length. Maybe don't shoot it great, but are okay, but just are incredibly athletic and make it miserable for you on the offensive end. Look, I think everyone wants Clay back. I would love to see Clay back, but you also have a business to run. And you're trying to win ball games, and you're trying to look forward, and you can't handcuff yourself for the next 3 years for nostalgic reasons. You can't do it. Well, I mean, you can if you want to, right? Not Russia. I mean, you can do anything you want to do, but I don't think it's wise to do it. They got to be really smart this offseason in how they go about these things, and they have to be realistic too. This team is not as constructed, built to win a championship anymore. Not even close. I mean, you look at those teams right now, Minnesota, they're making Denver look old and decrepit. And Denver's good. And I think Murray being hurt hurts them, but still, they look overwhelmed by Minnesota's defense. And then you look at Dallas. Dallas is probably going to get better, as they have more time to gel with the guys they brought in, Gafford, P.J. Washington. Kyrie seems to be the best version of Kyrie in Dallas. Luka's only going to get better. OKC's the youngest team in the league, and those dudes are ballers. So you got to be realistic. Okay, where are we? Where can we realistically get to? And put ourselves in a position to give ourselves a puncher's chance to win a championship where, you get hot, catch some breaks, guys maybe play a little better than you anticipated, and you put yourself in a good position. But you can't say we want to do this and take a trip down memory lane for the next few years and have everybody kind of serenade these guys and salute them on their way out. I mean, that just doesn't work. So I think they'll go for it. They're going to try to keep him. I think he would want to stay. But again, money's going to talk here. If they go way overboard on this thing because they have the ability to do so, because all the guys they have on their team are still under rookie contracts, I think Wagner is, Banchero is, I think Suggs still is. I mean, all those guys, like your major players, are guys that are still making a relatively a pittance when it comes to NBA standards. So this is the time. This is like this would be analogous to like having a rookie quarterback so you can go spend everywhere else on a rookie salary structure. But these guys are all like, they're not just one player. It's a bunch of players all making not minimum, but like I said, relatively small amounts. So you go out and spend.
And so to that point, this is a new piece of information. Well, not info, but insight from today. Marcus Thompson was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, and he started talking about the Clay rumors to the Magic and what that could cost, what they would spend. Here it is.
I think in the end he doesn't, but if he were to leave, what would it take? Obviously, it'll be a massive money difference, right? I don't think the Warriors are going to offer him max. And I think, they're kind of prepared for the fact that somebody might do it, but it won't be on them. It won't be because they didn't want Clay. It'll be because somebody paid him a lot more money. And looking at that series, man, Orlando needs Clay like crazy. Like, they can't shoot. They can't score. You can just double and do whatever you want to Paolo Banchero. And Clay, if you watched him, is the perfect answer. They just might max this dude out.
What do you think of that? Max deal for Klay Thompson. That's what you were saying, is if they come over the top with some massive deal, that's when the Warriors might have to just say, you know what, I don't know if we can do that.
There's no chance in hell the Warriors to do that. I mean, they just can't. That would be financially irresponsible, and it wouldn't be commiserate with his skill right now. If he were to get that, bless him, and that'd be great for him if he were able to get something like that, but I don't think it does the team. I think it does the team a disservice. Next year and moving forward, I don't think the Magic are going to max him out either. I mean, this guy, I love Clay. But Clay's not a $40 million a year player anymore. He's just not, period. But I could see them giving him somewhere in the 30s, and the Warriors going to maybe 20, 25, maybe. Like, to me, 20 sounds about like 3 for 60, maybe 3 for 75, like tops. Maybe the Magic are willing to go, like 4 for $120.
That's too much.
Something like that, and you're just like, we can't do that. We can't.
That's too many.
We can't go. That's too many years.
Too many dollars.
Too much money. Too many years. So and the Magic are thinking, well, we're fine. We don't need you for 35 minutes a night. We need you for like 30. We got all these young dudes out here running around, do what they do. All we need you to get out there, veteran leadership, hit some shots, provide us what we don't have, which is experience in the playoffs. So I think he'd be a great fit for them. And look, he's still a good fit for the Warriors, but the role is going to be a little bit different. He's going to be asked to do some different things, and he's not going to get paid like he's used to getting paid. So, ego always comes into play at some point, but you have to take a look at, I think one of the things that will pull Clay back here is just the lifestyle, the Bay Area, the boat, being here, loving it here, just the quality of life here. Like, I've lived in both places. I don't even go into quality of life. I think even if you haven't lived in both places, you would probably guess this one's better. Now, look. If you
how do you feel about Golden Corral on every corner?
If you're talking about taxes and you're talking about stuff like that, then okay, fine. But Orlando is
Publix, maybe.
Orlando is flat. Orlando is like, they do have a lot of lakes there. I don't know if he wants to ship his boat out there, but he could probably find lakes in Orlando. There's plenty of water around there. But look, it's just totally different there. It is not the Bay by any means. And I'm not saying the Bay Area is perfect. I'm just saying I'd much rather live here. And there's a reason it costs a lot more to live here than it does Orlando. But he can still keep his place here and be there for 6-7 months a year.
Yeah, I think
maybe he wants to change, and maybe he thinks, maybe he thinks, maybe a change would be fun. Maybe a change would be fun going there. It's different though, because again, You haven't built up any of that equity with that fan base that you have here, and you got to learn new teammates and new coaching staff and all that kind of stuff. Maybe that exhilarates him. Maybe that's something.
Maybe pinstripes are in his.
That he would look forward. No, he's not going to like pinstripes. Nobody likes pinstripes in a basketball uniform. Trust me.
Why'd you play for so many teams that had them?
I don't know. I just kept popping up on teams that had them. At least they didn't have pleats like Charlotte did.
It's the pants.
I was
it's the pleats.
Pinstripes and pleats. What are we doing?
Take them back to the
Pleats
pants store. Yeah.
and shorts. We pleats in a basketball short. Are you kidding me? Let's go. But that's kind of what I see. I see maybe the Warriors willing to go because I don't think they're going to give him the fourth year. I don't think they're going to give him what Draymond got. I do not think they're going to do that. This is just me. I have no inside info on this, but that would be my guess. And I think a team like Orlando would be willing to go that fourth year, that extra year, and give him a higher AAV than the Warriors would be comfortable doing. Because they're in a totally different position. Warriors are trying to get out of that. I don't understand all the first and second apron, all that kind of stuff, all that much. I don't try to. I just, talk about hoops, but I know it obviously is going to affect some of their decisions this year because they're trying to cut salaries. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens this year. But again, if you think you can get him for the right price, maybe a little over, because I think he's still a very good basketball player and could be useful for this team. But you can't do it just because you want to see Thompson number 11 in a Warriors uniform for 4 more years. It just that would be short-sighted on my part. I mean, I'd love to see him be here his whole career, retire here, but it can't be an overpay. It can't at this point of his career.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We are going to catch up in just a little bit with our guys, Ray Ratto. He's going to stop by at 3:50, but first 2:50, PJ Carlissimo joins us in about 15 minutes. He was on the call last night for the Minnesota Timberwolves game. Was that the game?
Shut up.
Oh, excuse me, on Saturday he was, not last night, but last night, dude. Tom, you said the only thing that was maybe louder than the thud that the Denver Nuggets took was the home run Shohei Ohtani hit last night. We can talk more about that a little bit later, but a huge thud by the Denver Nuggets. Saturday's game one of the series was fun. Minnesota pulled away in the fourth, but we'll get into what happened last night as the Timberwolves may be the best team in basketball. Can they get it done this year? That's next on the Sports Leader.
I'm actually taking them back right now, taking them back to the pants store.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Timberwolves, one of two unbeaten teams in the playoffs so far. 3, Towns, book it. With another turnover, Edwards the other way. Edwards on top. He'll put up a 3. Bullseye. Timberwolves have gone up 2-0 in this series on the road against the defending champion Denver Nuggets. I don't know that a lot of people had that on their cards coming into the series.
Tolbert and Copes, by the way, is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can save at redwoodcu.org. Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Sound last night of the Minnesota Timberwolves beating down the Denver Nuggets. And you heard Kevin Harlan there say, I don't know if anybody had this on their card coming into this series. T-Wolves now 6-0 in the postseason to this point. We knew they were damn good. Anthony Edwards has been an absolute killer for them. I mean, we talked about him being a true number one and, like, he can be a guy you build a championship team around. But what they're doing right now to the Nuggets, I mean, last night Rudy Gobert sat out, had the birth of his child. Didn't matter, like, whatsoever. Minnesota's largest lead was 32. They won 106-80. 6-0 in the playoffs now to this point, right? Yep. Am I right on that? The sweep, and then 2-0 now into this series. So, just your thoughts. First of all, Anthony Edwards, is he right now currently the best two-way player in the league? He's playing like it.
Man, I'd have to think about that for a minute. But he's right there. If he's not the best, he's right there. I mean, he's really taking his defense to a new level now. On ball, off ball. He's just much more controlled offensively. 3-pointers. We all know how explosive he is. He gets to the middle of the paint, that turnaround jump shot, you can't stop him. He's physical enough to bump you off, and then he just jumps right over you. So he's phenomenal. He really is, just playing with so much poise and control, yet explosive. He's fun to watch. But really, the story of last night was just their defense. Their defense was swarming, and even without Gobert. Like, they're double-teaming Jokic, wouldn't let him get a good look, and the rest of the guys on the court, they got some length on that team. Like, I'm not sure, like, even Conley at a point guard can defend, not as well as he used to. But Anthony Edwards, wingspan. McDaniels, like, wingspan plus. Anderson, wingspan. Cat, wingspan. And then you add Gobert when he's back, super wingspan. Like, that team, I don't know what it looks like out there playing, but it must look like Timberwolves hands all over the place, hands and arms everywhere, because those guys are long. And you look at the shots they were getting, they were tough shots. Like, I thought one of the worst things to happen to the Nuggets was Aaron Gordon getting off to such a great start. That's not really who he is, a guy that gets that aggressive. And he was making shots, too, but no one else was getting involved. Like, no one else was getting a rhythm. And really what you needed was Joker to get off to a great start and really Murray to get off to a good start. I don't know what his shooting percentage is in the first half of games in the playoffs. It can't be much more than 30%, because he was even brutal against the Lakers in the first half. of a lot of those games. He just would come up with big shots, and then the second half he started hitting shots, but he's just not getting it done so far. And against this defense, he was scuffling a little bit against the Laker defense, but this defense, no joke. They get after you, and they are all over him right now. So, the 3 for 18 last night, it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Like, he's got to be a guy that gets you 25 to 30 and efficiently. It can't be 15 on inefficient shooting because they have no chance. Because then after that, Joker's got to do everything. And they're making it really, really difficult on him right now. So, yeah. I mean, Minnesota clearly the best team in the first 2 games. And you look at it, if you didn't know any better, you would have said, oh, Minnesota was favored in the series, weren't they? Because that's what it looks like. It looks like they were favored in this series. Now, it's 2-0. It's not the end of it, even though it looks like it. And going to Minnesota is not going to be easy. But I don't know if these guys are just going to lay down like they have the first 2 games. Well, the first game was a good game. The second game, it was just a boat race. So, now, ultra impressed with this Minnesota team.
Minnesota on fire right now. Anthony Edwards has been fantastic. They're hot. Not as hot as Jamal Murray got there when he threw the heating pad.
Yeah, what was that? That just seems so
mid-game.
lame.
He threw a heating pad mid-game. Here's Tim Legler, our guy Legs, checked in on the heating pad.
He's 100% getting suspended. I was trying to throw the heat pack at Mark Davis.
I don't think it's 100%. It's something less than 100%.
By the way, on the night he was 3 for 18, I'm not shocked he missed Mark Davis with the heat pack.
Hell of a line from Legs there, dude. Well, Mr. Fritzy, I'm not surprised you missed Mark Davis with the heating pack. So how about that? They're down 2-0. They could be looking at a suspension for Jamal Murray. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to give him a suspension. They might. It wouldn't surprise me if they did, and I think he deserves one. You can't just go throw stuff on the court. I mean, come on. What are you, 8? You can't do that. No. I know when people go, it's dangerous. Well, it's not dangerous. It's a heating pad, okay? It's not going to blow up in someone's face.
But you can't do
right?
it. You just can't do that.
You can't do it. It's the same thing. You can't go into the stands. There are certain things you can't do. Throwing stuff onto the court isn't acceptable as a fan. Guess what happens to those fans? They get shown the door, and they might not ever come back to that building. You're a player. You're supposed to be above throwing stuff on the floor. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I've seen guys like throw a towel, something like that. But never like a heating pack or a bottle of water. Well, I mean, unless you're Bobby Knight and you throw a whole chair. That was a flex, though. I thought he might get suspended, and then I thought, God, they're going to suspend him for a playoff game? I mean, they might. Again, I don't think they will, but if they did, I would not be shocked at all. I don't care how frustrated you are, how badly a guy misses the call, and like Davis completely missed that call. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns just straight trucked Jamal Murray, and he called nothing. He just let him just steamroll him. And you know how I know Davis missed that call? Because I don't know how in the world Malone did not get a technical. He looked like he was going to rip Davis's head off. And Davis said, we didn't say anything that was technical. You don't have to sometimes.
Somebody brash and demonstrative.
Yeah, you go out there and it looks like you're going to bash someone's head in like a psychopath, and then usually that's worthy of a T. Like, I thought for sure there's no chance he's not getting a T, but a good official, if they miss a call and they know they missed a call, they'll let you chew on him for a minute. Like, okay, you know what?
Let him get it out.
This.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I deserve this, and then that's it.
You come out like George Brett, though.
Yeah, that's kind of what it was.
You come out Pine Tar game, and you're like, come on, bro.
Face. Yeah. I mean, Malone's face was like, oh, man, what happened? They got like an evil spirit has jumped inside of him or something, because I think if they wouldn't have held him back, he might have ran into him and like tackled him or something. I actually thought he might do that. That's how psychotic he looked. So he didn't get a technical, so I think Davis knew, I probably kicked that one. I blew that one.
I kicked it.
Yeah, I kicked it. So, but I mean, look, the rest of the game, they're arguing with the refs. They're talking to the refs, yelling at the refs. Like, instead of concentrating on what they should have been concentrating on, which was the T-Wolves kicking their asses, they were fighting two battles. Let's try to get back and then let's fight with the referees and get on them too. So you can't do that. They just got to concentrate on themselves. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. If it's not a suspension, that one's got to be like $100K fine, if not more. I know precedent always comes into play here, but sometimes you just got to break precedent for something that's stupid. You can't. You're a team leader too, for God's sakes. I mean, you're not some bench dude. You're supposed to be one of the guys leading the rest of the guys on this team, and you're out there chucking. That was really, really dumb. I mean, lost his head for sure, but I'm sorry. You can't do that, period.
Yeah, you can't lose. I mean, sunny days, everybody loves him, right? Can you stand the rain, Jamal Murray? PJ Carlesimo, who's on the call for Game 1 on Saturday, and friend of the show, is going to stop by. We'll talk to him about whether or not Jamal Murray could be facing a suspension. What's going to happen in the Eastern Conference after a big game last night also between the New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers. Hell of a game last night. DiVincenzo and Jalen Brunson shut that thing down. 43 from Brunson. We'll talk about all this with PJ Carlesimo next on The Sports Leader. Mark Spears joined Papa and JD today and believes the Warriors need to trade Jonathan Kuminga to save Steph Curry from a mediocre season. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Always a lot of fun to talk to PJ Carlesimo, who was on the call for Game 1 of the Wolves and the Nuggets. He'll be on the call for, I'm guessing, Game 3 of the Pacers and the Knicks to talk a little NBA playoff basketball. Coach PJ Carlesimo. Once a coach, always a coach. Coach, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Not much, Tom. Hey, Copes, how are you? Yeah, it bounced all over the first round, Kesty and I. We had a little bit of Boston, Miami. We had some Denver, Lakers, Clippers, Dallas, Philly, New York. So we were everywhere. And this weekend we're getting 2 games. We're staying in the same place, which is unbelievable.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
3 and 4 of Knicks, wherever they're playing. Indy. If it's anything like last night's game, that'll be good.
Well, let's start there, because that was an incredible game. Well, let's start before we kind of backtrack our way to the beginning of the game and kind of work our way through it a little bit. Let's start at the ending, because I thought that was, what an incredible game and what a crappy finish to that game. Part of it was the foul that was called on Turner, which I thought was I guess technically it was a moving screen, but the way DiVincenzo sold it, I wouldn't have given it to him. I would have just said, look, we're going to play this last possession out. We're not calling a damn moving screen on the last possession of the game unless it's egregious. And then Nembhard fouls before the ball's inbounded, which that took away the possibility of you even tied. So it just, the end of the game sucked, like the last 15 seconds or so. But before that, that was a great game. Were you okay with the moving screen call at the end of the game?
No, not at all. I was disappointed. And I didn't realize I was anxious to go back and watch it. So when I went back and watched like the last 6 minutes, and I hadn't picked up on it, but the other call was just as bad. The call in the kick when it wasn't a kick.
Oh,
It was the wrong call. B, it was the same possession that Dante hit the 3.
That's
so,
right.
It should have been Indy ball, and I'm not positive, but I'm gonna say they might have had a 3-on-2 break. Like the ball squirted to an Indy player, I think, and like instead of Indy ball live going the other way, it's they get to take the ball out of bounds, and as luck would have it, Dante makes the 3. But that was a mistake. That wasn't a that was a mistake. Just like the side out of bounds call at the end was a mistake. I can understand why. It did look like a kick, but it wasn't. And it did look like the ball out of bounds on the other side. But Tyler made the call from the other sideline. The guy, Sean Wright, who was on the baseline, I don't know if he was supposed to get to the sideline to see it or Zach further down was supposed to see it, but they didn't see it. And that was a huge call. But, no, I hated the call at the end. And if you see the Dante screen, I think it was the same possession, T, that led to the kick call that wasn't a kick. Dante set a screen just inside half court where he wiped out somebody, more of a foul than the Turner call, which was 40 seconds later and ultimately the last possession of the game. So yeah, you hated it. It was such a good game. Guys were making plays, guys were knocking shots down. It was incredible. And I tell you, lost in the shuffle that I didn't pick up on it. I knew the 2 OG steals, which were huge plays, but for the game, I think that I'm going to miss up by a number. Pacers might have had 7 turnovers for the game. They had 5 in the fourth quarter and 3 in the last 2 minutes. After not turning the ball over the whole game, they coughed it up, and 3 of them were Tyrese. Tyrese had 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter. So to play as well as they played and to be in position to win, and the same old thing we always say: let the players decide the game. Let somebody make a shot or miss a shot. Don't take away the ball.
Yeah, unless really it's egregious, right? If it's egregious, then you call it. But something like that, I thought the same thing. I was like, fight through the screen, make him make a play. Don't give him that. But anyway, go ahead.
Ruined a good game.
Yes.
A great game. I mean, talk about back and forth, both teams with big runs. The three Villanova guys are playing out of their mind. I mean, it's almost unfathomable that for the whole year, I'm not second-guessing Tibbs, but if Julius Randle doesn't go down, maybe Josh Hart never becomes a starter. Josh Hart right now is playing as good as almost anybody in the playoffs other than Ant-Man and Brunson. I mean, he's absurd.
I agree. They're going to have to put they're going to have to put Josh Hart in a cryogenic freezer at the end of the year. I mean, this guy plays every minute,
dude, of every game. It's crazy.
Game. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Every offensive rebound, and now he's making threes over 40%. I mean, it's like, who was the guy wearing his uniform the beginning of the year, first half of the year? It's unbelievable how well he's playing.
It really is. Well, you mentioned Brunson. Let me ask you about him because he has the ball in his hands all the time. He runs the offense. He controls the tempo. And the other teams know this, too. Like, we have to stop this guy. Yet he goes for 40. I think it's 4 straight games in a row. Now, at least three, if not 4.
No, it's 4, and that list is pretty strong. The guys who've done that in the past.
Very strong. Very strong. I checked, PJ. I'm not on that list.
I thought so, too. I looked, and I was surprised. It was 4 was what threw me. I remember when you did 3 a couple of times, but that fourth
I'm pretty sure I never played 40 minutes in a row, 3 games in a row. So
the fourth one was elusive. The fourth was elusive.
Yeah, it was very elusive. I think I might have been sleeping for that one, and that was for all 3 of the other ones as well. But so, what do you do if you're coaching and you're coaching against Brunson? How do you disrupt him? Make somebody else make a play and get the ball out of his hands because he's so crafty. He's got these herky-jerky moves and steps, and his footwork is so good. Like his pivots, his inside pivots, his reverse pivots. He shoots fadeaways. Then he gets you off your feet and he jumps into you and draws. He is so damn crafty. But you know what they're trying to do with him. Like, what chance do you have of trying to take him away and make somebody else kind of run the show for a little bit?
Well, part of the problem is they run more than people realize they run.
Yeah, they do.
And they run every time Josh Hart gets a rebound. That's like the best fast break in the league. There's no outlet pass. He gets it, and he gets every defensive rebound there is. But when he gets the rebound, he just turns and he's gone. And most times he doesn't even pass the ball. Not that it's being unselfish. Most times he goes coast to coast. He goes the whole way. So when Brunson gets it, he can, first of all, the things you talked about, he changes speeds better than anybody. He looks like he's like half speed. Then all of a sudden he picks it up. Then he stops. He gets the guy on his back, and then it's over with. You'd say we'll double him every time there's a pick and roll. He rejects almost every pick and roll. Almost every time they come up and set a pick and roll for him, he goes the other way, so that makes it hard to get the double team. Like if he goes over the top of a pick and roll like most people do, you jump him, you can at least say, all right, every time he runs a pick and roll, we're going to double team him. He doesn't go over the top 4 out of 5 times. He goes the other way. His head fakes are incredible. He gets in the lane with bigger guys. The shot he made late in the game, Nimrod was doing such a good job, and he doesn't contest the shot. He stops like 8 feet away. Brunson starts with his head fakes, and he never leaves the ground, which is great. Then when he finally shoots the ball, Nimrod's got both hands down by his side, and, of course, he makes the shot. He's unbelievable. He's been doing it his whole career. The better question is, how did they get him out of Dallas? You got to wonder what sometimes it's just the right guy in the right place with the right coach. But he's playing so well, and it seems like he never misses a big shot. When it's like a shot, they fall behind 5 or something like that. He comes down. John Stockton used to do that all the time. He'd be passing the ball the whole game, and all of a sudden they're down 5 with 2 minutes to go, and he just dribbles down, stops, and makes a 3. And all of a sudden it's a 2-point game. Brunson does that all the time, and he is a good passer. It's not like he doesn't get assists. I mean, he gets to 40 points, and he usually gets a decent amount of assists also, and he finds Hartenstein all the time, so he shoots that little shot put thing that he does in the lane, which goes in more often than it doesn't. He's really hard to defend. You would think you could get more doubles on him. No matter what happens, just get the ball out of his hands. But they're like a tag team act, the three Villanova guys. When like it seems like one guy does nothing the whole half, and then Dante comes alive in the second half, and he gets tired. Hart all of a sudden gets rebounds and goes coast to coast. Then Brunson goes, I got this. Then he makes like 10 in a row. It's amazing, like one after the other. Jay Wright's got to be loving it, just watching him. But it's they're really. But you know the thing that's entertaining, they never blow the other team out. It seems like every game in the Philly series, and it looks like we're only one game in. I hope it's going to be. We'll find out tomorrow. But I hope this is going to be a good series in Indy also. They're an adventure. They go ahead a couple. They fall behind 10. Here they come. They get an offensive rebound. They turn the ball over 3 times in a row. Their games are so entertaining, other than having to watch all the Nick alumni the entire game. I told Randy Ewing, Patrick's daughter the other day, I said, tell Patrick to stay out of the shot. I couldn't see you. He's standing there in front of you, and Starks is up, Stephon Marbury. It's like
Spreewell there. Who else is there?
Every week.
Larry Johnson was there.
I don't see him during the week. Yeah, LJ, Bernard King. It's incredible. But the atmosphere at the Garden is fantastic this year. I mean, not that it was ever bad, but I mean it is like if Senator Bradley's going all the time. So it's a lot of fun to watch.
Tell me next time you see Oakley in one of those seats.
Oh man, I was just going there.
I was just going to say, if you see Oak, there's going to be somebody laying on the floor in front of him.
I don't think you're going to see
I don't think he's going to be there. No.
I don't think he's going to be there.
Talking to PJ Colissimo on the Uma guest line. I want to ask you, I asked Tom this earlier, PJ, about Anthony Edwards. Is he the best two-way player in the game right now?
Might be Cope. I'm not ready to say that only because he didn't used to defend the way he's defending now.
Yeah.
The rap on him used to be he would pick and choose, which a lot of the superstars do. You can't play 48 minutes all out like he does. But right now he is guarding the ball so well. He did in the Phoenix series. He did in Game 1, which we had. I literally mute, and I love Kevin Harlan. It wasn't anything to do with the commentary. I couldn't watch last night. I was working at the desk, and I had the TV on top of me on the wall. I said, I can't watch this anymore. It's incredible what they're doing at Denver. But I think his on-ball defense, yes. I hear people say that see him more, that he's not as good an off-ball defender, but he's right there in terms of what he does. He's near the top. But I'll tell you what, he's improved even from the beginning of the year. I couldn't believe Game 1. I mean, he had good defenders on him. KCP was doing a good job. Reggie was worked. Those guys were working. Now, Jamal, he just went by Jamal. Jamal Murray's not healthy. He doesn't – he won't talk about it after losses because it sounds like he's using it as an excuse. When they win, he admits how much it hurts him. But he was going by him. The other two, there was 4 or 5 possessions where they did a great job. They cut him off left. They cut him off right. Then he just went to bully ball and just backed him in till they were like under the rim, and he made like a 6-foot shot. Like there's nothing you can do with him on the offensive end right now. I mean, he's spectacular. And to me, he's improved dramatically since the beginning of the year. I really think, T, we've talked about this in the past. Hopes for you too. USA basketball can be a great thing for some guys. They get even more confidence playing with the other elite players in the league, and particularly when they excel. And I thought the Philippines playing for Steve and USA basketball and earned him the spot on the Olympic team for Paris. I think he's gone to another level as a player, and that's absurd because he was at a great level already.
Does Jamal Murray get suspended for that stunt he pulled last night?
Well, I missed it. That must have been after I muted the damn thing. He's going to get a big fine for sure. If that was him and he clearly threw it on the floor, it wasn't like tossing it to a trainer or somebody else. He's going to get in trouble. The good news was, if you're a Denver fan, it went on the floor and it didn't hit a ref. I mean, had he thrown that into the stands or had he hit a ref, there's no question he would have been suspended.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I think probably not, but I'm guessing. I haven't been right in a long time.
Before we let you run, we always appreciate your participation. Mavericks, Thunder. This is a team. I said early in the season the Thunder are my favorite team to watch. I love watching the way they play. I think Daigneault is a hell of a coach. They move the ball. They share the ball. They run. They're kind of funny that they don't even care about rebounds as much as you would think most teams would.
That's the one flaw. Yep.
That's the one flaw.
They're way better defensively.
They are way better defensively. For teams giving up offensive rebounds, I saw where most teams that give up a bunch of offensive rebounds like they do, their defensive ranking was like 27th, 28th, 24th, 25th, and they're 4th. They give up offensive rebounds, but they're still really good defensively. I like them in this series. I think they're going to beat Dallas. I still think people kind of underplay how good the Thunder are just because they don't know much about them. They know Kyrie, they know Luka, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is just coming on the scene, and then Holmgren. But the rest of the guys, they don't even know. This team is really, really good. I mean, how do you see this series shaking out?
First of all, I agree exactly what you're saying. Mark Daigneault didn't do a good job. He did a great job. You could make the case. We could spend 2 afternoons debating Coach of the Year. It was like 4 or 5 stone legit candidates for that award this year. It was unbelievable. I think Minnesota and OKC are similar in that they had very little respect going into the first round. Minnesota turned heads a little bit when they swept Phoenix. Now, after they got Denver on the ropes, everybody's going, wow, they're better than I thought they were. Great defensive team, and we talked about Ant-Man, how good he is.
Yep.
OKC is absurd, how good they are defensively. Exactly what you talked about. People do not appreciate how good they are. You had better beat them up on the boards. You better get a lot of shots, and you better limit them to 1 because otherwise you're in trouble. The ball doesn't stick. They move it so well. And they got Shea if it's a close game. They got 9 guys named Williams. They can all shoot the ball. I mean, it's incredible.
That's right.
Thank God Kesty's doing the play-by-play, not me. But no, I think they're legit. I don't have a feel yet because I give J. Kidd credit. Dallas is one of the most improved teams in the league over the course of the year. Last third of the year, Dallas was defending, and I never would put those 2 words in a sentence.
Yeah, I know.
They're defending really well. We had games 5 and 6 where they embarrassed the Clippers, game 5 in L.A., and then when they closed them out in Dallas in game 6, they're playing really well. It's another tag team. Luka wasn't shooting a good percentage from 3, but everybody else was, and their complementary, their so-called complementary guys are playing really well, but their defense is very, very good. Lively's one of the best rookies. I mean, it's hard to talk about rookies this year. There are so many good. You talk about your guy.
Trace Jackson-Davis?
Well, exactly. But is Brandon a second-year guy or first-year guy?
Who's that?
Who? Him. Pajemski?
Oh, Pajemski, they're rookies. Him and Trace Jackson-Davis are rookies.
I mean, he's a rookie.
Yep.
Trace is a rookie. Holmgren and Wemby are off the charts. Derek Lively is ridiculous. How good a defender he is. The minutes he's played all year. I mean, that team is really a good team. And obviously, when you got Luka and Kyrie, they're going to score some points. I'm hoping that's going to be a great series. I'm going to be really disappointed in Dallas if it doesn't turn out that way. But I'm still taking, which is wrong. They had the best matchup probably of anybody in the first round. The Pels without Zion.
Yeah.
So, I think more people now, everybody was saying at the beginning, OKC's not that good. No, they're not. They only won 57 or 56 in the West this year. But, I know they still didn't. I think Minnesota convinced more people by sweeping Phoenix than OKC did by sweeping the Pels. This series is gonna be very telling, and I'm gonna be surprised if they don't excel. Like a lot of people are saying they're too young, wait, they're not going to get through, this is going to be different. I think this is going to be a very good series, but I think OKC is going to make believers out of a lot of people this series.
So you got the reservations over at St. Elmo's this weekend?
Yeah, we're going to do St. Elmo's. I got to give Frank Vogel credit. He turned me on to a place called Mama Carola's, if you can believe it, out by Butler. that's a really good Italian restaurant in Indy. So I got to talk Brain into coming so he can pay one of the two nights. And I think ABC, ESPN has both of the games. So it's going to be a very busy weekend. And then we're either going to Dallas or Denver or I don't know where. They like to tell us the morning of to make it interesting. So we'll find out.
Well, Coach, I'm looking at the website here, Coach, at Mama Carola's. Dude, you got to let me know you got to go veal parm spaghetti one of the days and let me know how it goes.
Oh, it's really good. Coach, it's really good. Frank told us about it in the bubble. I couldn't wait for the next time we were there. Now we go there at least once. During All-Star, we had 2 Mama Carola's to go with 3 St. Elmo, so it was a good weekend.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, great time, Coach.
It's a full house.
I bet it was. Hey, safe travels. Have a great call, and hopefully we'll catch up with you down the road. Talk a little more playoffs, PJ.
All right, T. Appreciate it. See you, Coach.
See you, man.
Thank you, PJ.
Good deal. PJ Carlissimo. I love talking to PJ. When he joins us on the Uma Guest on the fried mozzarella here, it's not sticks, bro. It's like a ball of mozzarella. These fried.
Is it really?
It's incredible, dude. This place looks fantastic. If you missed any of the breakdown from PJ, always fun to talk to him. Check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I love, too, when he wants to include me and stuff. He's like, Tom, we talked about this in the past. Well, Coach, you too. You talked about it with us.
You too, Coach.
I was like, yeah, I was here. You're right.
Let me take a guess, too. You looked at Mama Carola's. I'm guessing that's not a 3-star restaurant.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah,
hey, but it's not like it's not a crazy price point. It is Indiana, but it's not like a crazy price point. But no, it's
it's like a Mama's, kind of like a family.
Oh, it looks like a little restaurant, like grandma's cooking the lasagna for you.
Like, you know what I mean? You might go in there and have some veal parmesan and get shot.
Dude, it's got like 2,500 reviews.
Godfather.
And like 4.5. Yeah, dude, face the door.
Yeah. Keep the cannoli.
Yeah, leave the gun, take the cannoli. Tolbert and Copes with you. We are going to catch up. By the way, 3:50, Ray Ratto stops by, and then 4:40, Giants pregame, Kyle Harrison takes the ball out in Colorado against the Rockies. This flared up a little bit earlier today. Brian Windhorst reported or is given information that in 2020, when the Warriors were going to make their selection at number 2, they took James Wiseman. Anthony Edwards went number 1. The Minnesota Timberwolves tried to trade the top overall pick to the Golden State Warriors. What would that have meant? And would the Warriors still have taken James Wiseman? We'll discuss where that could have gone next. Marcus Thompson checked in on this as well. That's coming up. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. El Cerrito's Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
Marcus Thompson joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the Orlando Magicians could offer Klay Thompson a max deal. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We've been talking about this throughout football season, of course, and now that basketball season, the regular season's come to an end. There's only a few games you should be focused on every night, and that's where Underdog Fantasy allows you to play the NBA Pick'em game throughout the playoffs. The Pick'em game is where you select between 2 and 5 players to build a Pick'em entry. If the players go higher or lower than those stats, based on whether or not you're right or wrong, you can win up to 100 times your money while you watch. There's endless projections. You customize it, you pick your numbers, and you go from there. I'm looking at the games this evening. We got some tipping off about 45 minutes. Cavs at the Celtics tonight, as well as the Mavs at the Thunder. I'm looking at Donovan Mitchell right now. 27.5 points for the game. 27.5, you can go higher or lower than that. You also have 34.5 points, and if you go higher than that, you can go 2 times or double the money on that pick. I like going lower in the 34.5. You pair that with another one, you can make some money tonight as well. And you can do it by signing up at UnderdogFantasy.com or going to the App Store and downloading the Underdog Fantasy app. And when you use promo code KNBR at sign up, they'll give you a mystery special pick to throw on your first pick of entry, and they'll give you a special deposit offer. So again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. You'll get that new special offer, and you'll get that mystery pick on your deposit offer as well. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert & Co's back with you on a Tuesday afternoon. You might be thinking, hey, dude, did they just play that cue to call again for the Megadeth tickets? Maybe somebody called the first time and they'd already won. Maybe somebody won 2 recently and they weren't eligible to win this time. So maybe the cue to call played again, and caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR is going to win tickets to see Megadeth on August 10th, 2024 at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. It was actually Tom's mom called. We're like, you just won these.
Oh, yeah.
You just won the Aftershock Fest tickets to go see Slipknot and Slayer. She's like, I love Megadeth, though, too.
It's not Mini Death. It's not Maxi Death.
It's Megadeth. Are you a Megadeth guy?
Not as much. I know a couple of their songs. I believe Dave Mustaine, who's the head guy for Megadeth, I want to say he was with Metallica for like a month or two. I don't think it was there. I don't think he was there all that long. He might have been there a little bit longer than that. But
it's like the fifth Beatle, you know,
the old creative differences, stuff like that. And
John Paul, George, Ringo, and Todd.
Yeah, Megadeth, not quite the smash hit Metallica was.
No, not quite. Metallica's not playing Concord Pavilion, but you can see Megadeth there if you're caller 10 at 896-KNBR. Okay, so Brian Windhorst, he, I guess, was reporting this. Anthony Edwards is the talk of the town right now, the talk of the NBA. He's been fantastic. He's must-see TV. According to Brian Windhorst, the Timberwolves back in 2020 tried to trade the number 1 overall pick of the draft, the NBA draft, to the Warriors. And, of course, everybody assumes – I don't know that everybody assumes this. I think a lot of people think, boy, the Warriors having not picked – because they were number 2, right?
Correct.
And so then Lonzo went number 3. LaMelo went number 3.
Yep.
And Anthony Edwards goes number 1. By the way, LaMelo also a guard. So you're looking at a guard. Oh, dude, your cat is adorable right there. Just put its paw up on your chest there.
Oh, yeah, that felt really
loving
adorable.
You back. That was adorable. Oh, I bet it was claws were in there too, huh?
Yeah, she enjoys kneading.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you going to get a hole put in your shirt, Tom?
I don't mind that.
That's a complete shirt you're wearing today, by the way.
It is a complete shirt.
Nice
you haven't seen the back of it, though.
It's like a full corn. It's full head of corn, dude. It's not corn off the cob. So everybody, I think a lot of people think, oh, man, Warriors, they get Wiseman too. And I know LaMelo's not setting the world on fire right now. But that they missed out on Anthony Edwards.
Setting the world on fire. Never plays.
Not even playing. So I mean, he was good. He was damn good when he came in. Now Lonzo just got his option picked up too. Lonzo's going to come back.
Surprising.
For the Bulls a little bit, yeah. So anybody who thinks the Warriors missed out on Edwards, I'm not so sure that they were going to take Anthony Edwards had they had the number 1 pick. My thought is if they had traded up to number 1, it was to ensure that they were getting James Wiseman. I don't think the Warriors were ever going any direction other than Wiseman based on the 2-timeline thing we know now. And based on the makeup and construction and composition of the roster in 2020,
yeah.
But who says they wouldn't take him? I'm not sold on the fact that they would have done that. So even when the Warriors were at the height of their dynasty, the expectation was Minnesota would be the next young team to challenge them with Karl Anthony Towns and Wiggins. That never happened. Like Wiggins didn't become the player at number 1 overall that we thought. Karl Anthony Towns, who is a damn good player and one of the best in the league. You and I were in agreement that he even needed a guy like Edwards. He needed a true number 1, and we know that Andrew Wiggins was not that. Timberwolves could still end up being the best team in basketball, but the league has changed and evolved. Marcus Thompson on Murph and Marcus earlier this morning, he talked about where the Warriors would have gone with the number 1 pick had they traded up to it.
Here's the one thing that they knew about Anthony Edwards. They knew he was talented. And Rick Celebrini basically gave them an A+ for his body type and athleticism and health and all that. But remember, he had a really bad end to his career at Georgia. That tournament, he did not look good. He couldn't shoot like this. And there were legit knocks on him. And this was during the pandemic where you really couldn't poke and prod a player like you normally would, right? You couldn't get in there. I think that's why they overvalued Wiseman and undervalued some other players. I do think if they had the 1 pick, though, they would have taken Wiseman because they had Clay coming back, they had Steph, and they wanted the generational franchise big man. They wanted that. That's what they wanted. So in the end, they didn't want another scoring guard. They wanted somebody who represented what they didn't have.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you said, with what he said. I don't think there's any way they take Edwards. Same reason they didn't take LaMelo Ball. They didn't want a guard. They had 2 guards. They were good at guard. They didn't need a 3rd guard. They wanted a big guy. And I wonder what they would have had to trade to get to number 2. Because the best use, it didn't seem like much, but the best use of trading your number 1 pick to get down to number 2 was what Boston pulled on Philly. They traded. They had the first overall pick, and they traded down to 2. Philly went up to 1 and took Fultz, and then they got Tatum at 2.
Yep.
So they got Tatum and an extra pick for it. It's like, oh my gosh, that was like a heist. At the time, nobody really knew it. And then about a year later, everybody was like, ooh.
I was like, where's Markelle Fultz? He doesn't shoot anymore. We're like,
yeah, that was a pretty good deal by Ainge.
That's like when baseball players don't have gloves. I'm like, that's part of the game. I need you to do it sometimes.
Oh, he shot away. I mean, he could shoot when he was at
Oregon,
Washington.
Right? Washington.
And then, it just looked busted. Like, it was sad watching him. They had videos of him practicing his shot. Because remember, his shoulder was all jacked up. And it was
a lot
just
of time
a
early
wreck.
on.
But, yeah, so they traded back and got Tatum. But anyway, yeah, I don't think there's any way the Warriors would have got Edwards. And what Marcus said, I was about to say, this guy couldn't shoot in college.
No.
Like, well, he could shoot, he just couldn't make. And his shot was, I wouldn't say busted, but he was a volume shooter at Georgia. He was not an efficient scorer like he is today. But it just goes to show you how hard he's worked on his game. And I think he credits Steve with some of that with USA Basketball. Like saying, look, if you want to be one of the best, this is what you got to do it. And he took that to heart, and you can tell. Like, he's just a much more polished player now than he was even last year, 2 years ago, for sure. So I know people are going, oh, man, can you imagine having Anthony Edwards? They had one of the greatest backcourts of all time in their prime. I mean, Steph and Clay were incredible.
Edwards doesn't become this, I don't think, if he's drafted here in 2020.
He might
I don't
not
think he becomes this. Not right now. He's not.
Yeah, he might not.
Just to say, I mean, they had Jordan Poole that year too, right?
Yeah.
Or the following year.
2020?
Maybe it was the following
season.
It
might have. Well, I'm trying to think. Well, that was before.
Poole was 2019. Yeah, he was 19.
Okay. So that was before. Was that before or after? I'm trying to think when Clay was.
No, Poole was 19.
Injured.
Clay got hurt at the end of 19.
Okay, yeah.
Right? At the end of the 19 season. And then KD leaves. And then they
So that would have been the 19 draft or the 20 draft that Anthony Edwards.
And then Clay tore his Achilles the day of the draft. Remember, playing basketball,
That's right.
Playing hoops.
That's right. He was coming back. Yeah, yeah.
He's playing basketball.
Yeah, exactly.
And he tore his Achilles. And then the Warriors take James Wiseman at number 2. They ended up trading. That's when they get D'Angelo Russell and all that stuff goes down. Right. That 2020 season was such a weird one. That's such a weird season.
Very strange.
That's not. No, is that the same? I always confuse the first. See, because the bubble throws me off, and when they came back, because they played that play-in game against the Grizzlies when the Grizzlies were like kind of coming.
Game against the Lakers.
They first lose to the Lakers, then they play the Grizzlies. But
yep.
before that, the season before that, right, isn't the one that sets up Wiseman, or is it that's? See, I can't remember. I'm losing my seasons in the pandemic. The one where they had like Eric Pascal. That's the one where I'm going with, where he was like playing every minute.
Yeah,
was
that
out,
might have been
Steph
the
was
year
out.
before that.
That's the year that got them the 2020 pick.
Yeah, that's the year that Steph got hurt, like against the Suns.
Early, like 13 games in or something, right?
Yeah.
That's 2019-20. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
All right, we figured out nothing. We got nothing figured out.
Except for the fact
they would not have
our
taken,
belief is they would not have taken Edwards.
By the way,
they were going to take Wiseman regardless.
Can you imagine if the T-Wolves had traded the Warriors at number 1 pick and they did take Edwards and the T-Wolves missed on another point guard to the Warriors? How funny would that have been? Also, had the Warriors traded up to number 1 and taken Wiseman still, imagine how pissed Warrior fans would be. I mean, really, credit to Bob Myers and team for knowing, like, that's not the move. They're not taking this guy. We need this guy, and we're taking our guy here.
Yeah, they were probably thinking, why would they have him? They already got Cat.
Why would they do that? Yeah.
We're going to take him. And then they went and got Gobert.
Yeah. So there you go.
It's like, whoa, what happened? You guys got Gobert? You want to, that's a serious zig when everyone else is zagging. You're just like, nah, we're good. We're just going to get bigger.
We didn't think that was a good move, I thought. We were like,
I didn't think. Well, I didn't know that it was. I didn't think it was a bad move. I just was like, oh, I want to see how this is going to work out because nobody's doing this. Like, okay, we're going to go back and play big now, huh? We're going to go back and be the Rockets, have the Twin Towers. And it didn't work last year, but Cat wasn't healthy last year, and they just never really kind of had time to mesh last year. This year they did, and now we're seeing like, oh, okay, kind of see the vision here. I kind of see what you guys were going for here. And defensively, they're just like they're monsters defensively. Like they're really, really good. Although I will say this, like I don't want to go too far overboard. I mean, it's 6 games. And everybody's like, oh, my gosh, this team is like, they've been pretty good all year. Like, this is the number 1 defensive team in the league this year. And if it weren't for losing to Phoenix at the end of the year, they were the ones that would have been the number 1 seed. So they are a really good team. Are they this good? Probably not. I mean, they swept Phoenix, which I think a lot of people, when they looked, that's why they're kind of opening their eyes to Minnesota now, because I think after they swept Phoenix, I think a lot of people were saying, well, it's because of Phoenix's flaws, not how good Minnesota is. They mentioned Edwards and how great he was and what.
But yeah,
they
like to discredit somebody else.
But it was mostly like Phoenix. They never right all year, and even I did some of that too. They just didn't look right. Couldn't get into plays. Don't have a point guard.
They did look right. The team that was better than them all season and then eliminated them easily.
I know.
Yeah,
but
you
know how it's like, oh, they got Durant, they got Booker, they got Beal. Now they'll turn it on, and it just. So what happened during the regular season? Yeah. In total happened during the playoffs. I mean, the 3 games they did beat them, but they weren't completely healthy during those 3 games. So, now people are like going, oh, okay, yeah, 6 in a row now, because now you're beating not only a team with a bunch of marquee stars, you're beating the defending NBA champs and soundly on their own court, but.
Just real quick, because you were talking about it, we do have to get out of here real quick as well.
Breaking news?
But Rudy Gobert just won NBA's Defensive Player of the Year award.
Yeah, I figured he would.
I can't wait to hear from Draymond on that.
That makes sense. No, but that makes sense, right? He's the best player on the best defensive team.
I don't think it'll make sense to Draymond. I don't think it will.
A lot of people were saying Wembanyama should have won the award, but come on,
undisputed rookie.
Go look where San Antonio ranked on defense. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you can't go. Yeah, but Minnesota has this. I mean, I get it. They do. Yeah, but defensive player of the year, a lot of that should be how did your team do defensively, and their team was great defensively. So yeah, Gobert deserves it.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Giants pregame in about an hour at 4:40. We are sponsored, by the way, by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money go with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. We've talked about this earlier this week. What's the best way to build a basketball team now? What's the best way to build a dynasty? Is it through the draft? Is it super teams? Do they still work? Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider, tweeted out a list of the biggest salaries among all the NBA teams. You might be shocked to see who's near the top and not in the postseason. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, retirement planning and investment management, we've talked about this since way back in February. It's all about knowing the rules of overtime. That's when you get past your career into retirement, because there's no do-overs in life, especially in retirement. Just like there's no do-overs when you get to OT. If you're looking for a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things you need that are money-related, please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. He's a great guy, but he's also been doing this for over 30 years, helping people like you get peace of mind by helping them plan for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you're planning right, you're saving right, you're setting yourself up for that dream lifestyle in retirement you've been working so hard for. 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Gilbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants pregame coming up in about an hour at 4:40. Guys are getting loose behind the glass of this song. You don't want to see how Derek's dancing.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. It's a hell of a look. I don't even know what I was doing.
It's clever. It's witty.
Both of you, shut the F up. How about that? It's Over and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Ray Ratto is going to join us in about 10 minutes. Bobby Marks, front office insider from ESPN, former GM of the Nets. He pointed out, or he tweeted out a list of the biggest salaries in the NBA among all the teams. Number one, Warriors.
Yep.
They're not in the playoffs anymore. They've been eliminated.
Let me look.
Number two.
You're right.
The Clippers.
Let me look. Nope.
Yeah, they're out. Eliminated. I thought so. Right. Are the Suns still in?
Let me look. No.
No. Okay, so that's three. The top three salaries in the NBA. All super teams. All eliminated, right?
Depends on how you define super, I guess.
Well, yeah, no longer super teams, all eliminated. Number four, the Celtics.
In. In.
And
play tonight.
And pretty homegrown, by the way.
They're in. Yep.
Right? The salaries they've handed out are like the Warriors did to Steph and Clay and Draymond, to Jaylen Brown, and to Jason Tatum, right? Those are their big deals. And then, of course, acquire Porzingis and other pieces as well. The Bucks, fifth highest.
Let me check.
They're in, right? They're out. Giannis is
not
gone.
in.
Oh, he's
not
out.
in. No, they're gone.
I was wondering when the Bucks played next. It's November. The Nuggets.
They gone.
They're gone. No, they're in.
Nuggets in. Nuggets are in for the time being.
For the time being, Nuggets are in. They're down, but they're in. They're the sixth highest.
Yes.
Then let's go 7, 8, 9, 10, because they're all eliminated. Heat, Lakers, Pelicans, Sixers.
Out.
Of the top 10 salaries in the NBA by team, 2 of them have made the second round of the playoffs. One of them is down 2-0. How about that?
Wow.
And they're the 4th and 6th.
That's shocking. So,
goes back to our idea of the days of like building a super team in the way that like I always use the Boston Celtics example of KG and Paul Pierce and Ray Allen, because that was sort of the one that I think you got to sneeze? Yeah, let it go. There you go, bro. Oof.
But
that looked like a good one.
I did have the presence of mind to hit the mute button.
It was building. I saw it building on the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
Ooh, the relief on your face when you let that one go.
Yeah, it kind of hurt the sternum a little bit.
Yeah.
I probably should let it go a little bit more.
Take care of yourself, bro.
But, well, that's like, I try not to do my mom sneeze. Like my mom sneeze is the... I'm just like, jeez. I go, guy, that looks like it hurt. Like that hurt me listening to you. So
that's what I do when I'm about to cry. Just hold it in tight and push it all down, you know?
Oh.
Just battle that, and maybe it'll come up later.
That sounds pleasant.
Yeah, so going back to our idea of the days of super teams and overspending being the way to win championships and build, like the title-chasing teams like that, or the guys who have all the big-name talent, Mark Spears thinks, like, they may not be the way to win anymore. Mark Spears thinks that's not the case. He does still believe you need some superstar talent to get this thing done, despite what we're seeing. And not superstar talent. You need big money type talent to get this done. He was on with Papa and JD today. Here's what Mark Spears said about the way the Warriors.
I don't think you just can assume that Steph is going to be happy with mediocrity next to him the rest of his career. Right. I think he probably wants to make another run at it. He probably wants to try to, do something special before he walks away. So you can't assume that one day he doesn't say, you know what, this rebuilding thing ain't really working for me. I want to walk out in a dynamic fashion. I think if Warriors fans had a choice, holding on to Kuminga or using him to put something special next to Steph and just kind of see where it goes from there, I think if I'm a Warriors fan, I'm picking the trade of Kuminga option.
Now go ahead.
It'd be interesting because I don't. It's not the belt wars by any means, but there's a lot of people that love Kuminga and think Kuminga needs to play more, needs to be more featured, and then some people say, "God, stock's pretty high right now. Let's see what we get for him." Like, I know last year they could have had him for Anunoby, and I think his high side is probably higher than Anunoby, but Anunoby's solid. Like, he can shoot. He defends his ass off. But he's pretty, like, restrained when it comes to offense. Like, he doesn't go nuts and do stuff. So, I mean, that's a deal that could have been consummated, but that wasn't. So I don't know what the answer is. Like, when you mentioned that, because I was starting to think of teams, okay, how do you build a contender? And it's just, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, as the saying goes. You go back and look at the Lakers. They won a few years ago. How'd they do it? They just bought dudes. They got LeBron to come over, paid him. Anthony Davis forced a trade, and then they won a championship with those two guys and had some pieces around him. Let's look at, the Warriors in 2022, what the Nuggets did. Okay, the Nuggets got a star. Where'd they get him? Second round. I mean, try your luck in that one. I mean, they're going to get a Hall of Famer in the second round, one of the best centers to ever play. So that was fortunate.
Probably three straight MVPs here too, right?
Yeah, and then you surround him with players. Jamal Murray was a top 10 pick. I think Porter was in the teens somewhere, and then you get KCP and trade for Aaron Gordon. So they got the draft pick, couple draft picks, and then kind of supplemented them. Like you look at OKC this year, how'd they do it? They did it really with the draft, but their superstar was a trade. It was the Paul George trade. So I think, and then you mentioned Boston. Their two guys are two big studs. They drafted them. And then you go get Drew Holiday, and you get a great acquisition in Derek White. And then you trade one of the heart and souls of your team, Smart, for Porzingis. And then, your bench is a little limited, but better than people think, better than people know. So you can do this in a bunch of different ways. Like, what did Indiana do? Halliburton's their guy, right? Yeah. Halliburton was a trade. It's Sabonis.
Is he Sacramento? Is that where he was?
That was a swap, yes. Sacramento. Yeah. Siakam. Trade. I think Turner they drafted.
Evan Turner
and Mathurin they drafted. I think McConnell was a trade. So Nesmith, I think Nesmith was a trade because I think he played for Boston. So look, they've kind of put it together. I think Nembhard they drafted, but not positive. But so they've done it. Hey, look, it's not like, hey, go get stars and you win. Or go get free agents and you win. It's just got to be a little bit of this. You got to have the stars, like Dallas. Let's take Dallas, for instance. So they draft Luka. Then you get Kyrie to come over. You make that trade for Kyrie. But they didn't really kind of hit their stride until they made the trade for Gafford, P.J. Washington, and drafted Lively. Like, those are three really big pieces for them because they fit around them. They can play off the superstars. So it's not only finding the stars, it's finding guys that could complement them. Like, what are they weak at? What don't they do? Let's get guys that do specifically that. Can do, some other things, but these are the things they do. So to me, it's not just, hey, go out and get stars, you'll be good. Because then you're Phoenix. Like, you want to ask me how getting superstars works in Phoenix? It sucks. Because they don't have the guys to complement them, and they don't have a bench. So you have to have, though, it's not just about accumulating talent. We say it all the time. The pieces have to fit. When they fit, then the stars can flourish. If they don't fit, then the stars will still get their points and still do their thing, but it's not going to look nearly as pretty.
Tolbert and Coach with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We will talk more about this with Ray Ratto because the more I watch this postseason, you see notes like this, you're like, maybe it's not the right way to go about this, where you continue to just pour money into the roster. You've got some big-time players. Maybe it is time to hold on to a guy like Kuminga. And if Klay Thompson does take a deal elsewhere, maybe that decision becomes a little bit easier, right? Maybe it becomes easier to fill out those spots because he made a decision to take a max-type contract or a big one from Orlando. Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can save or see how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Ray Ratto going to join us when we come on back. We'll talk more about where the Warriors go. I also want to get Ray's take on the Giants just because I'm sure it's a positive one. That's next on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said it's getting late early out here for the Giants. I think that's a Yogi Berra reference or quote. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out with me on the line. Steve, I'm sure this is something people have been stressing about for a couple of weeks. Tax day came and it went. What happens if they didn't pay their taxes?
They're stressing, and once again, so recently, I talked to one of your listeners, and he said the same thing to me that I've been talking about for quite a while with you. For 5 years, he suffered with this problem. Just nagged him, but he just wouldn't do anything about it. Finally, his wife gave him an ultimatum, so he talked to me. And about 6 times he asked me, "That's it? Are you sure?" He couldn't believe it was so simple to fix his problem. I said, "Yeah, that's it. That's it? Nothing else?" "That's it." About 6 times I said, "Yeah, really, 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 that's it." Your solution doesn't have to be complicated. A lot of times it's simple. Think about suffering with a medical problem for years that was an easy fix for the doctor. The bottom line is we have attorney-client privilege consultation. We have a free consultation. What do you have to lose by picking up the phone, calling me, talking about your situation? We'll tell you what we want to do for you. And if you say do it, we just go and do it for you. And then you can take your tax problem and put it in the rearview mirror.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-SEAL is the number, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Go Sharks! Go Sharks! Go Sharks!
Tolbert and Coates. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy.
Go Sharks.
Don't know who weren't watching the NHL draft lottery. Your San Jose Sharks got the number 1 pick,
Go
number 1
Sharks.
overall pick.
Let's go.
In the draft. There you go. That was for Ralph.
Go
Got the
Sharks.
number 1 overall pick, and we'll talk about that with our next guest. You can catch his pros on the Defector. And as he is fond of saying, even if he's not, I'm going to say he is, it pays to suck. Ray, what's going on?
What's up, Ray?
I'm sucking. When do I get paid?
Ask your wife.
Yeah.
She'll pay you. She'll pay you. I don't know. Get the IOU. Maybe you still have that IOU from last year or 5 years ago. I have no idea.
Yeah. The day my wife pays me to do anything is the day that the divorce is finalized.
But so it appears Macklin Celebrini is the consensus number 1 overall pick. I don't know if he will be or not. Interesting that Rick Celebrini is the head of athletic performance or whatever the hell they call it now with the Warriors. And I'm wondering what you know about him. I don't know. He seems like a generational talent, comes along every so often in hockey. I don't know if he's one of those guys. I don't know much about him other than the connection to Rick Celebrini. What'd you think about the Sharks getting the number 1 pick, and what do you know about Macklin Celebrini?
Well, they've had the NHL has had a number of quote generational talent come through the last few years. So the idea of being a generational talent, and it might be stretching it a bit. I don't know that anybody would look at him and say he is as good as Connor Bedard was the year that he got drafted last year, number 1 by the Blackhawks. But he's clearly better than the rest of the field. And, the Sharks at this point need some luck somewhere in their organization, because since they got to that Stanley Cup final in 2016, they've been largely dreadful. So, it's a place to start. You don't get too excited about it, because when Edmonton had a run of number 1 picks, it took them a while to get into the playoffs at all. And now, they still haven't gotten to a Stanley Cup final, even with all the picks they've got, including Connor McDavid, who's, probably the best player in the game right now.
Yeah.
But it's better than picking 8. So let
me ask you this, because you know hockey better than we do. I was going to say you knew hockey better than we do, but I remember we had you on last year come Stanley Cup playoff times, and you said Boston would win every series in 3, and that didn't work out. So I still think you know hockey better than the rest of us, but we'll put that to the test right here.
Well, no, I got the right team. I just got the wrong year.
Okay, very, very good. What should Shark fans expect, no matter who they draft, Macklin, Celebrini, or otherwise? What is usually the timeline for a number 1 overall pick? Because in football and basketball, they're here right away. Baseball, it could be 5 years until you see a guy. That's why I love the baseball draft. Oh, cool, we got this guy. Yeah, you'll see him in 5 years. Enjoy. What's the timeline for a high pick in hockey? Is it next year? Is it 2 years, 3 years?
Unless they screw the pickup or Celebrini gets hurt, he'll be on the roster on opening night.
Okay.
You can't make a pick like that with the team the Sharks have and not put him out where they can see him playing with the best players in the organization. So, yeah, you'll see him on opening night, because the Sharks don't have a choice. They can't, fiddle around and go, well, he'll be ready in a couple of years. They don't have a couple of years. They've been bad for enough years now that they've got to not only prove that they got the right pick, but get him up to speed on how you play in the National Hockey League. So, yeah, I can't envision any situation in which he's not playing, regular shifts on opening night, maybe on the first line.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, because I know, I mean, we got a lot to get to here. We're going to ask you about the Giants and the Warriors, what's going on. But I'll start with the Warriors, and I want to ask it in this way. The Sharks had a great run of close to 20 years where they were in the conversation. They were in contention. One of the best teams in hockey. It lost to
also a pretty good team in basketball.
Also a pretty good team in basketball. But they didn't quite get there. But they tried, and they kept trying. I mean, Carlson was kind of like the last gasp effort. Like, let's spend a whole bunch of money for a defenseman we think we need, pair him with Burns, and let's ride this thing out. And kind of the first, I don't want to say, what's the phrase I'm looking for? I'm not really sure. But the first kind of chink in the armor was when they decided to move Pavelski, and they kept Carlson. And then it kind of went downhill after that. But they went for it. They rode it till the wheels came off. Giants did the same thing. 2016, they thought they had something. They didn't have something. But they kind of rode everything to the end, and we see where they've been at, and they're trying to come up. Where are you at with the Warriors right now? Because the glory days are over. The dynasty is over. Yet they're still trying to stay in contention, in the conversation, and trying to keep the guys together. And I don't blame them for doing that. You want to reward the guys that help you win championships, but there's a price to pay at the end of that. Guys get older, they're not as good, the league gets better, the league gets younger, and you put yourself at a disadvantage. Where are you at with the Warriors right now, kind of where they are as a team? And we've been talking about Klay Thompson. Should they bring him back? You know, if somebody overpays, would you overpay just to go down a nostalgic avenue to have these guys on your team? I think it's a poor move, but what do you think where the Warriors are at right now, and like kind of moving forward and trying to transition from a dynasty to, you know, still being relevant but also being realistic?
Well, the problem the Warriors have is not specifically with do we keep Thompson, do we get rid of Green, stuff like that. It's that the game that they changed when they became really good in the middle of the last decade has changed again. And now all of a sudden, big men are vitally important. And the Warriors operated on the theory that you can work around big men. Big men can rebound, big men can block shots, big men can set a high pick, but you're not really requiring them to do much with the ball. And now you see in Denver, you see it in Minnesota, you're seeing it in Oklahoma City. You need big men with skill, and that's one thing that I think teams are starting to lean into more. I think that the draft, when that happens, you'll see that again when Edey gets picked. It's, you know, the game is evolving not away from what the Warriors are doing, but they're absorbing what the Warriors are doing and then changing it from there. Yeah. So I think in some ways they've got to not only think of this as a personnel issue, but as a style of play issue. You know, you're still going to want to move the ball. You're still going to want to space the floor, but you have to have more of a presence down low. And the Warriors the last several years have been a notoriously small team that way. And I think they've got to reorient their view. And they've got to do that while still maximizing what they get out of Curry and to a lesser extent Green, because they found out when Green is healthy and focused, he's still a very, very useful piece for them. Yeah. The question about Thompson, I think, is more a matter of sentimentality than anything else. I think they'd like to have it back, but I don't think they want to get into a bidding war with anybody for him. And so I think they're sort of hoping that the market for him will not be as hot, and they can, retain him at a lesser number, and then figure out a way to become good enough defensively where he doesn't have to be one of your two best defenders, because he's at the age now and has had the injury profile where he's not a drop-dead defender anymore. So they've got to adjust to him. They've got to adjust to the possibility that they won't have him. And they've got to adjust to the fact that the league's different than it was in 2015, as it should be. The league should always be sort of transitioning into something new, and this is something new. And they're just short on it. That's all. I mean, they've got to change the way they think about a number of things. So it's a challenge that only one team that I know of has ever managed to master, and that's San Antonio, which is to have a dynasty, hit the skids, and rebuild another dynasty.
Talking to Ray Ratto here on the UMA guest line. Would a max offer from Orlando to Klay Thompson surprise you?
Yeah, because I think Orlando has more shooters than they let on. They just have to commit to the idea of becoming less the team that wants to hold you to 80 and become more the team that wants to score 110. I mean, there's a happy medium in there somewhere. And I think because they're as young as they are, they've got time to figure that out. But you saw in the Cleveland series, those games were slogs. And I think Orlando has got to be convinced that Thompson can not only give them shooting, but help them play faster. And I don't know if that is his strength at this point. So I'd be surprised if there was a max offer from the Magic. I think they'd give him a good offer because I think there are uses for him, but I don't know that they'd max him out.
Is Denver toast?
They're golden brown on at least one side. It should be troubling to them that they were worse when Minnesota did not have Rudy Gobert, your defensive player of the year again, than they were in Game 1. But I still don't think they're going to be an easy out. This still looks like 7 games. And this is the first time. The last game sort of got me thinking that, you know what? Minnesota is better. Minnesota has passed Denver. And part of that is because Denver's gotten nothing from anybody except Jokic. And I think we know from past seasons that when Jokic had to do it on his own, Denver was incomplete. And then last year when he was getting help from a number of other players, that they were ridiculously hard to play. Now, at the worst time of the year, Jamal Murray's not helpful. Porter's not helpful. And without those guys, Denver's good, but ordinary as a playoff team. So unless they could figure out a way to jumpstart those guys starting in Game 3, I think toast with a side of eggs.
Dr. Ray Ratto, nice enough to join us. Too early to have concerns about the Giants. We're not quite 40 games in. I'm just assuming, Ray, they're going to start hitting better. I mean, they can't hit much worse than they have on this road trip. The pitching has been up and down, but then the health of the pitching staff has been kind of up and down. Now, I know I talked about this yesterday. A lot of people were questioning the coaching. A lot of people were coaching staff. A lot of people were questioning the front office. And I just said, look, I played, so I'm usually going to point the fingers at the players, good or bad. The guys they paid the money, they just got to start playing. Like, if they don't play, they can't win. I don't care what Farhan or Melvin don't have a wand that they could cast a spell on this team to make them good enough to make the playoffs. If the guys they paid the money to don't perform at least reasonably close to expectations. And right now, they just aren't.
Well, I don't have high expectations for this offense anyway. So while I think they're performing poorer than I thought they would, it's not a lot poorer.
But didn't you think middle of the pack? They could be like upper middle of the pack, like 13th, 14th, somewhere around there?
I thought maybe, probably, I'd say like lower half, but high lower half. But there's just nobody in that lineup that another pitcher has to worry about. Soler has not been magical for them, and the rest of the lineup is, relentlessly ordinary and has been for years now. I mean, I think the worst thing that happened to them in a weird way was winning 107 games with that roster, because I think they got convinced that they had figured out some magical formula. And the magical formula is got to have good players. And the Giants had a bunch of okay players at best, all having career years. And now you look at that lineup and you just go, who do we have to pitch around? Nobody. There's nobody that changes the equation when the other team is on the field. And I think that's that's the biggest thing, is that they tried to do it without either marquee names or a bunch of really plus hitters in the lineup. And they're finding out that you can only do that one time maybe, and then the law of gravity hits. I mean, they just don't look like a team that's going to generate a bunch of runs ever. And I'm not surprised that they struggled against Philadelphia. The Phillies have a very good pitching staff, but beyond that, I haven't seen signs that they can roll up a number on anybody right now. So I think they're probably underperforming, but not by so much that you could say, gee, they're unlucky, because I don't know that they are.
Yeah.
Talking to Ray Ratto here on the UMA guest line. I like relentlessly ordinary. Right, that's
great.
It's pretty good. Pretty good take on this this Giants offense. Is there anywhere they can go? Should there be a sense of desperation at this point?
There should be an activity that normally you don't see, because when Miami traded Luis Arias to the Padres, I think that was a signal to about 6 to 8 other profoundly underperforming teams that it's time to start opening up for business. And I think there can be opportunities. The big problem the Giants have is that they don't really have a lot to sell when they're trying to get an impact player. But, if they're going to try to turn this around, I think they need some different players. I don't think this group is going to suddenly ignite itself and win 95 games. I don't think the pitching's good enough to do that. And I don't think the hitters, are going to be anything other than sub-mediocre. So they either, try to get in on the shopping early, or this is how they're going to end up. They're going to end up 74 and 88 and, and a really bland, unwatchable 74 and 88. Either that or they should start cheating.
Okay, before we let you go, just a couple. I thought this would be fun. It may be horrible, but you're going to make it good, Ray. Just like you make everything. You're like salt. You make everything else better. Oh. So I'm going to ask you these questions.
There's not too much of it,
Yeah, what you just told me is I create heart disease.
Well, I mean, there's a downside. So
give me the iodized and go quick.
Let me ask these questions to you and see what you come up with.
Yeah.
What's your favorite vegetable?
Oh, Jesus. One that's on somebody else's plate.
What? You don't have a favorite, like one vegetable that you like?
Not particularly. I mean, no.
What are you, Al Michaels?
I'm not as strident as him. I think he will only eat meat. I think he sprinkles meat on his cereal. But no, I'm not a big vegetable guy. I mean, I'll have some stuff that's not unhealthy. But vegetables, There's a reason they grow.
Okay, what's your favorite stuff that's not unhealthy?
I'm okay with seafood.
Okay, that'll work.
I mean, I'll put crab on a salad.
Okay, very. Wow, how heroic!
How about shrimp Louis? You get down with one of those?
Well, I'm willing to take a bullet for the team.
I know you are. All right, T-bone or ribeye?
Ribeye.
Yes, you got that one right. You're least.
If you've already got the answers, why are you asking me the question?
Least favorite holiday?
Thanksgiving.
What? Why?
You usually have to spend time with relatives, and I think we know where that falls down.
Yeah, but you got to do that with Christmas, and then you got to buy them gifts.
You don't have to buy them gifts. That's a myth. That's big gifts telling you have to do stuff. And you know what? They have gift cards at Safeway.
And is it okay? Last one. Is it okay? It's like, this is just kind of for me. And maybe it's for other fathers out there. But for Mother's Day, And look, Mother's Day, they can have both holidays as far as I'm concerned. I really don't need a Father's Day, but Mother's Day is great. You take care of Mom, you cook the breakfast, you get gifts, maybe you go out to dinner or something nice like
Sunday.
that. It is coming up Sunday, and then there's Father's Day that follows shortly thereafter. Now, it's a little different since they moved the U.S. Open, but a good Father's Day for me was, okay, breakfast, whatever. And what do you want for Father's Day? Like if you ask Mom what she wants for Father's Day or what she wants for Mother's Day, you listen. But as a father, is it okay as a father when your kids ask you what you want for Father's Day if you just say, I would love it if you guys left me alone? Just I don't want to do anything. I just want to watch my golf. Like I struggle with this because it feels kind of selfish. Like I'm going, I don't want to be around you on Father's Day. I just want to watch my golf. But then it's Father's Day. I should be able to not be. I should be able to be around whoever I want to be around on Father's Day. Is it okay on Father's Day just to say, beat it, I don't want to be around you guys?
I think if you modified that answer to be, beat it, I don't want to be around anybody, then they don't have to worry about you choosing somebody over them.
Oh.
If you can make it clear that you just don't want to be around people, they have to accept that for the objective truth that it is.
Beat it. I don't want to see anybody from the human race today.
Yeah, no mammals, thank you.
Okay, very,
that way
very
you don't
well.
have to take the dog for a walk either.
Yeah, I know, but the dogs and the cats, I mean, I can't say no to them, Ray. You know me.
Yes, you can. Stand up for yourself.
Next time we have Ray on, we'll see if he'd rather have 6 fingers or 6 toes on both hands, dude. Ray, we got to get you back. We're gonna start bringing in some friends throughout the summertime. We want to get you back to hang out. I use that term loosely.
Yeah, you use that term incorrectly, is what you use.
See you, Ray. It's been fun.
Bye, boys and girls.
Ray Ratto.
Tell the family said hi. See you, Ray.
He's gone. It's over. Ray Ratto on the human guest line there. Tolbert Comes with you Tuesday
I didn't know
afternoon.
he's not a vegetable guy.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did. Well, it didn't surprise me. Let's put it that way.
You're a jack.
I always suspect everyone has a favorite vegetable. Like, I don't like green vegetables, but carrots are probably my favorite vegetables. I love carrots. Carrots are great.
Yeah, because you can dip them in ranch. When we
can dip them in ranch. You get a pickled the Mexican spicy
pickled
carrots.
Ones are good, yeah.
Things are incredible.
There you go. I thought when he said seafood, he's going to say seafood, and I eat it. When we come on back, we got a sound soiree for you. The Ohtani home run, you're going to want to hear this. Well, maybe you don't want to hear it.
You don't want to hear it. You do. I don't want to hear it.
Your ears might be ringing still from yesterday. Jimmy Butler calls out what would have happened had he been healthy, and then Pat Riley calls out Jimmy Butler. That's all next on the Sound Soiree on the Sports Leader.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's Sports Leader.
Marcus Thompson joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the Orlando Magicians could offer Klay Thompson a max deal. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house a little bit different. One thing you may have in common, bad Wi-Fi spots. Seems like everybody has one. Whether it's attic, basement, you might not even have either of those. But you may have a bedroom, second floor, corner, just gets bad Wi-Fi reception. And someone's always complaining. I don't know, who is it? The streamer, the gamer, maybe someone's working up there, going to school up there, and they're just not getting consistently fast Wi-Fi like the rest of the house. This is America. Everyone deserves fast, reliable Wi-Fi, and everyone deserves fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout the entire house. One room should not be better than the other, okay? You don't want everybody congregated in that room. Every room should be the same. And if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, it would be. You would not have to worry about it. Same speed, same reliability. You are good to go. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout the entirety of your entire home. And now through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi that's oh so reliable, and you get it everywhere you go in your house. You will love Xfinity.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nice delicious soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert & Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Giants pregame in about 3, 2, 1. Exactly 15 minutes from now, we'll get you to Giants pregame out in Colorado where they try to salvage some of this road trip. Maybe a good way to get the bats going. We'll talk more about that when we get to award-winning Diamond Notes and Giants pregame. But first, we have a sound soiree for you. The calming sounds and tunes of a sound soiree. Some of the best or this first soundbite, some of the worst sounds in sports you might have missed. So, you know who was pitching in this game for the Marlins yesterday against the Dodgers, Tom?
Kevin Brown?
No. Levo? Eric Gregg, was he behind the plate? Oh, Shohei Ohtani's at the plate, taking on the Marlins. And we've done this before. We just like the sound of an Ohtani.
I cover my ears.
An Ohtani home run. Tom texted us last night and said the only thud louder than the Nuggets tonight against the Timberwolves might have been this sound off of Shohei Ohtani's bat.
Oh, yes. It sounded like a shotgun. Gone again.
Eat me. He sucks.
that thing was like, when I heard it, I was like, oh, God, I mean, listen to that.
Sounds like a fly out. Yeah. Oh, my God, dude. That thing is incredible.
That's so stupid. Oh,
it's a bat hollow? How did he do that?
You know what really hurt when I heard that last night and I saw that last night? I was like, God, if only the Angels could get somebody like that. That'd be so cool if they could get somebody that could just like do all those things. Yeah, well, I'll go on wishing.
You know what's funny is I told you I watched tons of Angel games in the last couple of years, not just because I wanted to watch Shohei Ohtani. Yep. He's incredible. I went out to Oakland last year for the opening night game. Remember, A's and the Angels. I wanted to see him throw. I've avoided like all Shohei Ohtani content like entirely this year. I want like none of his stats. I know he's just destroying. I have watched it. I've paid attention, but the Dodgers are obnoxious. Moving on here in the South, to say the least.
Oh, they always are.
F them, to say the least. Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy freaking Butler.
So Jimmy Butler.
Nearly.
Yeah, there we go. He goes on social media the other day. This is one of my favorite things. This is what would have happened if I was healthy. Here's what I was going to do. Here's Jimmy Butler.
Yo, this. You got it?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, action. If I was playing, Boston would be at home. New York, damn sure would be at home. Josh home. I mean to me. That's right. Yo. Stop on, man. Nah, I love Tibbs, but I don't want to. I love Tibbs. I love you, baby. I want to beat you to a pulp. You want me, I don't want you. It's like a one-sided relationship. You in love with me, but I'm not in love with you. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Saying Tibbs wants him, but I love Tibbs, but he wants me. But his whole thing at first was,
okay,
Boston would be at home. New York would damn sure be at home.
Yeah.
Maybe. But you didn't play.
Who cares?
Who gives a damn?
Who cares? Whatever.
Who cares?
Whatever.
Well, Pat Riley. One of our favorite
What's
dudes.
your excuse for playing like a fried turd?
That's basically what he said. It's basically he sat down for his exit press conference of the year. Dude, Pat Riley is just revving at 100 degrees, like just as hot as he could be, dude. Pissed about Jimmy Butler and calls out Tyler Hero. Here we go. Here's Pat Riley calling out his own guys.
You know, for him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut. And your criticism of those teams. He's been fragile a little bit. And, how does he keep his calorie intake? And he might have to go to another level nutritionally. He's gotten stronger, but, as the season progresses, you lose some of that. You don't pound the iron like you do, in the off season. But he's got to make some adjustments, definitely, When I got in at 2:30, I changed. I went to the bar. I turned the game on. It was on replay. I turned the volume down. I put 2 ounces of Pantaloni's, tequila, along with some lime juice, 3 ice cubes, and I sipped it for 2 hours watching that damn game. I didn't want to hear it. I just want to watch it. And I realized how good Boston was, so... And then I finally, when my sleeping medication kicked in, I went to bed and slept till noon the next day. And then got ready for exit meeting. So, yeah, I had about 8 hours to be miserable.
So you're saying, by the way, Tyler Hero's fragile. How he handled the playoff loss. So Tyler Hero was fragile, and then how he handled it. And called Jimmy Butler out. I mean, Pat Riley, dude, I've agreed with everything he said.
Play.
He doesn't play. I don't care how good you are.
He does not play, because if you're not on the court and you get a chance to play, why don't you keep your mouth shut?
Yeah.
Or something to that effect. But basically he just said, just shut up.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear it at this point. Like, That's the kind of cred that Riley has. Riley can say that, and no one's going to say anything. Like, yeah, Riley's right. Coach said that, somebody else said that, and they'd be like, oh, what are you talking about? You can't say that about your players. No, nobody's saying that about Riley. The guy's like the Godfather. It's like, oh, okay, I guess Riley can say it. That's cool.
By the way, we have an update on the Jamal Murray situation where he threw the heating pad towards the official yesterday.
Yeah.
No suspension for Jamal Murray. He has not been suspended. He has been fined a hefty sum of $100,000 for throwing the heating pad yesterday in Game 2 in their loss against the Minnesota Timberwolves. So no suspension for Game 3 for Jamal Murray. Though, as Tom asked Ray Ratto just a couple of minutes ago, is Denver toast? He says, well, they're certainly browned, at least on one side.
Hi, buddy.
So that was a pretty good answer from Ray Ratto. We got Giants pregame in 9 minutes from Colorado Coors Field. Baseball on the moon. We'll get you ready for that. A little bowl of soup when we come on back. Tolbert and Copes, Giants pregame at 4:40 on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the team over at Kugelman Law. If you have any tax problems whatsoever, whether they be late filings, crypto, or even criminal, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law team. They'll walk you through everything. You don't need the problems, you don't want the problems. IRS problems like a bag of stress you just carry around with you at all times of the day. You wake up, you're thinking about it, hoping not to get a phone call, hoping not to get a letter, maybe even a knock on the door. You don't want to deal with that. In fact, you're not even sure where to start. And why would you know where to start? It's tax law. But one thing you do know is the IRS doesn't forget. And each day you put it off, you're going to owe more. So you might as well get it taken care of as quickly as possible. Let Alex Kugelman and the team over at Kugelman Law handle it. Set up the consultation. They give you a game plan, how to handle it. They'll tell you what it's going to cost, and then you can decide what direction you want to go. So if you have any tax issues whatsoever, hit up sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Set up that consultation. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Go Sharks.
All right, time for a little soup. And I'm assuming this story, God, this dude got 8 months for this? I'm assuming because he's an ex-con.
Tom being surprised by the sentence. 8 months, huh?
Well, it seemed like a lot for attacking somebody with a dildo.
Well, does it? Does it, though?
Well, it seems like a lot. I mean, look, she called him a limpty. And you can't just go around slandering somebody like that.
Good way to prove her right is to not
slandering someone's manhood.
Now you attack my libido?
A limp D in need of Viagra. So I guess he grabbed the dildo and decided to have at it. 37-year-old. He was 38. She's 37. Domestic battery charge stemming from the dildo attack.
Well,
he was also fined $920. Buck, why had $920? Like, I have no idea why he was fined $920. Yeah, said he was rearrested a month later for violating terms of his pretrial release and repeatedly contacted the victims via Facebook, Snapchat, and TikTok.
I thought he was found in possession of another dildo. Terms of his release.
Green this time.
Terms of his release for not.
It's a different one.
In touch. 15 yards away from one at all times. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Lovely.
Let's see. He said the victim told cops she was arguing with Nurdin about their relationship when she declared that he needed an ED medication to address his sexual shortcomings. Like now that all depends on the way you say it, right? Like, look, I think you should get some help, blah, 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 blah. Maybe you try this. Like, millions of men have done it. Go to hims.com. I mean, look.
The term she used
listen to the ad on KNBR can help you. Could be Derpinger's disease or whatever it's called. I'm not sure what it was, but
Tim,
they
what do
can
you
help
use?
you.
Yeah.
They can help you. So
I don't have any comment on that, Adam.
Or it could be, you limp D, get some there. You need and that.
It's not real inspiring, no.
No, that might hurt your feelings a little bit. Like you might. I mean, look, there isn't one of us out there who may not grab a dildo and go crazy. You never know. Probably not.
I still probably wouldn't. I've got questions about how this whole thing started. Like, did he walk in on her with said toy? You know what I mean? Like, why was it so easily accessible? I need more details here.
Okay, let's see. Nurdin,
carrying his own,
she
actually
said, became irate and retrieved the sex toy from a bedroom shelf.
Okay, shelf.
And shoved the item into her mouth. That seems extremely.
These were not the details
excessive.
I was looking for. These were.
No, that seems extremely excessive.
Should we thank our guests?
Yeah, we should. I got to let you know, he is identified as a career offender by police.
A career offender?
Yeah, career offender.
He's a pro.
Yep, serving more than 13 years. 13 years? Well, you know what? Screw that girl. What are you doing dating this guy anyway? 13 years? For armed robbery, aggravated assault, and felonious possession of firearms. And that's the dude you told needed Viagra? Are you insane? Like, first of all, what are you doing around this person?
See, Tom flipped. He turned on her now. Yeah.
And then to insult that guy?
Tom sides with the dildo offender. Yeah.
Both of those. She deserves to go to jail too.
Tom and his boy. Yeah.
What a dummy. I mean, come on. Give me a break. I mean, look, he was excessive. He deserves to go to jail, but I'm sorry. You feel good enough about yourself to go ahead and insult that dude who's spent 13 years in the can?
Tom's going to show up like Matt Damon in Rounders to pick a worm when this guy gets out, dude.
He could have been on Oz for all we know.
I got a D up my sleeve.
All right, let's get out of here.
Yes, he saw his tattooed on his wrist.
Let's thank our guest. All right, let's thank PJ Carlesimo, Ray Ratto. Thank you very much to Derek. Thank you very much to Tim. Great job. It's time to get you ready for the Rockies and the Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God.